Preface to Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Preface. Amadis of Gaul was written by Vasco Lobeira, a Portuguese, who was born at Porto, fought at Aljubarrota, where he was knighted upon the field of battle by King Joan of good memory, and died at Elvas, 1403, where he formed a morgado, and entailed an unalienable estate, which afterwards descended to the Abreus of Alcarapinha. The Spanish version, which is the oldest extant, is by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, regidor of Medina del Campo. He says he has corrected it from the old originals, which were corrupted by different and bad writers, and badly composed in an ancient fashion; that he has abridged it of many superfluous words, and inserted others of a more polished and elegant style. The Comte de Tressan has claimed the work as a French production. It is doing too much honor to Vasco Lobeira, he says, to consider him as the author. The French translation by Nicolas d'Herberet was indeed made from the Castilian, but there is reason to believe that he only restored it to the literature of his own country, from which it had first been taken by the Spaniards. D'Herberet remembered certain manuscripts of Amadis in the Picard language, and these, he thought, might be the originals which Montalvo modernized. These manuscripts, says the Comte, might very easily fall into the hands of the Spaniards. Philip the Good, or Charles the Bold, might have found them when they carried their arms into Picardy. Thus they might get into the library of Marie of Burgundy, and her son, the Archduke Philip, might carry them into Spain. The Comte does not found his opinion entirely upon this concatenation of contingencies. He thinks he has seen a manuscript of Amadis in the Romance, or what d'Herberet calls the Picard language, among Queen Christina's collection in the Vatican. From the manifest superiority of the 3 first books to all the continuation, he argues that they cannot have been written in the same country, and from their good taste and high tone of sentiment he proves that they must be originally French. This is indeed French reasoning. Had the Comte de Tressan been versed in Portuguese literature, he might have found one single evidence in favor of his assumption. In the Agiologio Lusitano, Tom 1, page 480, José Cardoso says that Pedro de Lobeira translated the history of Amadís de Gaul from the French language by the order of Infante Dom Pedro, son of King Joan I. He calls him Pedro, says Barbosa, that he may be wrong in everything. The first volume of the Agiologio was printed in 1652. With this single exception, the Portuguese have always ascribed the work to Vasco Lobeira, and the authority of this tradition would alone outweigh all the possibilities of the French writer. It is substantiated by the work itself, and by old and unquestionable testimony. At the end of the 41st chapter, volume 1, page 220, it is said that Briolania would have given herself and her kingdom to Amadis, but he told her right loyally how he was another's. In the Spanish version, volume 72, this passage follows: "But though the Infante Don Alfonso of Portugal, having pity upon this fair damsel, ordered it to be set down after another manner, that was what was his good pleasure, and not what actually was written of their loves. And they relate that history of these loves thus, though with more reason, faith is to be given to what we have before said. Briolania being restored to her kingdom, and enjoying the company of Amadis and Agrayes, persisted in her love, and seeing no way whereby she could accomplish her mortal desires, she spake very secretly with the damsel to whom Amadis and Galaor and Agrayes had each promised a boon if she would guide Don Galaor where he could find the knight of the forest. This damsel was now returned, and to her she disclosed her mind, and besought her with many tears to advise some remedy for that strong passion. The damsel then, in pity to her lady, demanded as the performance of his promise from Amadis, that he should not go out of a certain tower till he had a son or daughter by Briolania. And they say that, upon this, Amadis went into the tower, because he would not break his word, and there, because he would not consent to Briolania's desires, he remained, losing both his appetite and his sleep, till his life was in great danger. This being known in the court of King Lisuarte, his lady Oriana, that she might not lose him, sent and commanded him to grant the damsel's desire, and he, having this command, and considering that by no other means could he recover his liberty or keep his word, took that fair queen for his leman, and had by her a son and a daughter at one birth. But it was not so, unless Briolania, seeing how Amadis was drawing nigh to death in the tower, told the damsel to release him of his promise, if he would only remain till Don Galaor was arrived, doing thus that she might so long enjoy the sight of that fair and famous knight, whom when she did not behold, she thought herself in great darkness. This carries with it more reason why it should be believed, because this fair queen was afterwards married to Don Galaor, as the fourth book relates. Here then it appears that an infante of Portugal commanded some alteration to be made in the story, because he was displeased that Briolania should love in vain. There exists a sonnet ascribed to an infante of Portugal and addressed to Vasco Lobeira, praising him as the author of Amadis and objecting to this very part of the story. It is thus printed in a work entitled Obras Inéditas dos Nossos Insignes Poetas, dadas à luz por Antônio Lourenço Caminha, Lisboa, 1791. Soneto, feito pelo senhor infante Dom Pedro, filho do senhor rei Dom João I. Outros dizem que é do senhor rei Dom Afonso IV, mas prova-se que foi do antecedente, porque o Lobeira morreu no ano de 1403. Bom Vasco de Lobeira e de grão-sem, de pran que vos havades bem contado, o feito de Amadis, o namorado, sem que darende por contar irém, e tanto vos aprouve, e é também, que vos seredes sempre endiloado, e entre os homens os por aumentado, que vos eram adiante, e que era bem. Mas por que vos fizeste a formosa, brioran ramar endoado um non, esto cobarde, e contra sá amaram vontade? Cá eu hei grão dó da ver queixosa, por sa grão formosura e sa bondade, e or porque ao fim amor não lhe pagaram. In the reign of Joam I, says Manuel de Faria e Souza, the infante Dom Pedro wrote the sonnets Bom Vasco, etc., Vim Amor, etc., in praise of Vasco Lobeira, the inventor of the books of chivalry, by that of Amadis. I know not where the second of these sonnets is to be found, neither of them are among the Infante Dom Pedro's poems, published by José Soares da Silva at the end of his Memórias para a História del Rei Dom João I, as copied from the Cancioneiro of Rezende, nor do I recollect them in that very rare and valuable collection to which I cannot now refer. But it is impossible that this sonnet should have been written by either of the princes to whom it has been ascribed. The Infante Dom Pedro was but in his 11th year when Vasco Lobeira died, and Lobeira himself must have been a boy at the time of Afonso IV's death. Montalvo and Manuel de Faria and the Portuguese editor are, in this point, all in the wrong. if it be the composition of a royal or of a princely author, it must be King Pedro. This, however, must remain uncertain. But we may believe what Montalvo tells us, that the story had been altered in compliance with the taste of some noble Portuguese. The language of this sonnet is certainly as old as the time of Joam I. It agrees with the opinion of the person whom Montalvo calls the Infante Alfonso, and it addresses Vasco Lobeira by name as the author of Amadis of Gaul. This evidence is sufficiently decisive. It is incontrovertibly confirmed by Gomes Eanes de Zurara in his Crônica do Conde Dom Pedro de Menezes, a work written in 1463 and first published in the Coleção de Livros Inéditos de História Portuguesa, 1792. He expressly says that Vasco Lobeira wrote the book of Amadis, and that the whole was his own invention. Could he have foreseen that it would have ever become a subject of controversy, his testimony could not have been more decisive. Já seja que muitos autores cobiçosos de alargar suas obras forneciam seus livros recontando tempos que os príncipes passavam em convites, e assim de festas e jogos e tempos alegres, de buis não seguia outra cousa, senão a deleitação deles mesmos, assim como são os primeiros feitos de Inglaterra, que se chamava Grã-Bretanha, e assim o livro da Amadis, como quer que somente este fosse feito a prazer de um homem, que se chamava Vasco Lobeira, em tempo del rei Dom Fernando, sendo todas as coisas do dito livro fingidas do autor. Tom 2, page 422. Therefore, it can be no longer doubted that Vasco Lobeira is the author of Amadis of Gaul. The romance was written towards the close of the 14th century, if in Fernando's reign before 1383, but certainly after Edward III had laid claim to the crown of France, and when the court of Windsor was the most splendid in Europe. This is evident from the work itself. Had it been written later, even by one generation, Montalvo could not have complained of its rude and ancient style. Barbosa says the original work was preserved in the family of the Aveiros. If this copy has escaped the earthquake, it may probably be traced from the wreck of that family, and it is greatly to be wished that the Royal Academy of Lisbon would publish it for the honor of Portuguese literature, to which that academy has already rendered such essential services, and which by other nations is little valued only because it is little known. 2. Tressan claims for his countrymen only the 3 first books. In the 4th, he says, the Spanish taste begins to predominate, but the ridiculous anachronisms which he particularizes are all interpolated by D'Herbehet. King Lisuarte's train of artillery, his powder, his bullets, his bombs, and his culverins, are not to be found in the Spanish version. Cannons are once mentioned, as they are in Hamlet, but as in Hamlet it is a casual absurdity, the effect of carelessness, not of an ignorance which would have infected the whole work. The beginning of the 4th book is indeed very inferior in interest to what precedes it. The business and bustle of adventure are succeeded by long speeches and a needless detail of the different embassies. How much of this prolixity is to be attributed to what Montalvo calls his more polished and elegant style, it is now impossible to ascertain. Yet this prolixity has its effect. If it provokes impatience, it also heightens expectation. It is like the long elm avenues of our forefathers. We wish ourselves at the end, but we know that at the end there is something great. The Comte was of opinion that the original romance concluded with the rescue of Oriana. This would have been an unsatisfactory conclusion, nor would it have completed the author's design. Amadis is not safe, and cannot be happy while King Lisuarte is his enemy. The preeminence of Oriana above all her sex is not proved till she has achieved the adventure of the forbidden chamber. The reconciliation of her husband and her father, and this triumph which proves that, as the best and fairest of women, she alone is worthy to be the wife of the best and bravest of men, must be the work of the original author, unless he left the story incomplete. But there is no reason to suspect that the work of Vasco Lobeira was not completed. That, as well as the rudeness of the language, would have been mentioned by Montalvo. He would have claimed the merit of finishing the story, as well as of polishing the style. With the celebration of the marriage, the story obviously concludes. I have ended here, and left the reader to infer that Amadis and Oriana, like the heroes of every nursery tale, lived very happy after. The chapters which follow in the Spanish are evidently added to introduce the fifth book, or what Montalvo, in something like a quack's Greek, calls the Sergas of Esplandian. It is one romance growing out of another, as clumsily as a young oyster upon the back of its parent. The episode of the Queen of Dacia has been introduced for the same purpose. This has been here retained, that if any person should hereafter continue these volumes upon the plan of the Bibliothèque des Romans, everything necessary to render the after stories intelligible may be found in this, though this is in itself complete. The patchwork of Montalvo's imagination is in many places distinguishable. The letters upon Esplandian's breast, the most foolish fiction in the book, are his invention, for the interpretation is in the Sergas. Probably he has lengthened the period between the quarrel of Amadis and the king and their reconciliation. Oriana has no spell to preserve her charms when she wins the prize of beauty, and yet her son is at the age of manhood. It was convenient for the continuation of the history that Esplandian should be of age to follow arms when his father retired. If the faults inserted by the Spaniard, with reference to his own supplement, were weeded out, the skilful structure of the original story would not be less admirable than the variety and beauty of its incidents. The Orlando Innamorato is the only story that has ever been successfully continued. Boiardo had written but a fragment, and a fragment it was left by Berni. Montalvo had no such plea for adding his supplement to Amadis. The design was complete, and whatever he added to the finished structure could only mar its proportions. It is dangerous to attempt subjects which have been ennobled by a great master. Even the Greek tragedians were not equal to the task of dramatizing the characters of Homer. They could not bend the bow of Meonidas. They teach us to despise Ajax and to dislike Ulysses, for they attribute nothing but cunning to the one and only brutal courage to the other. They caught the outline, but the finer shades and discriminating lines escaped them. In our own literature we have an illustrious instance. Who can tolerate the tale of Paradise Lost in the rhymes of Dryden's play? It is fortunate for the fame of even Milton that he did not execute his design of writing a second Macbeth. When the curate purged Don Quixote's library with fire, he spared 3 romances: Turante the White, for its quaintness; Palmering of England, partly for its merit, and partly because by some unaccountable blunder he fancied that it was written by a king of Portugal; Amadis of Gaul, because it was the first of the kind and the best. The censure of Cervantes was more efficient than his praise. Lobeira, like Ariosto, would have received no injury from his ridicule, if like Ariosto he had stood alone. But the old judgment was reversed. The proscription acted like the laws of Trajan in the East, and the father suffered for the faults of his worthless children. Montalvo and his imitators sheltered themselves under a great name. The Sergas of Esplandian is called the 5th book of Amadis of Gaul. The histories of Esplandian's son and his son's son were the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and thus they went on from generation to generation. Fortes creantur fortibus might be their standing motto. Instead of concluding, chronicle-like, with "he died, and his son reigned in his stead," they keep Amadis alive like a patriarch or an adept. The father of a flock sees not so many generations sprung from him. To such longevity do they prolong his life, that instead of fixing his birth not many years after the crucifixion, it should have been dated sometime before the flood. This perpetual succession of heroes was ill imagined. The son was always to exceed the father, and in his turn yield to the grandson. As our hosiers, besides the best stockings, sell the extra best and the best superfine, Esplandian must fight with Amadis, and Lisuarte of Greece with Esplandian, and Amadis of Greece with Lisuarte. Hence also the ridiculous hyperboles. When all the varieties of fighting had been exhausted by Amadis, it only remained to make taller giants for Esplandian, and give a stronger scythe-sweep to his sword, to mow them down. The fictions of Lobeira are more modest. Famongomadan and his family are but giants of the O'Brien breed, with names, to the great merit of their godfathers, of a most giantly proportion. If the author of Amadis be compared in his battles with Ariosto, his descriptions will be found as lively and as varied. He brings everything before the eye with the same poet's power, but he rarely or never so wantonly abuses his prerogative. In one respect, the after romances copy the original with undeviating servility. They all have their Amadis and their Gaulaor, the constant and the general lover. There is at least some morality in the preference, but all the firstborn are illegitimate. The hero must be every way irresistible. The loves of King Perion and of his son are justified or palliated by a pledged promise which the Catholic Church considers binding. Lobeira expressly says they were not without fault because the promise had been so secret. Montalba's morals are more casuistical and convenient. "It is glory enough for me," says Urganda, when she gives the bastard sons of Gaulaor and King Cildadan as comrades to Esplandian. "It is glory enough for me, since I can have no children myself, that these by my means have been born of others, for they shall do such things for the service of God, that not only will they be forgiven who begot them against the command of the Holy Church, and I who was the cause, but it will be imputed to them as so great a merit, that they shall thereby obtain rest for their bodies in this world, and for their souls in the next." Book 4, Volume 270. Montalbo and his followers have totally changed the machinery. The Urganda who appears to Galbanes and the Child of the Sea is a true fairy, like Morgane le Fay and the Lady of the Lake. Arcalaus is but a poor enchanter. He has only a room in his castle protected by a spell. His courage is more formidable than his black art. It is the fleetness of his horse that preserves him, not his magic. But the Urganda who sails about in the Great Serpent is an enchantress of a different species, and her rivals, the Irfea and Melia, are as tremendous as the Medea of classical romance. The difference of religious temper is remarkable. Vasco Lobeira, who had never borne arms against any but the Castilians, made his hero fight with Christian enemies, and only now and then kill a stray pagan. In Montalvo's days the reign of persecution had begun. The expulsion or extirpation of the Moors was a favorite hope of the Spaniards after they had subdued them, and the heroes of Spanish romance naturally became the champions of the faith. It is no wonder that the original work differs so materially from the swarm of imitations. Bressan need not have supposed that they must have been written in a different country to account for its superiority. Lobeira could paint heroes from the life. The fame of the Black Prince and the odor of his virtues were still fresh in Spain. It was the age of chivalry, the noonday of heroism and honor. A Portuguese, one of the good and loyal Portuguese, as their own excellent chronicler calls them, who fought at Aljubarrota for King Joam of good memory, might conceive the character of Amadis. Nuno Álvares Pereira might be his living pattern, but a Spaniard who described humane and generous valor in the days of Ferdinand and the Austrian family could paint only from a dim recollection of the past. A century, the most eventful of any in human history, had changed everything. The mode of warfare, the politics, the religious feelings of Europe were all altered. The Inquisition and the House of Austria, two curses more fatal than all the plagues of Egypt, were established in Spain, and her civil and religious liberties were destroyed. Inferior as these after-books of Amadis certainly are, they form so singular an epoch in the history of literature that an abridgment of the whole series into our language is to be desired. Should this be attempted, it must be from the Spanish, not from the Bibliothèque des Romans, nor from the versions of D'Herbehet. D'Herbehet has omitted much that is curious in manners, and inserted much that is abominable in morals. He is inaccurate and obscene. There is occasionally, though but rarely, a rude and savage nakedness in the original which I have veiled. The Frenchman has always delighted to expose it. He has dilated single phrases into whole paragraphs with that love of lewdness which is so peculiarly and characteristically the disgrace of French literature. What has become of these books which were once so numerous? In their own country they are as rare as they are in this. Almost one might suppose that the curate and the barber had extended their inquisitorial scrutiny to the booksellers' shops, and committed editions instead of volumes to the flames. It is the hypothesis of Wharton that romance was introduced by the Moors into Spain, and from thence diffused over Europe. Writers of equal eminence have controverted this opinion, and advanced others equally hypothetical. Romance, or fictitious narrative, is in fact, like poetry, common to all countries, and its character is in like manner everywhere modified by the circumstances of society. The machinery of the early romance writers is probably rather of classical than of oriental origin. Classical superstitions lingered long after the triumph of Christianity. The Spanish chronicles continually speak of augury. Certain practices of heathen faith were prohibited in Portugal by a law enacted during the life of Vasco Lobeira. The fathers of the Church expressly assert that the gods of the Gentiles are the fallen angels, and with this key a Catholic may believe the whole of Ovid's Metamorphoses. St. Anthony the Great saw and conversed with a centaur, and St. Jerome vouches for his veracity. Enchanted weapons may be traced to the workshop of Vulcan as easily as to the dwarfs of Scandinavia. The tales of dragons may be originally oriental, but the adventures of Jason and Hercules were popular tales in Europe long before the supposed migration of Odin or the birth of Mohammed. If magical rings were invented in Asia, it was Herodotus who introduced the fashion into Europe. The fairies and ladies of the lake bear a closer resemblance to the nymphs and naiads of Rome and Greece than to the fairies of the East. The reputation of the books of chivalry was declining when Cervantes destroyed it. George of Montemayor had newly introduced the pastoral romance. His Diana is so dull and worthless a story that it is wonderful it should ever have been successful enough to provoke imitation. Tales of intrigue were becoming fashionable. Of these, Juan de Timoneda, a Valencian, is said to have been the first writer in Spain. His first work, El Patranuelo, bears date 1576. These novellas were symptomatic of worse morals than the books of chivalry. The comic romance, of which the heroes are uniformly rogues, was still more mischievous. Lazarillo de Tormes was the first of this class. Of the swarm which followed, Guzman de Alfarache and La Pícara Justina are the best known. The common ballads of the country were infected, and ruffians and sharpers are still the heroes of the popular songs of Spain. The French romances do not appear to have been naturalized either in Spain or Portugal. Of late, indeed, we are told by Fisher that 2 editions of Cassandra have sold in the space of a year and a half at Madrid. It is singular that Calprenade should have found no readers in Spain till he was no longer read in any other part of Europe. The books of chivalry have become scarce in consequence of their popularity. They have probably been fairly worn out by repeated perusal, but as their fashion was gone by, it was useless to reprint them for general sale. Some few are still published for children, and it is no little proof of their merit that they are their favorite books. In England we have Valentine and Orson, and the 7 Champions of Christendom. Parismus and Parismenus, which is among the boys' books mentioned by Uncle Toby, and in the very interesting memoirs of Mr. Gifford, has lost its ground. In Portugal, Turpin's History of Charlemagne and the 12 Peers is the popular work. The parent of the whole stock is the last survivor. It remains that I should state in what manner the present version has been executed. To have translated a closely printed folio would have been absurd. I have reduced it to about half its length, by abridging the words, not the story, by curtailing the dialogue, avoiding all recapitulations of the past action, consolidating many of those single blows which have no reference to armorial anatomy, and passing over the occasional moralizings of the author. There's no vanity in saying that this has improved the book, for what long work may not be improved by compression? Meagre wine may be distilled into alcohol. The minutest traits of manners have been preserved, and not an incident of the narrative omitted. I have merely reduced the picture. Every part is preserved, and in the same proportions. Amadis of Gaul is valuable, not only for its intrinsic merit as a fiction, but as a faithful representation of manners and morality, and as such these volumes may be referred to as confidently as the original. The edition which I have made use of is that of Seville, 1547. The copy, for the book itself is exceedingly rare, was from the library of Mr. Heber, a gentleman whose liberality in the disposal of a very valuable collection leaves his friends less reason to regret that the public libraries of England should be more difficult of access, and consequently less useful, than those of any other country in Europe. The Comte de Tressan, in his free translation, has completely modernized and naturalized the character of the romance. His book is what he designed to make it, an elegant work, but the manners and feelings of the days of chivalry are not to be found there. They are all hidden under a varnish of French sentiment. He has scoured the old shield. The glitter which it has gained does not compensate for the loss of its sharpness, nor for the lines that are effaced. I should have abridged from the English translation had it been accurate, that the character of the language might have assimilated better with the work. But the English version, which bears date as late as 1618, a century after the publication of the book in Spain, has been made from the French. Every trait of manners which were foreign to D'Herberet or obsolete in his time is accordingly omitted, and all the foolish anachronisms and abominable obscenities of the Frenchmen are retained. I kept my eye upon it as I proceeded, for the purpose of preserving its language where it was possible. A modern style would have altered the character of the book. As far as was in my power, I have avoided that fault, not by intermixing obsolete words, but by rendering the original structure of sentence as literally as was convenient, and by rejecting modern phraseology and forms of period. It cannot be supposed that I have uniformly succeeded in this attempt. The old wine must taste of the new cask. The names which have a meaning in the original have not been translated. I have used Beltenebros instead of the beautiful darkling, or the fair forlorn, Florestan instead of Forster, El Patin instead of the Emperor Gosling, as we speak of Barbarossa, not Redbeard, Bocanegra, not Black Muzzle, St. Peter, not Stone the Apostle. The praise of accuracy is all to which I lay claim for the present work, and that I claim confidently. Perhaps others may not see the beauties which I perceive. The necessity of dwelling upon every sentence has produced in me a love for the whole. The reader will pass rapidly where I have lingered and loitered. He who drives post through a country sees not the same beauties as the foot traveller. But the merit of the work itself is not now to be ascertained. The verdict of ages has decided that. Amadis of Gaul is among prose what Orlando Furioso is among metrical romances, not the oldest of its kind, but the best. End of preface.
Section 1 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Book 1, Chapter 1 and 2 of Amadis of Gaul. Chapter 1. The introduction and beginning of this history. Not many years after the passion of our Redeemer, there was a Christian king in Lesser Britain, by the name Garinter, who, being in the law of truth, was of much devotion and good ways. This king had two daughters by a noble lady his wife. The eldest was married to Languines, king of Scotland. She was called the Lady of the Garland, because her husband, taking great pleasure to behold her beautiful tresses, would have them covered only with a chaplet of flowers. Agrias and Mabilia were their children, a knight and damsel of whom in this history much mention is made. Elisena, the other daughter, was far more beautiful, and although she had been demanded in marriage by many great princes, yet she would wed with none, but for her solitary and holy life was commonly called the lost devotee, because it was considered that for one of such rank, gifted with such beauty and sought in marriage by so many chiefs, this way of life was not fitting. King Garinter, who was somewhat stricken in years, took delight in hunting. It happened one day that having gone from his town of Alima to the chase, and being separated from his people, as he went along the forest saying his prayers, he saw to the left a brave battle of one knight against two. Soon he had knowledge of the twain, and that they were his own vassals, who being proud men and of powerful lineage, had often by their evil customs offended him. Who the third was he knew not, but now relying so much on the worth of the one, as he feared the two, he drew aside and waited the event, which sorted to such effect, as by the hand of that one the others were both slain. This done, the stranger came towards the king, and seeing him alone, said, Gentle sir, what country is this wherein knights errant are thus assailed? The king replied, Marvel not at this, knight, for our country yields as others do, both good and bad. As for these men, they have often offended, even against their lord and king, who could do no justice upon them because of their kindred, and also because they harboured in this covered mountain. This king you speak of, replied the stranger, I come to seek him from a far land, and bring him tidings from a dear friend. If you know where he may be found, I pray ye tell me. The king answered, Befall what may, I shall not fail to speak what is true. I am the king. The knight then loosing his shield and helmet, gave them to his squire, and went to embrace Garinter, saying that he was King Perion of Gaul, who had long desired to know him. Greatly were these kings contented that their meeting was in such a manner, and conferring together, they took their way through the wood towards the city, when suddenly a hart ran before them, which had escaped the toils. They followed at full speed, thinking to kill it, but a lion, springing from a thicket before them, seized the hart, and having torn it open with his mighty claws, stood fiercely looking at the kings. Fierce as you are, said King Perion, you shall leave us part of that game. And he took his arms, and alighted from his horse, who being affrighted at the wild beast, would not go near him, and placing his shield before him, went towards the lion, sword in hand. The lion left his prey and came against him. They closed, and Perion at that moment, when he was under the beast and in most danger, thrust his sword into his belly. When Garinter saw him fall, he said within himself, Not without cause is that knight famed to be the best in the world. Meanwhile their train came up, and then was their prey and venison laid on two horses and carried to the city. The queen being avised of her guest, they found the palace richly adorned and the tables covered. At the highest the kings seated themselves, at the other sate the queen with Elisena her daughter, and there were they served, as in the house of such a man beseemed. Then being in that solace, as that princess was so beautiful and King Perion on his part equal, in that hour and point they so regarded each other that her great modesty and holy life could not now avail, but that she was taken with great and incurable love. And the king in like manner, though till then his heart had been free, so that during the meal both the one and the other appeared absent in thought. When the tables were removed, the queen would depart to her chamber. Elisena rising dropped a ring from her lap, which she had taken off when she washed her hands, and in the confusion of her mind forgotten. She stooped for it, and Perion, who was near her, stooped down also, so that their hands met, and he taking her hand pressed it. She coloured deeply, and thanked the king for his service. Ah, lady, said he, it shall not be the last, for all my life shall be spent in your service. She followed her mother, but so disturbed that her sight was dizzy, and now not able to endure her feelings, she went and discovered them to the damsel Darioleta, in whom she confided, and with tears from her eyes and from her heart, besought her to find out if King Perion loved any other woman. Darioleta, surprised at this alteration, pitied and comforted her mistress, and went to King Perion's chamber. She found his squire at the door with the king's garments, which he was about to give him. Friend, said she, go you about your other affairs, for I must wait upon your master. The squire, thinking it was the custom of the country, gave her the garments and went away. She then entered the chamber where the king was in bed. He who had seen her converse with Elisena confidently now hoped that she might bring some remedy to his passion, and said to her all in trembling, Fair friend, what demand ye? I bring you wherewith to clothe yourself, she replied. That should be for my heart, said Perion, which is now stripped and naked of all my joy. As how? said the damsel. Thus, quoth he, coming into this land with entire liberty, and apprehending nothing but the chance of arms, here in this house I have been wounded by a mortal wound, for which if you, fair damsel, can procure me remedy, you shall be well recompensed. He then charged her not to discover him but where it was requisite, and told her his love for Elisena. Then said Darioleta, My lord, promise me on the faith of a king and a knight that you will take to wife my lady Elisena when time shall serve, and right soon will I bring ye, where not only your heart shall be satisfied, but hers also, who, it may be, is in as much or more thought and dolour than you, with the same wound. But without this promise you shall never win her. The king, whose will was already disposed by God, that that which ensued might come to pass, took his sword which was by him, and laying his right hand upon the cross of its hilt, pronounced these words, I swear by this cross, and this sword wherewith I received the order of knighthood, to perform whatever you shall require for the lady Elisena. Be you then of good cheer, said she, for I also will effect my promise. Darioleta returned to the princess and told her how she had sped. You know, said she, that in the chamber where King Perion lodgeth there is a door opening to the garden, whence your father used to go out, and which at this present is covered with the hangings, but I have the key thereof, and we can go in at night when all in the palace are at rest. When Elisena heard this she was highly contented, but recollecting herself, she replied, How shall this be brought to pass, seeing that my father will lodge in the chamber with King Perion? Leave that to me, said the damsel, and with that they parted. When it was night, Darioleta drew aside the squire of Perion, and asked him if he was of gentle birth. I, said he, the son of a knight, but why ask ye? The desire I have, quoth she, to know one thing, which I beseech you by the faith you owe to God and to the king your master, not to hide from me. Who is the lady whom your master loveth best? My master, replied the squire, loves all in general, and none as you mean. While they thus talked, Garinter came nigh, who seeing Darioleta in conference with Perion's squire, called her, and asked her what he had to say to her. In sooth, my lord, quoth she, he tells me that his master is wont to be alone, and certainly I think he will feel himself embarrassed by your company. Garinter hearing that went to King Perion and said, My lord, I have many affairs to settle, and must rise at the hour of matins, and that you may not be disturbed, you had better be alone in your chamber. King Perion replied, Do as shall seem best to your liking. Then Garinter understood that Darioleta had told him rightly of his guest's inclination, and ordered his bed to be removed from Perion's apartment. These tidings Darioleta carried to her mistress, and they waited the hour when all should retire to sleep. Chapter II. How Amadis was begotten and born. At night, when all was hushed, Darioleta rose and threw a mantle over her mistress, and they went into the garden. When Elisena came to the chamber door, her whole body trembled, and her voice that she could not speak. King Perion had fallen asleep. He dreamt that some one, he knew not who, entered his chamber by a secret door, who, thrusting a hand between his ribs, took out his heart and threw it into the river. He asked why that cruelty was committed, and was answered, it is nothing, there is another heart left there which I must take from you, though against my will. Then the king suddenly awoke in great fear and blessed himself. At this moment the two damsels had opened the door and were entering. He heard them, and being full of his dream suspected treason, when he saw a door open behind the hangings, of which he had not known, and leaping from his bed he caught up his sword and shield. What is this? cried Darioleta. The king then knew her, and saw Elisena his beloved. He dropt his shield and sword, and throwing a mantle about him which was ready by the bed, he went and embraced her whom he loved. Darioleta then took up the sword in token of his promise and oath, and went into the garden, and Perion remained alone with Elisena, in whom, as he beheld her by the light of the three torches, he thought all the beauty of the world was centred. When it was time that they should part, Darioleta returned to the chamber. I know, lady, said she, that heretofore you have been better pleased with me than you are now, but we must go, for time calleth us. Elisena rose. I beseech you, said Perion, do not forget the place. And she departed with the damsel. He remained in his room, and recollecting his dream, which still affrighted him, a wish to know its significance made him desirous to return to his own country, where were many wise men skilful in the solution of such things. 10 days King Perion sojourned at Alima, and every night his beloved mistress visited him. Then it was necessary that he should depart, despite of his own inclination and the tears of Elisena. He took leave of Garinter and the queen, and having armed himself, when he looked for his sword to gird it on, he missed it. Though the loss grieved him, for it was a tried and goodly weapon, he durst not enquire for it, but making his squire procure him another, he departed straight for his own kingdom. Albeit, before his departure, Darioleta came and told him of the great affliction and loneliness in which his lady was left. I commend her to you, my friend, said he, as mine own proper heart. Then taking from his finger a ring of two which he wore, each resembling the other, he bade her carry it to his love. So Elisena remained, leading a solitary life and in great grief. Darioleta comforted her the best she could, and the time passed on, till she felt herself great with child, and lost the appetite for food, and the pleasure of sleep, and the fresh colour of her countenance. Then was her sorrow and carefulness greater, and not without cause, for in that time was there a law, that any woman, of what quality or estate soever, offending in such sort, could not excuse herself from death. This so cruel and abominable a custom endured till the coming of the good King Arthur, who was the best king that ever there reigned. He revoked it at the time when he slew Floyan in battle before the gates of Paris. And albeit, because of the words which Perion swore upon his sword, she was without fault before God, yet she was not before the world, for they had been so secret. To let him know her condition was what she could not think, for he was young and proud of heart, and took no delight elsewhere than where renown was to be gained, and so was for ever going on errant knight from one place to another. So she found no remedy for her life, yet did not the loss of life afflict her so much as that of her dear and beloved lord. But God, by whose permission all this had come to pass for his holy service, gave such discretion to Darioleta that she remedied all. In the palace of King Garinter there was an arched chamber separated from the rest, which overlooked the river. It had a little iron door through which the damsels sometimes were wont to go out by the water side, but now none inhabited the apartment. This chamber by Darioleta's advice did Elisena request of her father, as suiting her disposition and solitary life, where she might perform her prayers undisturbed, with no companion but Darioleta, who had always served and accompanied her. This request she lightly obtained, and hereupon was the key of the iron door given to Darioleta, to open when it pleased the princess to recreate herself by the river. Here was Elisena somewhat comforted to find herself in a place so convenient for her purpose, and she required counsel of her damsel what should be done with the fruit that she travailed withal. What, replied Darioleta, it must suffer to save you. Holy Mary, then said Elisena, shall I consent to destroy the child of him who I love best in the world? Leave alone those thoughts, the damsel answered, if they kill you they will not spare the infant. It were great folly to destroy yourself and your lover, who could not live after you, for the sake of saving the child, who if you die must die also. As this damsel was of quick mind herself, and now guided by the grace of God, she determined to have the remedy ready before the need, and it was in this guise she took took 4 boards, and with them made an ark large enough to contain a new born child and its garments, and long enough for the sword. She fastened them together with bitumen, and such sort as the water should have no place to enter. She hid all this under her bed till she had completed it, and it was even and close as if a master had made it. Then she showed it to Elisena, and asked for what she thought it was designed. She answered, I know not. You shall know, said the damsel, when need is. Elisena replied, but little do I care to know what is done or what is said, for I am near to lose all my joy and comfort. Then had Darioleta great grief, and she wept to part, not bearing to see her mistress weep. It was not long before her travail came, and in those new and strange pains, and bitterness of heart, and not daring to cry out or groan, it pleased the Lord that she was safely delivered of a son. The damsel took him in her arms, and saw that the boy was a fair boy, had he not been born to hard fortune, but she delayed not to execute what of necessity had been resolved. She wrapped him in rich garments, and laying him by his mother brought the ark. Elisena cried, what will you do? Place him here, she answered, and launch him down the stream, and belike he may escape. Then the mother took him in her arms and wept bitterly over him, but Darioleta took ink and parchment and wrote upon it, This is Amadis, son of a king. It was the name of her saint, and of great reverence in that country. She covered the parchment with wax, and hung it by a string round the neck of the babe, and Elisena fastened upon the string the ring which King Perion had given her at his departure. Darioleta then placed the infant in the ark, and laid his father's sword beside him. This done, she covered the ark, which was securely joined and caulked, and opening the iron door, took it in her arms, and placed it in the river, commending it to God. The tide ran strong, and soon carried the ark into the sea, which was not more than a half league distant. Now the dawn appeared, and it pleased God that there was a knight of Scotland sailing on that sea, returning from the Lesser Britain to his country, with his wife, who had newly been delivered of a son called Gandalin. The morning was both calm and clear, whereby the knight Gandales saw the ark floating among the waves, and he ordered the mariners to put out a boat and take it up. They speedily overtook it, and Gandales opened the cover, and beholding the babe within, he cried, This is from no mean place. And this he said because of the rich garments, and the ring, and the good sword, and he cursed the mother who had for fear abandoned so fair a child. He carefully laid aside all the things that were contained in the ark, and desired his wife to breed up the infant, and she ordered the nurse of her own child Gandalin to suckle him. So they went their way through the sea with a favourable time, and took port in a town in Scotland called Antalya, and from thence departing they came to his castle, which was one of the good ones of the land. There he had the child brought up like his own son, and such he was believed to be, because the mariners who took up the ark had sailed away to other parts. Chapter 3. Section 2 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 3 and 4 of Amadis of Gaul. Book 1, Chapter 3. How King Perion went to his own country, and of what befell him, and how Urganda met Don Gandales, and of that what she said to him. King Perion having departed from Alima went his way in great heaviness, as well as for the loneliness wherein he had left Elisena, whom in his heart he loved, as also for the dream which in such a season had come upon him. But having reached his own country, he sent for all his great lords, and ordered the bishops to bring with them the most learned clerks in their parts, to the end they might expound his dream. When his vassals knew of his return, many others, as well as all who were summoned, came with great desire to see him who was beloved of all. The king conferred with them on the state of the realm, but it was always with a sad countenance, whereby they were much afflicted. And this business being dispatched, he dismissed them each to his own lands, only staying with him 3 clerks, whom he knew were the most skilful in what he desired to learn. These men he took into his chapel, and there upon his sacred host he made them swear to answer truly what he should demand, without fear, how dangerous soever it were. That done they left the chapel, and he told them his dream. Then one of them, whose name was Ungar the Picard, the most expert of them, thus answered, Dreams, sire, are vain things, and for such ought to be esteemed. Notwithstanding, seeing it is your pleasure that some account should be made of yours, give us time to consider thereon. Let it be so, said the king, take 12 days, and he ordered them to be separated. that they should neither see nor converse with each other. They to their uttermost travailed upon this matter, and when the time was elapsed they went to the king. He first took Alberto of Champaigne apart, and said to him, You know what you have sworn, now then speak to me. Sire, answered Alberto, then let the rest be called into your presence, for before them will I tell you. Whereupon they were sent for, and being all met, Alberto began. It appears to me that the closed chamber, and he whom you saw enter by the secret door, signify this realm, which is close and well guarded. Nevertheless some one shall enter to take it from you, and like as he thrust his hand into your side, and rent forth your heart, and threw it into the river, even so shall town or castle be taken from you, and put into his hand, from whom you shall not easily recover them. And the other heart, quoth the king, which he said should remain with me, and yet he must take it away against his will? It seemeth by this, answered Alberto, that some other shall invade your country, as the first did, yet constrained more by another commanding him to do so, than by any will in himself; and upon this, sire, I know nothing more to say. The king then commanded Anteles to say what he had discovered. He agreed to all that the other had said, except in this, quoth he, that my art shows me it is already done, and by the person that most loveth thee. This makes me marvel, for nothing of your kingdom is yet lost, and if it were, it could not be by one who loves you so dearly. Hearing this the king smiled a little, for it seemed he had said something. But Ungan the Picard, who knew much more than they, held down his head and laughed heartily, a thing which he had seldom done, being by nature a thoughtful and melancholy man. The king wondered at this, and said, Now, master, tell us what you know. Sire, said he, peradventure I have seen into things which should be manifested to you alone, therefore let these depart. Then the doors were closed, and they twain remained together. Know, king, said he, that what I laughed at was a word of which you thought little. When he said it was already done, and by the person whom best loveth ye, now shall I reveal what you keep closely concealed and think that none knows. Your love, where you have already accomplished your will, and she whom you love is marvellously fair. Then told he all the fashions of her as if she were there before him. The chamber in which you saw yourself enclosed you well know, and how she to ease your heart and her own entered without your knowledge by the secret door, and the hand that opened your side is your union, and the heart which was taken out showeth that she hath by you a son or a daughter. Master, said the king, what meaneth then the casting thereof into the river? He replied, Seek not to know that which is of no importance. Tell me how be it, quoth Perion, and fear nothing. Since you are pleased to hear it, answered Ungan, I demand assurance that for anything which I may reveal you will never hereafter be wroth with her who loveth you so loyally. And Perion made the promise. Know then, said the master, that what you saw cast into the river is the child which she has had by you. And that other heart that remaineth, what should that be? You may interpret the one by the other, answered Ungan. You will have another son, who will in some manner be taken away against the will of her that caused the loss of the first. Strange things hast thou told me, said Perion, and may it please God that the latter part, the misfortunes of my children, prove not as true as what thou hast told me concerning the lady whom I love. The master answered, None can alter the things which were ordained by God, nor know wherein they shall end. Men therefore should neither repine nor rejoice thereat, for oftentimes as well the evil as the good proves far otherwise than it seemed. And do thou, O king, lay aside from thy memory all this which thou wast so solicitous to know, and pray to God to dispose these things to his holy service. The king was satisfied in what he desired, and so pleased with the wisdom and the last words of Ungan the Picard, that he rewarded him well, and kept him thenceforward near his person. As Perion parted from the clerks he met a damsel, more ornamented than beautiful, who said to him, Know, King Perion, that when thou recoverest thy loss, the kingdom of Ireland shall lose its flower. And away she went, so that he could not detain her, and he remained thinking upon these things. The author ceaseth to speak of this, and returneth to the child whom Gandales brought up. He was named the Child of the Sea, for so they had named him, and with much care was he brought up by that good knight and his wife, and he grew and became so fair that all who saw him marvelled. One day Gandales rode forth, for he was a right good knight and strong, and always accompanied King Languines at such time as they followed arms, and though the king had ceased to follow them, yet Gandales ceased not. He, as he rode along, met a damsel, that thus spake to him, Ah, Gandales, if many great personages knew what I know, they would cut off thy head. Wherefore? quoth he. She replied, because thou nourishedst their death. Now this was the damsel who had prophesied to King Perion. But Gandales understood not, and he said, Damsel, I beseech ye for God's sake what is this? I shall not tell thee, she answered, but so it must be, and she went her way. He remained thoughtful, but soon he saw her returning upon her palfrey with all speed, and crying with a loud voice, Gandales, help me, or I am dead. He looked and saw a knight come after her, sword in hand, and he spurred his horse between them, and cried out, Sir knight, God confound thee, what wouldst thou with that damsel? What, said the other, wouldst thou protect her, who by her art has made me lose body and soul? Of that I know nothing, said Gandales, but protect her I will, for women are not to be thus punished, even though they deserve it. The knight answered, That we shall see, and returning his sword into the scabbard, he rode to a little thicket, wherein there waited a damsel exceedingly fair, who gave him a shield and a lance, and then he ran at Gandales, and Gandales at him. They had not long fought, before she who had desired succour of Gandales stepped between them, and cried, Hold! Forthwith the knight who had pursued her drew back, and she said to him, Come, make obeisance to me. That shall I do willingly, said he, as to the thing in the world which I most love. And throwing the shield from his neck and the sword from his hand, he bent his knees before her, to the wonder of Gandales. Then she bade him tell the damsel under the trees to get her away immediately, or he would take her head off. He turned to her and exclaimed, Thou ill woman, I know not why I spare thee. And the damsel saw that her friend was enchanted, wherefore she mounted her palfrey and rode away, making great sorrow. The other damsel then said, Gandales, I thank you for what you have done, go, and good be with you. As for this knight, I pardon him. That, said Gandales, you may, but I shall not give over the battle unless he confess himself vanquished. She answered, Give it over, for though you were the best knight in the world, I could make him vanquish you. Then tell me, said he, the meaning of what you said, that I nourished the death of many great personages. She made him swear that none should know it from him till she permitted, and then said, I tell thee, he whom thou foundest in the sea shall be the flower of knighthood in his time, he shall cause the strongest to stoop, he shall enterprise and finish with honour that wherein others have failed, and such deeds shall he do as none would think could be begun nor ended by body of man. He shall humble the proud, and cruel of heart shall he be against those who deserve it, and he shall be the knight in the world who most loyally maintains love, and he shall love one answerable to his high prowess, and I tell you that on both sides he is of kingly parentage. Now go thy way, and believe that all this shall come to pass, and if thou discoverest it, there shall happen to thee therefore more evil than good. Ah, lady, said Gandales, tell me for God's sake where I can find you to talk with you upon this child's affairs. She answered, That shalt thou never know. Tell me then your name, I beseech you by the faith you owe to the thing in the world that you love best. Thou conjurest me so that I will tell, but the thing that I love best is that which least loves me, and it is that fair knight which whom you combated, howbeit I cease not for that to bring him to my will, whatever he can do. My name is Urganda the Unknown, mark me well, and know me again if you can. And he who first saw her a damsel in her spring time as one of 18 years, now beheld her so old and overspent, that he marvelled how she could sit upon her horse, and he crossed himself. She took a perfume box from her bosom, and touching it became as she was before. Now, said she, think you to find me hereafter though you should seek me? Weary not yourself for that, for though all living creatures go about it, if I list they should lose their labour. As God shall save me, I believe it, lady. But I pray you remember the child who was forsaken of all but myself. Doubt not that, said Urganda, I love him more than thou canst think, for I shall soon receive aid from him twice, which none else could give me, and he shall receive 2 guerdons to his joy. Now God be with thee, thou shalt see me sooner than thou expectest. And then she took the shield and helmet of her friend to carry them, and Gandales, seeing his head disarmed, thought him the goodliest knight that he ever beheld, and so they parted. As Gandales returned to his castle, he found that other damsel by the way, sitting beside a fountain and lamenting. She knew him, and exclaimed, How is it, knight, that the wicked woman who you helped has not destroyed you? Wicked she is not, said Gandales, but good and wise, and if you were a knight I would make you pay dearly for the folly of your words. Ah, the wretch, quoth she, how she knows to beguile every one! She has taken from me the fair knight who would more willingly be mine, but I will be revenged if I can. Gandales answered, It is a wild thought to hope to injure her who knows your very intentions, and as for the knight, it seems to me that you are both without reason or conscience. With that he left her, and came to his castle, and seeing the little boy come running towards him, he took him up in his arms, and lovingly embraced him, and remembering all that Urganda had told him, he said in his heart, my fair child, God let me live to see thy good days, and with that the tears came. At this time the child was of 3 years, and his beauty was marvellous to behold, and he, seeing the tears, put up his little hands to wipe them away, whereat Gandales rejoiced as a sign that he would be gentle hearted, and thenceforward he taught him with a kinder will. And when he came to the age of 5, he made a bow for him, suited to his strength, and another for his son Gandalin, and they used to shoot before him. When he was 7 years old, King Languines and his queen and household, passing through his kingdom from one town to another, came to the castle of Gandales, where they were well feasted. But the Child of the Sea and Gandalin and the other children were removed to the back court, that they might not be seen. It fortuned that the queen was lodged in one of the highest apartments of the castle, and looking from her window she saw the children at play with their bows, and among them she remarked the Child of the Sea for his shapeliness and beauty, and he was better clad than his companions, of whom he looked like the lord. The queen called to her ladies and damsels, come and see the fairest creature that ever was seen. While they were looking at him, the child, who was thirsty, laid down his bow and arrows, and went to a water pipe to drink. A boy, bigger than the rest, took up his bow to shoot with it. This Gandalin would not suffer. The other struck him angrily, and Gandalin cried out, help me, Child of the Sea. He hearing this ran to him, and snatched the bow, and crying, in an ill minute did you strike my brother, struck him on the head with all his force. They fought a while till the other was fain to run away, and meeting their tutor, who asked what was the matter, replied, that the Child of the Sea had beat him. The tutor went towards him with the strap in his hand. How is this, Child of the Sea, said he, that you dare beat the boys? I shall punish you. But the child fell upon his knees. I had rather you would strike me, said he, than that any one before me should dare to beat my brother, and the tears came in his eyes. The tutor was moved, and told him to do so no more. All this the queen saw, and she wondered why they called him the Child of the Sea. Chapter 3. Book I. Chapter 4. How King Languines took with him Amadis, who was called the Child of the Sea, and Gandalin, the son of Don Gandales. At this time the king and Gandales entered, and the queen asked their host if that fair child was his. He answered, yes. Why then, said she, is he called the Child of the Sea? Because he was born on the sea, when I returned from Brittany. Truly he is but little like you, said the queen, and this she said because the child was beautiful to a wonder, and Gandales was more good than handsome. The king, who was looking at him likewise, bade Gandales call him, for I will take him with me, said he, and have him brought up. So let it be, said Gandales, but he is not yet of an age that he should leave his mother. Then he went and brought him, and said, Child of the Sea, will you go with this king my master? Wherever you bid me, he replied, and my brother shall go with me. And I, quoth Gandalin, will not stay without him. Gandales then looked at the king. I believe, sire, you must take them both. I am the better pleased, answered the king, and calling Agrayes, my son, I would have you love these boys as well as I love their father. When Gandales saw that the Child of the Sea was placed in the hands of another, the tears came into his eyes, and he said within himself, fair son, thou art a little one to begin to go into adventure and danger, and now I see thee in the service of those who may one day serve thee. God guard thee, and fulfil what the wise Urganda foretold, and let me live to see the great wonders which in arms are promised thee. When the king saw that his eyes were full, he said, I did not think thou had been so foolish. Nor am I, answered Gandales, but if it please you, do you and the queen hear me? The rest then withdrew, and he told them how he had found the child, and he would have told what he knew from Urganda, but for his promise. And now, said he, deal ye with the child as you ought, for as God shall save me by the way in which he came to me, I believe he is of great lineage. Then the queen said, he should be hers so long as he was of age to obey women, and the next morning they departed, taking the children with them. Now I tell you that the queen brought up the Child of the Sea as carefully as if he had been her own son, and the trouble she took with him was not in vain, for such was his talent and so noble his nature, that better and more quickly than any besides he learned every thing, and he was so fond of the chase, that if they would have let him, he would have been always shooting with the bow, or training the dogs, and the queen loved him so that she would scarce suffer him to be out of her sight. Now King Perion, after consulting the clerks, abode in his kingdom, and many times he thought upon the words which the damsel had spoken, yet could he not understand them. After some time, he being in his palace, there came a damsel and gave him a letter from Elisena his love, whereby she gave him to know that her father was dead, and she was unprotected, and for this cause he should pity her, for the Queen of Scotland her sister was coming with her husband to take possession of the land. King Perion, though he was sorrowful for Garinter's death, yet rejoiced to think that he should go for his mistress, whom he never ceased to love, and he said to the damsel, return and tell your lady that without delaying a single day I shall speedily be with her. And the damsel returned joyfully. The king then collecting a suitable retinue set forth and journeyed till he came to the Lesser Britain, where he found news that Languines was in mastery of all the land, except those towns which her father had left to Elisena. So hearing that she was at a town called Acarte, he went there, and if he was well received need not be said, and she also by him who so dearly loved her. The king told her to call together all her friends and kindred, for he would take her to wife, the which Elisena did with great joy, for in that consisted the end of all her wishes. Now when King Languines knew the coming of King Perion, and how he would marry Elisena, he summoned all the noblemen of the land, and went with them to meet him, and when the marriage and the feasts were concluded, the kings agreed to return into their own dominions. Perion returning with Elisena his wife, came to a river side where he would rest the night, and while the tents were erecting, he rode alone along the banks, thinking how he might learn something from Elisena about the child of whom Ungan the Picard had told him. So long went he on in this mood till he came to a hermitage, and fastening his horse to a tree, he went in to say his prayers. There was an old man within in the habit of his order, who asked him, Knight, is it true that King Perion has married the daughter of our king? Yea, verily, answered the king. Praised be God, said the good hermit, for I know certainly that she loved him with all her heart. How know you that? By her own mouth, said he. The king then thinking to hear of him the thing he most desired to know, made himself known, and besought the hermit to tell him all he had heard of her. Truly, sir, answered the good man, therein should I greatly fault, and you would hold me for a heretic if I should divulge what was said in confession. Suffice what I tell you, that she loves you with true and loyal love. But I would have you know what a damsel, who seemed very wise, said to me at the time when you came first into this country, and I could not understand her, that from the Lesser Britain should come two dragons, who should hold their sway in Gaul, and their hearts in Great Britain, and from hence they should go to devour the beasts of other countries, and against some they should be so fierce and furious, and against others so gracious and mild, as if they had neither talons nor hearts. The king wondered at this, which he could not understand, but there came a time when he knew the prophecy was true, so he returned to his tents. When they were in bed together, he told the queen what had been interpreted of his dream, and asked her if she had brought forth a son. The queen hearing him had so great shame that she wist herself dead, and she altogether denied it, so that at this time the king could not learn what he desired. They continued their journey till they arrived in Gaul, and those of the land were well pleased with their queen, who was a most noble lady, and the king had by her a son and a daughter, whom he called Galaor and Melicia. When the boy was 2 years and a half old, it so was that the king his father sojourned at a town called Bengal, which was near the sea. The king was looking from a window towards the gardens, where the queen and her ladies were solacing themselves, and the child with them, who then began to walk. They saw enter, through a postern door that went out to the sea, a giant with a huge mace in his hand, so large and mismade that never man saw him without affright. The women ran, some among the trees, and others fell down and shut their eyes that they might not see him. But he went straight to the child, who was left alone, and taking him in his arms, he laughed and said, The damsel told me true. With that he went out by the same way, and entering into a bark, put to sea. The queen, who saw him carry away the child, shrieked loudly, but it nothing availed, and her grief was so great, that though the king was greatly afflicted for the loss of his son, whom he could not succour, yet, seeing there was no remedy, he went to console Elisena, who was, as it were, destroying herself with excess of grief, remembering the first son that she had exposed upon the sea, And now that she saw this gone also, she made the greatest raving in the world. But Perion took her with him to their chamber, and when she was somewhat calmed, he said to her, now I know that what the wise man told me was true, for this was the last heart. So tell me all the truth, for considering the state in which you were, you ought not to be blamed. And then the queen, though with great shame, related to him all, and he comforted her, and bade her live in hope to hear good tidings of both their sons, whom it had pleased God to take away. This giant who carried away the child was a native of Leonis, and he had two castles in an island, and his name was Gandalac. He was not so wicked as other giants, but of a gentle and good demeanour, except when he was enraged, and then would he do great cruelties. He sailed on till he came to the cape of an island, where there was a hermit. Now the giant had peopled that island with Christians, and ordered alms to be given him for his support. Friend, said he, take this child, whom you must bring up for me, and teach him all that is convenient for a knight, for he is the son of a king and a queen, and I forbid you ever to be his enemy. The good man asked him why he had committed the great cruelty. That I will tell you, said he. I was about to embark to fight with Albadan, the fierce giant who slew my father, and has taken from me the rock Galtares which is mine. But there came a damsel to me, and said, this which you want to do must be accomplished by the son of Perion of Gaul, who will have more strength and activity than thou hast. I asked her if that was true. That shalt thou see, said she, when two branches of a tree shall be joined, which now are separated. In this manner Galaor was left with the hermit. While these things aforesaid passed, King Falangriz reigned in Great Britain, who dying without children, left a brother named Lisuarte, of great goodness in arms and much discretion, who had married Brisena, daughter of the King of Denmark, and she was the fairest lady that was to be found in all the islands of the sea. So after the death of Falangriz, the chief men of the land sent for Lisuarte to be their king. End of chapters 3 and 4 of Book 1. Section 3 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Book 1, Chapters 5 and 6 of Amadis of Gaul. Chapter 5. How King Lisuarte, sailing towards Great Britain, took port in the kingdom of Scotland, and how the Child of the Sea was made knight by King Perion without their knowing each other. When King Lisuarte heard this embassage, he set sail with a great fleet, and on their way they put into Scotland, where he was honourably received by King Languines. Brisena his wife was with him, and their daughter Oriana, born in Denmark, and then about 10 years old, the fairest creature that ever was seen, wherefore she was called the one without a peer. And because she suffered much at sea, it was determined to leave her there. Right gladly did King Languines accept this charge, and his queen said, believe me, I will take care of her like her own mother. So Lisuarte proceeded, and when he arrived at Great Britain he found those who had disturbed him, as in common cases, and for this cause he did not send for his daughter. And with great trouble that he took he was king at last, and he was the best king that had yet been, nor was there ever one who better maintained chivalry till King Arthur reigned, who passed in goodness all kings that were before him. The Child of the Sea was now 12 years old, but in stature and size he seemed 15, and he served the queen, but now that Oriana was there, the queen gave her the Child of the Sea, that he should serve her, and Oriana said that it pleased her, and that word which she said the child kept in his heart, so that he never lost it from his memory, and in all his life he was never weary of serving her, and his heart was surrendered to her, and this love lasted as long as they lasted, for as well as he loved her did she also love him. But the Child of the Sea, who knew nothing of her love, thought himself presumptuous to have placed his thoughts on her, and dared not to speak to her, and she who loved him in her heart was careful not to speak with him more than with another, but their eyes delighted to reveal to the heart what was the thing on earth that they loved best, and now the time came that he thought he could take arms if he were knighted, and this he greatly desired, thinking that he would do such things that if he lived his mistress should esteem him. With this great desire he went to the king, who was at that time in the garden, and fell upon his knees before him, and said, Sire, if it please you, it is time for me to receive knighthood. How, Child of the Sea, said Languines, are you strong enough to maintain knighthood? It is easy to receive, but difficult to maintain, and he who would keep it well, so many and so difficult are the things he must achieve, that his heart will often be troubled, and if through fear he forsakes what he ought to do, better is death to him than life with shame. Not for this, replied he, will I fail to be a knight ; my heart would not require it, if it were not in my will to accomplish what you say, and since you have bred me up, complete what you ought to do in this ; if not, I will seek some other who will do it. The king, who feared lest he should do this, replied, Child of the Sea, I know when this is fitting better than you can know, and I promise you to do it, and your arms shall be got ready. But to whom do you think to go? To King Perion, who they say is a good knight, and has married the sister of your queen. I would tell him how I was brought up by her, and then he would willingly fulfil my desire. Now, said the king, be satisfied, it shall be honourably done. And he gave orders that the arms should be made and sent to acquaint Gandales thereof. When Gandales heard this he greatly rejoiced, and sent a damsel with the sword and the ring and the letter in wax, which he had found in the ark. The Child of the Sea was with Oriana and the ladies of the palace discoursing, when a page entered, and told him there was a stranger damsel without, who brought presents for him, and would speak with him. When she who loved him heard this, her heart trembled, and if any one had been looking at her they might have seen how she changed, and she told the Child of the Sea to let the damsel come in, that they might see the presents. Accordingly she entered, and said, Sir Child of the Sea, your good friend Gandales salutes you as the man who loves you much, and sends you this sword and this ring and this wax, and he begs you will wear this sword while you live for his sake. He took the presents and laid the ring and the wax in his lap, while he unrolled the sword from a linen cloth in which it was wrapped, wondering that it should be without a scabbard. Meantime Oriana took up the wax, and said, I will have this, not thinking that it contained anything. It would have better pleased him if she had taken the ring, which was one of the finest in the world. While he was looking at the sword, the king came in and asked him what he thought of it. It seems a goodly one, sir, said he, but I marvel wherefore it had no scabbard. It is 15 years, said the king, since it had one, and taking him by the hand he led him apart, and said, You would be a knight, and you know not whether of right you should be one. I therefore tell you all that I know concerning you. And with that he told him all that Gandales had communicated. The Child of the Sea answered, I believe this, for that damsel said, my good friend Gandales had sent her, and I thought she had mistaken, and should have called him my father. But I am nothing displeased herewith, except that I know not my parents, nor they me, for my heart tells me I am well born. And now, sir, it behoves me more to obtain knighthood, that I may win honour and the praise of prowess, since I know not my lineage, and am like one whose kindred are all dead. When the king heard him speak thus, he believed that he would prove a hardy and good knight. As they were thus conversing, a knight came to inform the king that King Perion had arrived. Languines went to welcome him as one who knew how to do honour to all, and after they had saluted, he asked how it was that he came so unexpectedly. I came to seek for friends, replied Perion, of whom I have more need than ever, for King Abies of Ireland wars upon me, and is now with all his power in my country, and Daganel his half brother is with him, and both together have collected such a multitude against me, that I stand in need of all my friends and kinsmen, for I have lost many of my people in battle already, and others whom I trusted have failed me. Brother, replied Languines, your misfortunes grieve me not a little, and I shall aid you the best I can. Agrayes, who was already knighted, now came and knelt before his father, saying, Sir, I beg a boon. The which being granted, for King Languines loved him as himself, he pursued, I request that I may go to defend the queen my aunt. And I grant it, answered Languines, and you shall be as honourably and well accompanied as may be. This while had the Child of the Sea been looking earnestly at Perion, not as his father, for of that he knew nothing, but because of his great goodness in arms, of which he had heard the fame, and he desired to be made a knight by his hand rather than by any man in the world. To attain this purpose he thought best to entreat the queen, but he found her so sad that he would not speak to her, and going to where Oriana was, he knelt before her and said, Lady Oriana, could I know by you the cause of the queen's sadness? Oriana's heart leapt at seeing him whom she most loved before her, and she said to him, Child of the Sea, this is the first thing you ever asked of me, and I shall do it with a good will. Ah, lady, I am neither so bold nor worthy as to ask any thing from one like you, but rather to obey what it pleases you to command. What, said she, is your heart so feeble? So feeble that in all things towards you it would fail me, except in serving you like one who is not his own, but yours. Mine, said she, since when? Since it pleased you. How, since it pleased me? Remember, lady, the day whereon your father departed, the queen took me by the hand, and leading me before you, said, I give you this child to be your servant, and you said it pleased you. and from that time I have held and hold myself yours to do your service, yours only, that neither I nor any other while I live can have command over me. That word, said she, you took with a meaning that it did not bear, but I am well pleased that it is so. Then he was overcome with such pleasure that he had no power to answer, and Oriana, who now saw the whole power that she had over him, went to the queen and learned the cause of her sadness, and returning to the Child of the Sea told him that it was for the queen her sister, who now was so distressed. He answered, if it pleased you that I were a knight, with your leave I would go and aid the queen her sister. With my leave? And what, without it would you not then go? No, said he, for without the favour of her whose it is, my heart could not sustain itself in danger. Then Oriana smiled and said, since I have gained you, you shall be my knight, and you shall aid the sister of the queen. The Child of the Sea kissed her hand. The king my master has not yet knighted me, and I had rather it should be done by King Perion at your entreaty. In that, said she, I will do what I can, but we must speak to the Princess Mabilia, for her request will avail with her uncle. Mabilia, who loved the Child of the Sea with pure love, readily agreed. Let him go, said she, to the chapel of my mother, armed at all points, and we and the other damsels will accompany him, and when King Perion is setting off, which will be done before daybreak, I will ask to see him, and then will he grant our request, for he is a courteous knight. When the Child of the Sea heard this, he called Gandalin and said to him, my brother, take all my arms secretly to the queen's chapel, for this night I think to be knighted, and because it behoves me to depart right soon, I would know if you wish to bear me company. Believe me, quoth Gandalin, never with my will shall I depart from ye. The tears came in the eyes of the child at this, and he kissed him in the face, and said, do now what I told you. Gandalin laid the arms in the chapel while the queen was at supper, and when the cloths were removed, the Child of the Sea went there and armed himself all, save his head and his hands, and made his prayers before the altar, beseeching God to grant him success in arms, and in the love which he bore his lady. When the queen had retired, Oriana and Mabilia went with the other damsels to accompany him, and Mabilia sent for Perion as he was departing. And when he came, she besought him to do what Oriana the daughter of King Lisuarte should request. Willingly, said King Perion, for her father's sake. Then Oriana came before him, and when he saw her, how fair she was, he thought there could not be found more equal in the world. She begged a boon, and it was granted. Then, said she, make this my gentleman knight, and she showed him to Perion kneeling before the altar. The king saw how fair he was, and approaching him said, would you receive the order of knighthood? I would. In the name of God then, and may he order it that it be well bestowed on you, and that you may grow in honour as you have in person. Then putting on the right spur, he said, now are you a knight and may receive the sword. The king took the sword and gave it to him, and the child girded it on. Then, said Perion, according to your manner and appearance, I would have performed this ceremony with more honours, and I trust in God that your fame will prove that so it ought to have been done. Mabilia and Oriana then joyfully kissed the king's hand, and he commending the Child of the Sea to God, went his way. But he, who was now a knight, took leave of the damsels who had watched with him, and Oriana, whose heart was bursting though she dissembled that, led him aside and said, Child of the Sea, I judge of you too well to think you are the son of Gandales. If you know any thing of this, tell me. So he told all that from King Languines he had heard, and she greatly rejoicing thereat commended him to God. He found Gandalin at the palace door holding his lance and his shield and his horse, and he mounted and went his way unseen for any, for it was yet night. They rode on till the noon was past, and then refreshed themselves with the food that Gandalin had brought, and when evening came they heard in the woods the voice as of a man in great suffering, wherefore the knight rode presently that way. He found a knight dead, and hard by him another sorely wounded, and a woman upon him who made him so cry out, for she was thrusting her hands into his wounds. Help me, sir knight, he cried, and let me not be murdered by this wretch. The woman at that fled, and the Child of the Sea alighted, and took the wounded man, whom had swooned away, in his arms, and so dealt with him that he revived, and cried, Take me where I may have some help for my soul, for I am slain. Take courage, sir knight, said the Child, and tell me how this happened. It is that wicked woman, he replied, whom I took to wife, and last night she forsook me to go with another, whom ye now see lying dead, and after I had slain him, I told her that I would forgive her, if she would dishonour me no more, but she, seeing how weak I was with the loss of blood, fell upon me, and thrust her hands into the wounds to kill me, so that well I perceive I cannot long live. Therefore I beseech ye, good sir, help me to a hermitage that is near at hand. And they laid him upon Gandalin's horse, and went towards the hermitage. But the woman, who had a little before sent for her three brothers to save her from her husband, met them now, whom she had no sooner espied than she exclaimed, Help me, for that wicked knight who goes yonder is carrying away my husband, whom he hath well nigh slain. Follow him and kill him, and the man with him who is as bad as he. This said that her guilt might not be known, and she went on her palfrey to show them the way. The Child of the Sea by this had left the wounded knight, and was proceeding, when they overtook him and cried, Stop, traitor. You lie, replied the Child, I am no traitor, and shall defend myself well from treason. Come on like knights. He broke his lance upon the first, whom he drove to the earth, both him and his horse, whence they could neither arise. Then took his shield from Gandalin, and so played his part that he lightly discomfited the twain. The woman attempted to fly, but Gandalin stayed her. Then said one of the brethren, We know not, sir, whether this battle hath been for right or wrong, and he then related what his sister had told him. The Child blessed himself at hearing this, and told them how she had murdered her husband, and he took them to mercy on condition that they should carry her and her husband to King Languines, and tell the king that a knight who had that day sallied out had sent them to be at his judgment. Chapter VI. How Urganda gave the lance to the Child of the Sea, and how he delivered King Perion from those who would have slain him. Then the Child of the Sea gave his shield and helmet to Gandalin, and proceeded. They had not ridden far when they saw a damsel coming off her palfrey, and she had in her hand a lance with its belts, and presently another damsel, who came by a different path, joined her, and they both came on communing together. When they reached him, she with the weapon said, Take this lance, sir, and I tell you that within 3 days it will stand ye in good stead, as therewith ye shall deliver from death the house whence ye are descended. He, wondering at her words, replied, How, damsel, can a house live or die? She answered, So it will be, and this lance I give you for some services which from you I expect, the first whereof shall be when you shall do an honour to one of your friends, whereby he shall be put into the worst danger that any knight hath been these 10 years space. Damsel, said he, such honour, if God please, I will not do my friend. She answered, So it will be, and spurred her palfrey and departed. Now this was Urganda the unknown. The other damsel who remained then said to him, Sir knight, I am from a strange land, and if it please you will abide with you till the 3rd day, and defer my journey to my mistress. Whence are you? said he. From Denmark. And he knew this was truth, for he remembered the language of Oriana in her childhood. Then, said he, if ye please, damsel, to go with me, I will defend ye to my power. But I pray ye, know ye that other damsel? Never till this meeting. She told me that lance was for the best knight in the world, and desired me, after her departure, to tell ye that she bare you great affection, and that her name was Urganda the unknown. Ah God, quoth he, how unfortunate I am, and I cannot find her against her will. And thus devising they went until the dark evening overtook them. At this time they met a squire, who asked where they were going. Along the road, replied the Child. That, quoth he, is true, but if you mean to have lodging ye must turn aside from it, there is no dwelling place near, except my father's castle, and there shall ye be well entertained. And this the squire did, because far on was a castle which they could not pass without doing battle, and he had never seen the combat of knight errants. So they were well served that night, and on the morrow when they departed, the squire said he would bring them again into their way, as far as a castle which they must pass. After riding about 3 leagues they saw the castle, and a goodly one it seemed, for before it ran a river, and it had a drawbridge, whereon was a fair tower at the end. The damsel and the squires rode first, but as soon as the damsel attempted to pass, 6 fellows armed with cuirasses and head pieces seized her bridle, and told her to swear or she would die. Swear what? quoth she. Swear never to show favour to your lover till he promise you to help King Abies against King Perion. With that she cried aloud for help, and the Child of the Sea caught a hatchet from one of the ruffians and felled him. The rest fell upon him, one he sliced to the eyes, another from the shoulder to the ribs. Seeing this their comrades fled. Now, damsel, proceed, quoth he, and evil be to them that encourage such villainy. But now as they went on a great noise was heard in the castle, and the damsel told him to take his arms. Fear not, said he, where ladies are so evil entreated, there can be no men worth anything. Sir, quoth she, I dare not go on unless you take your arms. So he took them, and proceeded through the gate of the castle, where they met a squire lamenting out loud. Ah God, they are killing the best knight in the world, for not taking an oath which he cannot keep. The Child of the Sea passed him, and saw King Perion beset by 2 knights and 10 halberders, who had slain his horse, and now assailed him on all sides, crying, Swear or die. Traitors, quoth the Child, you shall die for him. With that they called to the porter to shut the castle gate, and half of them, leaving King Perion, fell upon the knight. But soon had he slain the 2 knights, and rode among the halberders, scattering them, till with the king's help they were all slain, except some few who got upon the walls. But then the Child alighted and followed them, and some in their fear leapt down. 2 only fled into a chamber, where lay an old knight so aged that he could not rise, who cried out, From whom are ye flying, villains? From a knight who hath played the devil in your castle, killed both your nephews and all your comrades. The Child of the Sea had followed them, and bade them show him their master or he would slay them. And when he saw the old man in bed, he blessed himself and said, Thou old wretch, art thou on the very edge of the grave, and dost thou maintain such customs? With these words he made offer to smite off his head. Ah, mercy, quoth the old man. Swear then, said the knight, that thou, whilst thou livest, no more such treason may be maintained here. Wheretofore the old man right gladly took his oath. Now tell me, wherefore hast thou heretofore kept this custom? For the love of King Abies of Ireland, who is my nephew, and because I could not aid him with my body, I wish to assist him with such knights errant as pass this way. False villain, quoth the Child of the Sea. With that he kicked down the bed, and the old man with it, and commending him to all the devils, he left him, and went down into the court, and took the horse of one of the knights whom he had slain, and leading it to King Perion, cried, Mount, sir, for I little like this place, and those who are in it. Then they departed. The Child of the Sea would not take off his helmet, lest the king should know him, and when Perion asked who he was that had succoured him in such need, he persisted in concealing himself, till the damsel took his helmet off. Then presently Perion knew him, that it was the youth whom he had knighted at the lady's request, and embracing him, he said, Truly I know now you better than before. Sir, quoth the Child, I knew you well, that it was you who gave me the order of knighthood, wherewith, so please it God, I shall serve you in your wars in Gaul. They came at length to a double way, and the knight asked Perion which way he took. The left, answered the king, for it leadeth to my country. God have you then in his keeping, quoth the Child, for I must take the right. Then, said Perion, I pray you remember your promise. So took they leave of each other. The damsel then said to the Child of the Sea, Sir knight, I have hitherto kept you company, because the damsel who gave you the lance said she brought it for the best knight in the world, and surely I have seen so much that I know it was a truth. Now I will shape my course towards my lady. And who is she? Oriana, the daughter of King Lisuarte. But when he heard his lady named, his heart trembled in such sort that he had nigh fallen from his horse. Gandalin, who saw him totter, ran to him, and he cried, My heart faileth me. The damsel, thinking some sudden sickness was the cause thereof, would have had him unarmed, but he told her it was needless, and that he was liable to such seizures. Then they parted company, the damsel and the squire towards the court of Languines, and the Child of the Sea and Gandalin going where fortune guided them. 2 days they rode without adventure, and on the third, about mid-day, arrived in the sight of a goodly castle, that belonged to Galpano, the most valiant knight in these parts, but who followed the service of the wicked enemy, instead of the lord's, who had endowed him with strength and courage. He had a custom to make all ladies and damsels that passed his castle enter in, where forcibly he took his will of them, and made them swear never to take other lovers than him, which if they refused he beheaded them, and what knights came he made combat with his 2 brethren, whom if they conquered, he would force the conqueror to deal with himself, who was the strongest knight in all that country, and he made them swear to call themselves the conquered by Galpano, else he cut off their heads, and when they had sworn, he stripped them of all they had, and sent them away afoot. Chapter 7 Section 4 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 7, 8, and 9 of Amadis of Gaul. Book I. Chapter 7. Of the battle which the Child of the Sea had with Galpano and his people. As the Child of the Sea approached the castle, he met a damsel accompanied by a squire and page. She was a fair damsel, and her hair was beautiful, which she rent as she went along, and made great lamentation. When the knight heard how she had suffered from the custom of that castle, he took her bridle and said, Come with me, and I shall avenge you. So they rode on and entered the base court, where there was a knight on horseback, who said to him, Come on and receive your dishonour. Tell me, quoth the Child, art thou the villain who forced this lady? No, said he, but if I were, what wouldst thou then? Revenge her, said the Child of the Sea. The knight of the castle then spurred his horse and ran at him full speed, but the Child, meeting him in full career, gave him such greeting that shield nor breastplate availed, for the lance went through his shoulder, and he fell down dead. The Child drew out the lance, and met the second knight so directly that he rent his helmet from his head and bore him to the ground. He cried out for help, whereon 3 halberders issued out, to whom he said, Kill this traitor. They all ran violently on the Child, and slew his horse, but he lightly rose, and first he drove his lance through the knight, between the ear and neck, then bestirred himself against the other 3, who coming behind had wounded him in the shoulder, so that he lost much blood. Full well he recompensed the villain that did it, for he clove him down to the chest. The others fled, crying aloud for help. The Child leapt on the horse of one of the knights and followed, and he saw a knight unarmed at a door, who cried out to him, What hath moved thee to come here and kill my people? Sir, quoth the damsel, this is the villain. Villain, said the Child, dearly shalt thou pay for thy disloyal dealing. Go arm thee, else I will slay thee naked as thou art, for to such wretches there should be no mercy shown. But the damsel cried out, Kill him, that he live not to abuse any more, for that will be to your account. Ah, wretch, quoth he, in an evil hour came he hither in thy company, and he went in telling the Child to wait for him, for it was no use to fly. Galpano soon came armed into the court, mounted on a lusty white courser, and cried to the Child, Well mayst thou repent the time that ever thou sawest this damsel, for it will cost thee thy head. Thereat in anger he replied, Each must guard his own, and let he who cannot lose it. Without longer stay they couched their spears, which in their encounter pierced through shield and armour to the flesh, and so forcibly did shields, helmets, and bodies clash together, that they both fell. Soon they arose, and laid hand to sword, and threw their shields before them, and began a fierce combat. The splinters of their shields were strewn about, and pieces of their armours, and their helmets were battered and broken, and the ground whereon they fought covered with their blood. Galpano, who felt a sore wound in his head, drew back to wipe away the blood from his eyes. How now, Galpano, quoth the Child, dost thou not remember that we fight for our heads, and if thou defendest not thy own, thou wilt lose it? Be patient awhile, answered Galpano, and let us breathe a little, we have time enough to make an end. Not so, said the Child, I do not combat thee for courtesy, and so fiercely then he smote him that he bent his knees to the ground, yet quickly he arose and defended himself. But the Child pressed him that he could scarce lift his sword, and now sought only to protect himself with his shield. And the shield was hewn away piecemeal. Then having no remedy he fled, and would have got into a tower where his men were, but the Child overtook him by the steps, and caught him by the helmet, and smote his head from his shoulders. Then turning to the damsel said, Now may you choose another lover, for this to whom ye swore hath discharged you from your vow. He would have ascended the tower, but the steps were drawn up. Then mounting the horse of Galpano, which was a goodly one, he said, Let us be gone. I will take the head of this villain, said she, and present it to the knight to whom I am sent on your behalf. The Child answered, Not the head, that will be troublesome, take the helmet instead. And he asked to whom she was going. To Agrayes, said she, son of the King of Scotland. She then by her importunity learnt who had succoured her, and went her way. The Child rode on, but he bled fast along the way, and the white horse was stained with his blood. About the hour of vespers he saw a castle, from whence an unarmed knight came out to meet him, and asked him where he took those wounds. In a castle not far behind. And that horse? I took him in the place of my own which they slew there. And where is the knight whose he was? He has lost his head, said the Child. Then would the knight have kissed his feet, saying, Ah, sir, you are right welcome, for by you have I recovered my honour, for this was one whom Galpano had conquered. Sir knight, then said the Child, where can I find some remedy for my wounds? In my house, he replied, my niece shall cure ye better than any other in this land. So he caused him to be unarmed, and laid in a sumptuous bed, where his wounds were looked to by the lady, who told him that if he could rest there for a few days he would be made whole. Chapter 8. How the three knights came to the court of King Languines, and the other knight in the litter, and his traitorous wife, by command of Amadis. On the third day after the Child of the Sea had left the court of King Languines, the three brethren arrived there, with their false sister and her wounded husband in a litter, and they delivered the woman into the king's hand, on the part of a new knight who had lately left his court. The king blessed himself at hearing the woman's wickedness, and turning to the wounded man, said, Methinks so wicked a woman as your wife deserveth not to live. Sire, said he, do therein what you think fit, but I never will consent to kill the thing I most love. So the brethren then took leave of the king, and carried with them the wounded knight, leaving their sister to receive judgment. The king said to her, Thy husband is more loyal to thee than thou hast been to him, but ye shall dearly abide your falsehood, and he made her be burnt. Languines marvelled much who the knight could be, for no one but Oriana and the damsels who had been with her knew that the Child of the Sea was knighted, and the king thought he was going to visit Gandales. The squire was standing by who had lodged him, and afterward conducted him to the castle where he delivered King Perion. It may be, quoth he, a young knight, with whom I and a damsel of Denmark that is here kept company for a while. Know you his name? said Languines. No, sire, but he is young and exceeding fair, and I saw him do such rare deeds of chivalry in so little time, that in mine opinion, if he live, he will prove one of the best knights in the world. Then discoursed he of all that he had seen him atchieve in rescue of King Perion, and added, Mayhap the damsel who came hither with me can tell ye more tidings of him, for I met them together. Presently was she sent for, whereupon she declared so much as she knew, chiefly, how Urganda brought him the lance, and said it was for the best knight in the world. But in sooth, quoth she, I know not his name, for never could I learn it of him. Ah God, said the king, who may it be? Now she who loved him doubted not who it was, but she was in great trouble, for the king her father had sent for her, and loath was she to go where she could not so often receive news from him, whom she loved more than herself. After 6 days, as the king was conferring with his son Agrayes, who now was about departing to succour the king his uncle, there came in a damsel and knelt to the prince, and said, Sir, hear me a while before the king your father. Then took she in her hand a helmet, with so many sword dints and breaches that there was not a sound place in it. Take, sire, this helmet instead of the head of Galpano. I present it to you on the part of a young knight, whom of all living it best becomes to follow arms. And this he sends you because Galpano dishonoured a damsel who was going on your service. What, quoth the king, is Galpano overcome by the hand of one man? This certainly must be the same young knight. And he asked the damsel if she knew his name. That learnt I, she answered with great importunity. He is called the Child of the Sea. Ah, quoth Agrayes, where may I find him? My lord, he commendeth himself to you, giving you to understand that you shall find him at the wars. Great was the joy for these good tidings of the Child of the Sea, but above all was his lady Oriana rejoiced, though she concealed it. The king enquired from the damsels how he was knighted, and when they told him by their means, he replied, More courtesy hath he found in you than in me, though I only delayed thinking he was yet too young. The damsel now delivered her bidding to Agrayes, and he departed with a good company for Gaul. Chapter 9. How King Lisuarte sent to the house of King Languines for his daughter Oriana, and he sent her, and with his daughter Mabilia, and how the Child of the Sea and Agrayes went to succour King Perion of Gaul. About 10 days after the departure of the prince, there came 3 ships from Great Britain, wherein as chief was the good knight Galder de Rascul, accompanied by 100 knights, and with a suitable train of dames and damsels for Oriana. Lisuarte sent them to give to King Languines his hearty thanks for the gentle entreatance of the princess his daughter, and to request that Mabilia would now come with her, who should be in like manner received and entertained. Right joyfully did Languines consent, and adorned them well, and made due preparations for their voyage. Oriana, knowing that she must needs go, made ready ; and when she was putting her jewels in order, she found among them the wax which she had taken from the Child of the Sea. That recollection brought tears into her eyes, and she clasped her hands in thought, so that the wax brake, and she saw the writing within, and read, This is Amadis, son of king. But when she had read this, never did such joy enter the heart of man as she felt. Without delay she called the Damsel of Denmark, and said to her, My friend, I will tell you something which no other than you and my own heart must know. Therefore do you keep it as the secret of such a princess as I am, and of the best knight in the world. That will I do, quoth the damsel, and doubt not to confide in me. Then so it is, dear friend, said Oriana, you must go and seek that young knight whom you know, he is called the Child of the Sea, and ye shall find him at the war in Gaul. If he be not there, await his coming, and give him this writing, wherein he shall find his name written at the time when he was cast into the sea. He is the son of a king, and if he was so good when he knew not who he was, now will he be yet better. And tell him that I am sent for to my father's court, and I bid him, when he leaves the war, come there also, that he may dwell there till I appoint him what to do. With this errand the Damsel of Denmark set out for Gaul. The princesses now embarked, Languines and the queen commending them to God. The weather was prosperous, and in a short time they reached Great Britain. The Child of the Sea remained 15 days in the castle, where the damsel looked to his wounds, and then, though they were hardly healed, departed. It was on a Sunday morning that he and Gandalin took leave of his host and his gentle leech, and entered a great forest. This was in the month of April, and he heard the birds sing in the wood, and saw the flowers on all sides, and then he thought of his love, and said aloud, Ah, child without lands and without lineage, how hast thou dared to place thy heart upon her who excels all other in goodness and beauty and parentage? For each of these three things the best knight should not dare to love her, for more avails her beauty than the worth of the best knight in the world, and her goodness than the wealth of the wealthiest. And I, who know not what I am, must live with the pain of my own rashness, and die without declaring it. He had made this moan, with his head hanging down, and now looking up, he espied a knight on horseback who had overheard him. The knight perceived that he stopped, came before him, and said, It seems you love your mistress, sir, better than yourself, when in commending her you dispraise yourself. Tell me who she is, that I may love her, as you by your own confession are not worthy. Sir knight, replied the Child, you have some reason for what you say, but you shall know nothing more, and if you were to love her you would have no success. The knight answered, Toil and danger for the love of one's lady ought to be deemed an honour, for at the end comes the reward, and he that loveth in so high a place as you do, should not be aggrieved at aught that may happen. The Child of the Sea thought that he spake well, and would have proceeded, but the other cried, Stay, knight, for either by will or by force you must tell me what I demanded. Go to then, quoth the Child. So again they laced their helmets, and took their shields and lances, and as they were separating for the joust, a damsel came up and cried, Stay, knights, and answer me one thing first, for I am in haste, and cannot tarry the end of your combat. At these words they stayed. Have you seen a knight called the Child of the Sea? And what would you with him? said the Child. I bring him tidings from his friend Agrayes, son of the King of Scotland. Wait a little, replied he, and I will give ye news of him. And with that he returned towards the knight who was calling to him to defend himself. They ran their course, the lance of the knight flew up in shivers, and both he and his horse were borne to the ground. The horse rose and was starting away, but the Child caught him and said, Sir knight, take your horse, and henceforth seek not to know any thing against a man's will. Then turning to the damsel, he asked her if she knew him for whom she enquired. No, said she, but Agrayes told me he would make himself known so soon as I should say that I came from him. Right, quoth the Child, for I am he. And with these words he unlaced his helmet, and when she saw his face, the damsel cried, In truth do I believe it, for I have heard him speak wonders of your beauty. Where did you leave Agrayes? Hard by the shore, not far hence, where he is about to embark with his troops for Gaul, and he wished to learn tidings of you, that you might cross with him. God reward him, said the Child, lead on and show the way. They soon came to the shore whereon the tents were pitched, and being now near them, they heard a voice behind, Stay, knight, or you shall tell me what I asked. He turned and saw the knight whom he had dismounted, and another now with him, and taking his arms met them both with their spears in rest and careering at him full speed. And they from the tents saw him how firm he rode in the saddle, so that they marvelled, for there was no knight of this time who rode better, or jousted with more grace, so that by this he was often discovered when he wished not to be known. Their both spears struck his shield which failed him, but his breastplate not. He ran at the knight whom he had before overthrown, and threw him again so roughly that in the fall he brake his arm. The Child lost his lance, he turned with his sword against the other, and gave it him on the head that he pierced the helmet, and he drew back the sword so forcibly that the laces brake, and the helmet came with the sword. The Child then passed the sword to his left hand, and caught his enemy's shield, and plucked it from his neck, and dashed it on his head so that he fell stunned. Then the Child gave his arms to Gandalin and proceeded to the tents. Agrayes went to him, wondering who he might be that so soon discomfited two knights. He knew him, and they embraced, and there was great joy when it was known that the Child of the Sea was arrived. The prince then sent for the two knights to his tent. Believe me, friends, said he, you attempted great folly to meddle with this knight. True, said he with the broken arm, yet I saw him in such plight that I little thought to find any resistance from him. And then he told what had passed in the forest, only the lamentation of the Child he durst not repeat. The next day they decamped, and rode to Palangues, a sea town opposite to Gaul. Then they entered the ships of Agrayes, and with fair wind soon reached a town in Gaul called Galfin, and from thence the castle Baladin, wherein was King Perion, who had lost many of his people, and was right glad of their coming. Agrayes went to visit Queen Elisena, taking with him the Child of the Sea and two other knights of good account. When Perion saw the Child, he took him by the hand and led him to the queen. This is the good knight of whom I told you heretofore, who defended me from the greatest danger that ever I was in, and this I tell you that you may love him better than any other knight. The queen advanced herself to embrace him, and he fell on his knees and said, Lady, I am the servant of your sister, and for her sake come to serve you, with like obedience as to her person. The queen thanked him lovingly, and seeing how fair he was, she thought of her own sons who were lost, and the tears came, so she wept for him who was before her, and she knew him not. Do not weep, lady, quoth he, you shall be restored to your cheerfulness with the help of God, and the king, and this knight your nephew, and me, who willingly will serve you. When Agrayes departed, he would have taken the Child with him, but Elisena said he was her sister's knight, and should be lodged with them, so he became his mother's guest. King Abies and Daganel soon heard that succour was arrived. Now, said the king, if King Perion has a heart to fight he will give us battle. Daganel replied, he feareth you too much, for Abies was then the best knight known. Galayn, Duke of Normandy, who was present, then said, I will tell you how we will make him. Daganel and I will set out to night, and at break of day we will appear before his town with a reasonable force. King Abies with the rest of the army shall lie in ambush in the forest. He will take heart and sally out upon us. We will feign a fear, and take flight towards the forest, and there shall they all be destroyed. You say well, replied Abies, let it be done. Presently they and all their people were armed and entered the forest, and there the king remained, while Daganel and Galayn proceeded. When the morning came, Perion and the queen went into the Child's chamber, whom they found rising and washing his hands, and they saw that his eyes were red and his cheeks marked with tears, so that it was plain he had slept little that night, and truly he had been thinking of his lady, and how hopeless his love was, and that death was all he could expect. Queen Elisena took Gandalin aside, and asked him the cause of his master's sadness, if it was for any offence that he had received there. He replied, he hath received great honour here, and this, madam, is his custom. He is wont to weep at night, as you see. While they were discoursing, the townsmen saw their enemies near, and shouted, to arms, to arms. Right glad was the Child of the Sea at this alarm. They armed themselves and rode to the gate, where they found Agrayes in wrath, because the wardens would not let him go forth, for he was one of the most spirited knights in the world, and if his strength had been like his courage, there would have been none to surpass him in prowess. At the king's command the gates were opened, and all the knights went forth. but seeing their enemies to be so great a number, there were some who said it would be folly to attack them. But Agrayes spurred his horse, exclaiming ill luck to him who tarries longer, and the Child of the Sea had already advanced before him, so they went to the charge. Daganel and Galayn made ready to receive them as those whom they heartily hated. The Child of the Sea encountered Galayn, who was foremost, and overthrew both man and horse, and the duke brake his leg in the fall. The Child had broken his lance, he laid hold of his sword, and rode among them, striking on all sides so fiercely that nothing could withstand his blows, till he was beset that his horse could not move for the throng. Agrayes with some of his followers forced their way to him, and made a great destruction among their enemies, and King Perion with his people came up, whom Daganel as well received. Then were the armies mingled together. There might you have seen the Child of the Sea doing wonders, felling all that opposed him, hewing and chining his enemies, and showing such chivalry that none durst abide him. Agrayes at seeing him took the more courage, and cried aloud to encourage his men, Look at the best knight that ever was born. When Daganel saw the Child of the Sea, what havoc he made up to him and strove to kill his horse, that he might fall among the throng, but that he could not effect, for the Child gave him such a stroke on the helmet that the laces burst and it fell off, and King Perion, who had come to the Child's succour, with another blow cleft him to the teeth. Then were they of Ireland and the Normans conquered, and they fled to the forest, crying aloud for King Abies that he should not tarry longer, and suffer them to be destroyed. And Perion and his company pursued till they saw Abies and his main army advanced, crying, Set on them, leave not a man alive, enter the town with them. When the knights of Gaul found themselves thus surprised, they were affrighted, for they were weary and their lances broken, and King Abies was the best knight in the world, and the one whom they most feared. But the Child of the Sea cried, Now, sirs, ye must maintain your honour, it will be seen what each is worth. The Irish came on like fresh men, and who had a great heart to do mischief. King Abies left not a knight in his saddle so long as his spear lasted. Then drew he his sword and laid about him so valiantly that King Perion's men could not withstand him, and they retreated towards the town. The Child seeing that, bestirred himself more angrily, and fought in the front, so that he gave the Gauls leisure to retire in some order, and prevented their utter rout. Agrayes and Perion always kept by him, and they three were the safety of the host. And enough to do had those Irishmen whom Abies had sent forward to enter the town, that the war might be finished. And now the Gauls had entered the gates, and King Abies came up, hoping that his men had entered with them, and greatly was he grieved to see that it was otherwise, and the more for he now heard how that Galayn and Daganel were slain. One of his people came up to him and said, Sire, do you see that knight on the white horse, who does nothing but what is marvellous? He it is who slain your captains. It was the Child of the Sea who rode the white horse of Galpano. With that King Abies rode up to him and said, Knight, thou hast slain the man in the world whom I most love, and dearly shalt thou abide it, if thou wilt come out and continue the battle. The Child replied, This is not a time to fight with you, for your men are many in number and fresh, and we are but few, and so travailed that it is a wonder how we have resisted you. But if ye will show the great hardiness for which you are renowned, and revenge him of whom you speak like a knight, choose you of your people as many as you think fit, and I will do the same, and then being equal you may gain the more honour, which is not to be won by coming with so great a number to take what is not your own. King Abies replied, Of how many shall the battle be? Since you leave it in my choice, said the Child, I will propose what may please you better. You are mine enemy for what I have done to day, and I yours for the wrong you have done this land. It is not reasonable that any other than ourselves should suffer. Let the battle be between you and me, and presently, if you will only let neither side stir till the end. So let it be, said Abies, and he called 10 of his best knights, who with 10 of the Child's party were appointed to keep the field. King Perion and Agrayes would have had him delay the combat till the next day, seeing that he was sore wounded. But he would not be moved, desiring the battle above all things, that he might prove himself against the world, who had the renown of the best knight in the world, and thinking that if he conquered, the war would be finished, and he might return to his lady Oriana, on whom his heart and all his desires were fixed. End of chapters 7, 8, and 9. Section 5 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 10 and 11 of Amadis of Gaul. Chapter 10. Of the battle which the Child of the Sea had with King Abies, and how he conquered him, whereby the war between King Abies and King Perion was concluded. But they on both sides, seeing that the greater part of the day was spent, determined that the combat should be delayed till the morning, albeit against the will of both champions. And this also they did that their arms might be repaired, and some remedy applied to their wounds, and because both armies being wearied, and having been hardly handled, stood in need of rest. The Child of the Sea therefore entered the town with Agrayes and King Perion, and as he rode along with his head unarmed, the people cried out, Ah, good knight, God give thee grace to proceed as thou hast begun. Thou art a fair knight, and one upon whom knighthood was well bestowed. As they drew nigh the palace, a damsel met with them, and said to the Child of the Sea, that the queen desired he would not be disarmed any where but in her apartments. This was at the king's desire, who now said, Friend, you must needs grant this request, and Agrayes must bear you company. So they went thither, where they found the queen and her many ladies and damsels ready to disarm them, but the queen would suffer none of them to touch the Child of the Sea, whom she herself disarmed, and threw a mantle over him. The king then came and saw how he was wounded, and asked him why he had not delayed the day of the battle. It had been needless, quoth the Child, I have no wound to detain me. So they presently dressed his wounds, and the supper was brought. On the morrow the queen and her ladies went to visit them, and they found them conversing with the king. Then mass was said, which being ended, the Child armed himself, not in the arms which he had worn yesterday, for they had been so dealt with that they were useless, but in a rich and goodly armour. Then he took leave of the queen, and mounted a fresh horse. King Perion carried his helm, and an old knight called Aganon his lance, and Prince Agrayes his shield, whereupon were portrayed two azure lions in a field of gold, rampant the one against the other. They went out from the town, and found King Abies mounted on a large black courser, armed at all points save his head. The townsmen and those of the host placed themselves where they might best see the combat. The lists were marked out, and scaffolding erected round them. Then they laced on their helmets. King Abies hung round his neck a shield which bore a giant in a field of azure, and a knight beheading him, for so he had once slain a giant who had lain waste his country. When they both had taken their arms, all who were in the lists went out, each commending their own champion to God, and the two knights ran at each other, as they who were of great strength and good heart. At the first encounter all their arms failed, the lances pierced through the shield and the breastplate, and into the flesh, and the staves flew in pieces, and they met body to body and horse to horse so furiously that they both fell, and all the beholders thought them dead. But soon they rose, and plucked the spearheads from the wound, and engaged so fiercely with their swords that it was fearful to see them. Yet the combat seemed unequal, not that the Child of the Sea was not well made and of goodly stature, but King Abies was so large that there was no knight whom he did not exceed in stature by a palm, and his limbs were like those of a giant. He was, however, beloved by his people, and had in him all good qualities except that he was too proud. The battle between them was cruel and without any respite, and their strokes resounded like the fight of 20 knights. They sliced away the shields, and battered the helmets, and hewed away the harness, and each bled so fast that it was a wonder how they could endure. And thus they continued till the hour of tierce, and then the sun grew hot and heated their armour, so that they began to wax somewhat feeble. At this time King Abies drew back. Hold, said he, and let us rest if you will. Thou art the best knight that ever I have combated withal, but I shall not for that spare thee, for thou hast killed him whom I loved best, and now puttest me to shame that the battle should last so long before so many good men. The Child of the Sea answered him, King Abies, thou hast shame for this, and not for entering this country in thy pride, and doing so much evil to him who had not deserved it at thy hands. Remember that men, and kings especially, are not to do what they can, but what they ought. And now thou wishest to rest, so have they whom you in your oppression would not allow to rest. And that you may feel what you have made others feel, look to yourself, for you shall not rest here. Abies then took his sword, and the little of his shield that was left. to thy own misfortune dost thou brave me, quoth he, for thou shalt not leave these lists till I have cut off thy head. Do thy utmost, replied the Child. Herewith more cruelty than before they renewed the battle, as if it were even then begun. King Abies, who was well practised in arms, fought warily now, warding the sword at his antagonist, and striking where the blow could injure most; but the lightness and promptitude of the Child made him in the end lose ground. And now as the Child destroyed all the remaining part of his shield, and wounded him so often that the sword turned in his hand for weakness, and so pressed he was that he gave back and almost turned to fly, seeking some safety against that sword that so cruelly he felt. But when he saw no remedy but death, he grasped his sword in both hands and smote at the Child, thinking to hew his helmet. The shield caught the blow, and the sword pierced in so deep that Abies could not pull it forth. The Child in return struck him so fiercely on the left leg that he cut it off, and the king fell. The Child set foot upon him, and plucking off his helmet, said, Thou art dead, King Abies, if thou dost not yield thyself vanquished. He replied, I am indeed dead, not vanquished, and my pride has overthrown me. I pray thee let assurance be given to my people, that they may safely depart and carry me into my own country. I forgive thee and all whom I hated, and all that I have taken from King Perion shall be restored, and I beseech you let me be confessed. When the Child of the Sea heard this, he was exceedingly sorrowful for King Abies, though he knew that he would have been without pity had he been the conqueror. And now the men of the army and of the town assembled in peace. King Abies ordered all his conquests to be restored, and Perion gave assurance to the Irish that they might return in safety. And Abies, having received all the sacraments of the Holy Church, gave up the ghost, and they carried him to his own country, making great lamentation for his loss. King Perion and Agrayes and the chiefs of the realm then came to the Child, and led him away from the field with such honours as the conquerors in these feats are wont to receive, who by their prowess procure not only glory to themselves, but the welfare of a ruined country. The damsel of Denmark had arrived at the commencement of the battle, and now, seeing how happily it had ended, she came up to him. Child of the Sea, speak with me apart. He went aside with her, and then she said, Oriana your mistress hath sent me, and I bring you from her this writing, wherein you shall find your name. He took the writing, but he had heard nothing save the name of his lady, and that had so confused him that the writing fell from his hand, and he dropt the reins upon his horse's neck. What now, sir? quoth she. Take you so ill the message that comes from the noblest damsel in the world, and who so dearly loveth you, and hath made me endure so much toil in your search? Friend, said he, I did not hear what you said for this pain which seized me, as you once witnessed heretofore. She answered, You need not dissemble with me, I know both your affairs and my lady's, for she hath trusted me, and if you love her you do no wrong, for it is not easy to relate how dearly she loveth you. And with that she repeated Oriana's message, and gave him again the writing, which he opened and saw that his name was Amadis. The damsel, having accomplished her errand, would then have returned, but he besought her to remain till the third day, and then he would accompany her. I came to you, she replied, and shall do as you command. The Child then rejoined King Perion, who was awaiting him. As they entered the city, the people welcomed with shouts their deliverer. So they proceeded to the palace, and in the Child's chamber they found the queen and all her ladies, and they took him in their arms from his horse, and the queen disarmed him, and masters came and searched his wounds, which though many were without danger. The king desired that he and Agrayes would eat with him, but he would have no other company than the damsel, to whom he did all the honour that could be devised. Thus he remained some days, nor did his wounds prevent him from walking frequently in the great hall to converse with the damsel, whom he still detained till he could bear arms and accompany her. Chapter 11. How King Perion and Queen Elisena knew the Child of the Sea to be their son Amadis. It so happened that as he was one day walking in the hall with the damsel young Melicia, King Perion's daughter, passed by him weeping. He asked her why she wept, and she told him for a ring which her father had given her to keep while he slept, and which she had lost. I will give you another as good, said the Child, and he gave her one from his finger. She looked at it and cried, This is the one I lost. Then it is the one in the world most like it. So much the better, you may give it for the other. And leaving her, he went with the damsel to his chamber, and laid upon his bed, and she upon another that was there. The king awoke and asked his daughter for the ring. Then she gave him the same she had of the prince, which he put on, thinking it was his own. But presently he saw his own lying where Melicia had dropt it, and taking it up he compared it with the other, which he then saw was the one which he had given to Elisena, and which she told him, when he had enquired for it, had been lost. He demanded of the little girl how she came by that ring, and she, who was much afraid of him, told him what had happened. Immediately he began to suspect the queen, that she had fallen into some dishonest liking of the young knight for his great worth and exceeding beauty, and he took his sword and went into the queen's chamber and fastened the door. Madam, said he, you always denied to me the ring which I gave you, and the Child of the Sea has now given it to Melicia. How came he by it? If you tell me a lie, your head shall pay for it. Ah, God mercy, quoth Elisena, and fell at his feet, I will tell you what I have hitherto concealed, but now you suspect me. And then she told him how she had exposed the infant with whom the ring and the sword were placed, and then she lamented and beat her face. Holy Mary, cried the king, I believe that this is our child. The queen stretched out her hands. May it please God. With that they went into his chamber, whom they found sleeping, but Elisena wept bitterly because of her husband's suspicion. The king took the child's sword which was at the bed's head, and looking at it he knew it well, and as one wherewith he had given many and hard blows, and he said to Elisena, By my God, I know the sword. Then Elisena took the child by the arm and wakened him, who awoke in wonder, and asked her why she wept. Ah, said she, whose son art thou? So help me God, I know not, for by great hap I was found in the sea. The queen fell at his feet hearing him, and he cried, My God, what is all this? My son, quoth she, you see your parents. When the first joy had a little subsided, he remembered the writing, and took it from his bosom. Elisena saw it was what Darioleta had written. Ah, my son, quoth she, when last I saw this writing I was in all trouble and anguish, and now I am in all happiness, blessed be God. It were long to tell what joy Agrayes made and the lords of the realm at this discovery. The damsel of Denmark could now no longer abide. Sir Amadis, said she, I will go carry these good tidings to my lady, for you must tarry to give joy and gladness to those eyes that have shed so many tears for your sake. God have you in his keeping, replied Amadis, I shall soon follow, and will come in arms like those I wore against King Abies, so shall ye know me. At this time would King Agrayes also depart, for the damsel, when she brought him Galpano's helmet, came with a message from his mistress, Olinda, daughter to King Vanayn of Norway, desiring to see him with all convenient speed. He had won her love when he was with Galvanes in that kingdom. Now Galvanes was his uncle, and because he had only one poor castle to his heritage, they called him Lackland. Cousin, said Agrayes, I desire your company above all other things, but I must now go where my heart leads me. Where shall I find you on my return? In the house of King Lisuarte, said Amadis, for there they tell me is chivalry more worthily maintained than in the house of any other king or emperor in the world, and I pray you commend me to your parents, for they as well as you may ever esteem me in their service for the education they gave me. This said, Agrayes took leave of the queen his aunt, and departed with his company. The king and Amadis conducted him through the city. As they were going out of the city gate, they met a damsel who took Perion's bridle, and said to him, King Perion, remember what thou wert told, how when thou didst recover thy loss, the kingdom of Ireland shall lose its flower. See now if the damsel told thee true, for thou hast found thy son who was lost, and that brave King Abies is slain, who was the flower of Ireland. And now I tell thee, that never shall that country have his like till the good brother of the lady shall come, who shall proudly and violently make the tribute of other lands be brought there, and he shall die by the hands of him who must perish for the thing in the world that he loves best. This was Majos of Ireland, brother to the queen, whom Sir Tristan de Alianes slew on the quarrel of tribute demanded from King Mark of Cornwall, and Tristam himself was slain afterward, because of Queen Isold, who was the thing in the world that he loved best. And this, said the damsel, my mistress Urganda sends me to tell thee. Then, said Amadis, damsel and my friend, say to her whom sent you that the knight to whom she gave the lance commendeth himself to her good grace, being now assured in the matter whereof then she spake, that with that lance I should deliver from death the house from whence I sprung, for I saved with it the king my father. So the damsel returned, and Agrayes went his way. Then King Perion summoned a cortes, that all might see his son Amadis, And then were great rejoicings and pastimes made in honour of the lord whom God had given them, and many things were done in that cortes, and many and great gifts did the king bestow. And when Amadis heard how the giant had carried away his brother Galaor, he determined to seek him and recover him by force of arms or otherwise. When the cortes was ended, he requested his father permission to go to Great Britain. Much did the king and queen labour to detain him, but it might not be, by reason of the love he bare, which made him obedient to none but his lady. So he clad himself in armour like that which Abies had destroyed in the combat, and taking none with him but Gandalin, set forth. They proceeded till they came to the sea, then entered a vessel, and sailed to a goodly city in Great Britain, which is called Bristol. Here he learned that King Lisuarte was at his town of Windsor, whither he shaped his course. But far had he not gone when he met a damsel, who demanded of him if that were her ready way to Bristol, and if she could find shipping there for her speedy passage into Gaul. Whom seek you there? said he. The good knight Amadis, who is the king's son, and has not long known his father. Greatly did Amadis marvel thereat, and he asked her from whom she had heard thereof. I know it, quoth she, from her to whom nothing is hidden, from Urganda the Unknown, who now stands in such need of him, that by no other can she obtain what she desires. Thanks to God, said Amadis, she who can assist all now requires me to assist her. Let us go, for I am the man whom ye seek. And he forsook his road and followed her. Chapter 12.
Book 1, Chapters 12 and 13 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, Chapter 12. How Don Galaor was made a knight by Amadis of Gaul, his brother. Meantime had Galaor grown large-limbed and strong of body, and he read books which the old man gave him, discoursing of the old deeds which knight-in-arms had wrought, so that by this, as well as by nature, he became desirous to be knighted. Nevertheless he knew not whether by right such honour appertained to him. Very earnestly he questioned thereon with the hermit, but he who knew that so soon as the child received the order he should combat against the giant Albadan, would say to him in tears, My son, better were it for you to choose some other way safer for your soul. Father, replied Galaor, badly should I follow that which I took against my will, and in this which I have chosen, by God's good pleasure I will advance his service, but without it I care not to live. The good man, who saw his grounded resolution, replied, Certes, if you fail not for yourself, you will not for your lineage, for you are son of a king and queen. But let not the giant know that I told you this. And fearing lest Galaor should privately depart, he sent to tell the giant that his scholar was now of fit age and eager to be knighted. Forthwith the giant rode to the hermitage, and finding Galaor very comely and strong above his years, he said to him, I understand, son, that you are desirous to be knighted. Come with me, and I will see that it shall be done greatly to your honour. But before he departed, Galaor knelt before the hermit, and begged that he would remember him. The good man wept and kissed him many times, and gave him his blessing. So he rode to the giant's castle, who gave him arms to his measure, and made him ride and throw the cane, and appointed him 2 masters to practice him with the sword and shield, and to teach him all things convenient for a knight, so that in a year's space he was grown marvellous perfect. When the year was complete, Galaor said to the giant, Now, father, let me be made a knight. And he who saw that it was time, inquired of him by whom he chose to be knighted. By King Lisuarte, said he, of whom the fame runs. The giant was well pleased, and on the 3rd day, having prepared all things, they departed. In 2 days they came near a strong castle, which was by a salt water. The castle was called Bradoyd, and it was the goodliest in all that land. It stood upon a rock. On one side was the water, and on the other a marsh, and from the side of the water it was not possible to enter without a bark. But across the marsh there was a causeway, being so broad that two cars might pass each other, and at the entrance of the causeway was a drawbridge, and the water under it was very deep. Facing the bridge there grew two goodly elms, whereunder the giant and Galaor saw two damsels and a squire, and a knight mounted on a white courser, and bearing lions in his shield, who, because he could pass no further, called with a loud voice to those of the castle. Then Galaor said to the giant, Let us see what the knight will do. Anon there came from the castle 2 armed knights and 10 fellows on foot, who came and demanded of the knight what he would. I would enter in, quoth he. That, said the other, cannot be, unless you first combat with us. Then lower the bridge and come on. This presently they did, and he who was first ran fiercely against the knight, who sent him man and horse to the ground. He met the second on the bridge, their lances failed in the attaint, and they encountered so rudely with their bodies that the knight of the castle fell into the water and was drowned. Then the conquerors passed on towards the castle, and the villains drew up the bridge after him. At this the damsels cried aloud to him, and he turned. But there came against him 3 knights, well armed, who said to him, In an evil hour camest thou here, for thou shalt die in this water, as he has done who was better than thee. All 3 then ran at him, and smote him so firmly that his horse knelt and was like to fall, and their lances broke, and by 2 of them he was wounded. Nevertheless, one of them he met in such order that the lance entered at one side, and came out at the other beyond the iron. This done, he drew his sword, and addressed himself to the other twain, and seeing it was for death, manfully he bestirred himself, and smote off the right arm of one, who galloped away and cried out, Help! Help! They are killing our lord! When he of the lions heard that he with whom he must yet deal was the lord of the castle, he delivered him such a rigorous blow on the helmet that he lost his stirrups, and staggered and fell upon the horse's neck. The knight then seized his helmet and plucked it off, and got between him and the castle, lest he should escape like the other, and cried, Yield thyself, or thou art dead. Mercy, quoth he, good knight, and I am your prisoner. But he of the lions, who now saw knights and villains coming from the castle to succour their lord, held him by the shield, and placing the sword to his face, bade him to command his men to return, and make the bridge be lowered, which when he had done he crossed the bridge, taking his prisoner with him. When the knight of the castle saw the damsels, he knew that one of them was Urganda the unknown, and cried out, Ah, sir knight, if you saved me not from that damsel, I am but dead. As God shall help me, he replied, that shall I not do, but do with you what she commands. Then calling to Urganda, he said, Here is the lord of the castle, what would ye that I do unto him? Smite off his head, quoth she, if he will not release my friend whom he keepeth in prison, and put the damsel in my power for whom he is detained. He besure made no delay to send for them, and when they came, he of the lions said to the knight, There is your lady, and great cause you have to love her for the pains she hath taken to deliver you from thraldom. And I do love her, quoth he, more than ever. And then Urganda braced him. Afterwards the conqueror asked what should be done with the damsel. She shall die, said Urganda. I have long borne with her. And then she made a spell, so that the damsel ran all trembling to throw herself into the water. Lady, cried the Knight of the Lions, let her not die for the love of God, since by me she was taken. For your sake then I forgive her, but let her take heed how she again offend me. Hearing that, the lord of the castle took heart and said, Sir knight, I have performed with what hath been commanded. I beseech you to deliver me from Urganda. I release you, replied Urganda herself, for his sake. The Knight of the Lions then asked the damsel why she was going to throw herself into the water. Sir, quoth she, it seemed that there were lighted torches burning me on all sides, and I ran to save myself in the water. Thereat he smiled. Certes, damsel, your folly is overgreat to provoke her who can so well avenge herself. Galaor, seeing all this, said to the giant, I will be knighted by him, for if King Lisuarte is so renowned, it is for his greatness, but his knight deserves to be so for his great hardihood. Go then and ask him, said the giant, and if he will not do it, it will be to his own harm. Then Galaor took with him 4 squires and 2 damsels, and went towards the Knight of the Lions, who was sitting under the elms, and saluted him, and said, Sir Knight, grant me a boon. He who thought him the goodliest person he had ever seen, took him by the hand and said, Let it be lawful, and I grant it. Then I beg you of your courtesy, make me a knight, and you will spare me the journey to King Lisuarte. Great wrong should you do yourself, replied he of the Lions, to leave receiving that honour from the best king in the world, and take it from a poor knight like me. Sir, quoth Galaor, the greatness of King Lisuarte can put no courage in me like that which I have seen you do. Therefore, so please you, fulfil your promise. Gentle squire, I shall be better content to grant anything than this, which befits not me, and is to you little honour. At this Urganda came up as one who had heard nothing of their talk, and asked him what he thought of the child. Truly, a fairer have I never seen, but he asked a thing of me neither for himself nor me convenient, and then he related what had passed. Certes, said Urganda, I advise him to insist upon the promise, and you to fulfil it, and I tell you that knighthood will be better employed in him than in any other in all the isles of the sea, except only one. Since it is so, said the knight, in God's name let us go to some church to perform the vigil. It is not necessary, answered Galaor, for I have this day heard mass, and seen the real body of God. It sufficeth then, said he of the Lions, and having fastened on his spur, he kissed him and said, Now are you a knight, and may receive the sword from whom it pleaseth you. That, said Galaor, must be only from you. And he called a squire to bring the sword which was ready. Not that, then cried Urganda, but this which hangs in a tree. They all looked up and saw nothing. She laughed thereat. 10 years hath it hung there, and no passenger ever saw it, and now it shall be seen by all. They looked again, and there hung the sword from a bough, a fair sword and fresh, as if it were just hung there, and the scabbard was richly wrought with silk and gold. He of the Lions took it down, and girding it on Galaor said, So fair a sword beseemeth so fair a knight, and whoso has kept it there for you so long, bears you be sure no ill will. Then was Galaor well contented. Sir, quoth he, I must needs go to a place whence I cannot be excused, but I desire your company above that of any other in the world, and if it please you, tell me where I may find you. At the house of King Lisuarte, where I hope to win honour, and where it is right that you should go for the same cause. At this was Galaor right joyful, and turning to Urganda he said, Damsel, my lady, I thank you for this sword which you have given, and I pray you account me for your knight. Then taking leave he returned to the giant, who had remained concealed under the river bank. This while had one of Galaor's damsels learnt from the damsel of Urganda that the Knight of the Lions was Amadis, whom Urganda had brought thither to deliver her friend by force of arms, for her skill availed not, because the lady of the castle, who was learned in the same art, had first enchanted him. The damsel who had beguiled him there was the lady's niece, and she it was who had been about to drown herself. After Galaor was departed, Urganda demanded of Amadis if he knew to whom he had given the order of knighthood. No, said he. There is great reason that you should know him, quoth she, for he is of like heart with yourself, and if ever ye should encounter without knowledge of each other, it would be great unhappiness. He is your own brother, whom the giant took away in childhood, and for your sake and his I have so long kept the sword for him, wherewith he shall make the best beginning of chivalry that ever did knight yet in Great Britain. Then came tears of joy over the eyes of Amadis. Ah, lady, tell me where I shall find him. You need not seek him now, He must go where it is ordained. Shall I see him soon? Yes, but he will not be as easily known as you imagine. So she and her friend departed, and Amadis and Gandalin took the way to Windsor. When Galaor returned to the giant, he cried out to him, Father, I am a knight. Thanks to God and the good knight who has made me. Thereof am I right glad, quoth he, and now grant me a boon. With a good will, so be that you withhold me not from seeking honour. By God's good pleasure it shall be to the advancement of your honour. Son, you have heard me tell how Albadan the giant slew my father by treason, and took the rock of Galtares, which should be mine. I demand of you to right me, for none but you can do it. Remember how I have brought you up, and that I would give my body to death for your sake. This, said Galaor, is what I ought to ask, not you. For while life lasts, I am ready to do whatever is to your profit and honour. Let us go there, in the name of God, said the giant. So as they rode toward the rock of Galtares, they met Urganda, and courteously saluted. Know you, said she, who knighted you? Yes, quoth he, the best knight in the world. That is true, and he is yet better than you think, but you must know who he is. She then said to the giant, Gandalak, dost thou not know that this knight whom thou hast nourished is the son of King Perion and Queen Elisena, whom because of my words you carried away? The giant answered that it was true. Know then, my son, said she, that he who made thee knight is thine own brother, and elder than thee by 2 years. Honour him as the best knight in the world, and strive to imitate him in all hardihood and goodness. Is all this true? Said Galaor. Then is my life in the greater danger, since it becomes me now to be like him. Of a certainty it is true, said Urganda, and with that she went her way. As they rode on, the giant told Galaor that the damsel with whom they spake was Urganda. In this discourse they came to a riverside, where by reason of heat they erected their tent. They had not been there long before they saw 2 damsels coming by different ways, who met before the tent. So soon as they espied the giant they would have fled, but Galaor went out and courteously caused them to return, and asked them whither they travelled. I go, quoth one of them, by command of my mistress, to see a strange battle which one only knight hath undertaken against the mighty giant of the rock of Galtares, to the end that I may bring her true tidings thereof. When the other damsel heard her, she replied, I marvel that any knight dare venture with such folly, and though my road lie otherwise, yet will I go with you and see a thing so out of reason. Hereupon they would have left Galaor, but he said to them, Make no haste, fair damsels, for we are going to this battle, and will bear ye company. They lightly consented, and took great pleasure to behold him how fair he was in that dress of a new knight. So they all ate together, and made good cheer, and Galaor took the giant apart, and requested that he would remain where he was till the battle was over. This he did that the damsels might not suspect it was he who was to do the battle, whereto Gandalak, though unwillingly, accorded. So Galaor proceeded with the damsels and 3 squires, whom the giant sent to carry his armour, and what else was needful. So far they went that they arrived within 2 leagues of the rock of Galtares, and there passed the night in the dwelling of a hermit, to whom, because he was ordained, Galaor confessed. But when he revealed that he came for that combat, the good hermit was greatly astonished, and asked who had advised him to such madness. There are not 10 such knights in all the country who would encounter him, so fierce and terrible is he, and without mercy, and you who are so young would adventure yourself to the loss of body and soul, for such as wilfully seek the death which they might avoid, are very self-murderers. Father, said Galaor, God will do his will with me, but I shall not forego the battle. Then the good man began to lament. God help thee and strengthen thee, quoth he. since thou art so obstinate, but I am glad to find thy life has been so good." "Good father," said Galaor, "remember me in your prayers." The next morning after mass, Galaor armed himself, and rode to the rock which he saw before him. It was very lofty and with many towers, so that the castle was so goodly that it was a wonder to behold. The damsel asked Galaor if he knew the knight who should perform the combat. "I think I have seen him," said he, and then he asked the damsel who her lady was that had sent her to see the battle. "That," quoth she, "must be told to none but the knight himself." By this time they had reached the castle, and found the gate shut. Galaor called, and two men then appeared over the gate, to whom he said, "Tell the giant that here is a knight who comes from Gandalac to defy him, and if he will not come out, there shall no man either enter or leave the castle." The men mocked at him. "This heat will soon cool, thou wilt either fly or lose thy head," and they went to the giant. But when the damsels heard that Galaor himself was the champion, they prayed God to help him, and said they durst not abide to see the giant. "Fair friends," said he, "stay and see that for which ye are come, or else return to the hermitage, and if I live I will join ye there." Then they took courage, and retiring from the castle stood at the edge of a forest, thinking to escape there if the night should not speed well. Chapter 13. How Don Galaor fought the giant of the rock of Galtares and conquered him. The news went to the giant, and presently he came out on horseback, and he appeared so huge upon the horse that not a man in the world would dare look at him. He had on plates of iron, so long that they covered him from the throat to the saddle, and a large and bright helmet, and an iron mace in his hand. Greatly afraid were the squires and damsels to behold him, and Galaor was not so hardy but that then he had great fear, but the nearer he came, the less he feared. "Wretch," said the giant, "he who sent thee shall never see thee again. Look and see how a mace is used," and he came on like a tower. "Devil," quoth Galaor, "thou shalt be conquered and killed with what I bring on my side, which is God and the right," and he ran at him so fiercely that his lance broke, and the giant lost one of his stirrups. He on his part had lifted up his mace to strike Galaor on the head, but the knight passed so rapidly that it only struck the rim of his shield, and burst all the arm and neck fastenings, so that it fell, and Galaor had well nigh fallen also. This did not break the blow, nor could the giant recover the mace, which came upon the head of his own horse and smote him down, so that he himself fell. Galaor twice rode over the giant before he could rise, but then his own horse stumbled over the giant's, and he fell on the other side. The knight, seeing himself in the chance of death, rose presently and drew the sword which Urganda had given him, and met the giant, who had now taken his mace from the ground, and struck it on the wooden stock that he severed it. But with the piece that was left the giant gave him such a blow on the helmet as made him set one hand to the ground, and twisted the helmet on his head. But he who was nimble and of good heart rose presently, and turned to the giant, and avoided his next blow, and gave a stroke at him with so full force that it cut away the arm clean from the shoulder, and passing down wounded him in the leg. The giant roared aloud, "Ah, wretch! Am I destroyed by one man?" and he caught at Galaor, but his wounded limb failed him. Then he sate down, and with his remaining hand sought to seize the knight, but Galaor cut that hand through, and sprung upon him, for in outreaching he had fallen along, and smote off his head. The squires and damsels then came up, and Galaor sent the squires with the head to Gandalac. With that there came through the gate 10 knights chained together, who bade him come and take possession of the castle, seeing that he had slain the giant and delivered them. "What think you, damsels?" said Galaor, "shall we sojourn here tonight?" They assented thereto, and he freed the knights from their chain, and so went they all into the castle, where there were many goodly houses, and there they feasted and refreshed themselves. The next day the people of the land came to do him homage. But he took their homage for Gundalac, to whom of right it belonged, and right joyful were they, hearing that their natural lord should return, for they had long been hardly ruled, and like foreign subjects. This done, Galaor and the damsels, and one squire who continued with him, took the way to the hermitage, and there the knight received the good man's blessing. The one damsel then said, she would pursue her journey to King Lisuarte's court, whither she was going to see a knight, her brother. Damsel, then said Galaor, if you see there a knight bearing 2 lions in his shield, say the child whom he made knight commends himself to him, and that I shall strive to be a good man, and that if we meet, I shall tell him more concerning both me and himself than he yet knows. And when she was gone, Galaor asked the other who her lady was that sent her to see the battle. If you would know that, said she, follow me, and in 5 days you shall see. That shall not let me, quoth he. So they went on together. At length they came to a forked way, and Galaor, who rode before, thought that the damsel followed him, but she had taken the other. This was at the entrance of the forest called Brananda, which separates the counties Clara and Gresca. It was not long before he heard a voice cry, help me, help me. He turned, and the squire said he thought it was the damsel who had left them. How? Left us? I have badly looked to her, quoth he, and he took shield and lance and galloped towards the sound. Hard at hand he espied 6 villains, armed with morions and battle-axes, and a hideous dwarf on horseback, who cruelly laid on the damsel with a staff. Thou wicked and ugly thing, quoth the knight, God send thee bad luck. And passing the lance to his left hand, he seized the staff, and therewith smote him to the ground and stunned him. The villains then attacked him on all sides, but to the first he gave such a greeting with the staff that he lay sprangling on the earth. Another, who had fixed his battle-axe in his shield, and could not pluck it out again, he smote through with the lance, and left the lance, and made at the others with the battle-axe which he plucked from his own shield. But they durst not now abide him, and fled into the thick underwood where he could not follow. By this the dwarf had got again on horseback, and calling out to Galaor, in an evil hour thou hast killed my men, he galloped away. Then Galaor drew his lance from the body of the villain, and saw that it was sound, which pleased him, and he gave his arms to the squire, and said, Damsel, go you before me, and I will guard you better than I have done. So took they again the way they had left, and it soon brought them to the river Bran, which could not be passed without a boat. Now rode the damsel somewhat far before Galaor, and finding the boat ready, she crossed before him. While he waited for the boat's return, the dwarf came and cried, By my faith, sir traitor, thou shalt die, and leave the damsel. And Galaor saw that there came with him 3 knights, well armed and mounted. What? quoth the one, shall we all agree to set upon a single enemy? I want no help. And he ran with a full course against Galaor, who was ready to entertain him. They encountered in such sort, that the knight pierced Galaor's armour, making him feel the naked point of his lance, and Galaor bade him bravely welcome, and cast him from the saddle. Whereat the other twain admiring, ran both against him, the one failing and the other breaking his lance. Galaor smote off the helmet of the one, the other turned and struck at his breast, and broke his lance, but though Galaor felt the blow sorely, it wounded him not. Then they all laid hand to sword and began battle, the dwarf crying out, Kill his horse that he may not escape. Galaor aimed a blow at him whom he had unhelmed. He raised up his shield, and the sword cut through the rim of the shield, and the point came on his head and cleaved it to the jaws. And when the other knight saw that stroke, he turned his horse and away. Galaor followed, and made a blow at him, which fell short upon the saddle, and cut away many plates of his armour. And he then in more fear spurred his horse and threw his shield from his neck, and galloped so fast that Galaor would follow him no longer. Galaor would then have caught the dwarf to have tied him by the leg, but that little wretch had ridden off betimes. Hereupon he came to the first whom he had dismounted, who had now somewhat recovered. I am more sorry for you, Sir Knight, said he, than for your comrades, for you attacked me in knightly guise, though I know not wherefore. It is true, replied he, but that dwarf told us that you had beaten him and slain his men, and taken from him a damsel against her will. Galaor then showed him the damsel waiting for him on the other side of the river. You see her, said he, and if she were with me against her will, she would not wait there. Then relating how the truth was, he gave the knight his horse, and, bidding him torment the dwarf for his villainy, he took leave of him. Then Galaor crossed at the ferry, and proceeded under the damsel's guidage. Between nones, which is 3 in the afternoon, and vespers, she showed him a fair castle that stood above a valley, and said to him, There we shall go to rest. And they were well received, it being the dwelling of the damsel's mother, whom she bade honour her guest as the best knight that ever hung shield from his neck. Then said she to Galaor, Good knight, you must wait a while for me here, that I may perform what I have promised. I shall soon return. So she went, and without long tarrying returned, and told him to mount and come with her. In God's name, quoth he, and he took his arms, and mounted and followed her. They rode through a forest, and when the night was advanced came to a city called Grandares, and at the castle the damsel told him to alight and follow her, and there she would tell him what she had promised. Shall I take my arms? Said he. Yes, she replied, for man knows not what may happen to him. He followed her to a wall. She told him to get over, and she would go round and meet him. Galaor with some difficulty got up, by reason of his arms, and let himself carefully down into a garden, where presently the damsel came and another with her. Sir Knight, said she, before you enter you must tell me whose son you are. Let that alone, quoth Galaor, for I am of such parents that till I am of more renown I dare not name them. You must tell me, and it shall not be to your harm. Know then, I am son to King Perion and Queen Elisena, and I could not have told you that 7 days past. Come in, the damsel then said, and having entered they disarmed him, and threw a mantle over him. The one went before and the other behind him, and so they passed through the palace, where were many dames and damsels in bed, and when any one asked who was there, the 2 damsels answered. Thus they went on till they came into a chamber, and there Galaor saw a beautiful damsel on a rich bed combing her goodly locks. And when she saw him, she put a fair garland on her head and went to him. You are very welcome, sir, being the best knight that I know. And you, lady, said he, are very well found, being the fairest lady that ever I saw. Then said the damsel who had guided him, Here, sir, is my mistress, and I have fulfilled my promise. Her name is Aldeva, the daughter of the King of Cyrolus, and she has been brought up here by her aunt, wife to the Duke of Bristol. Then turning to her lady, I give you the son of King Perion of Gaul. You are both children of kings, and both fair persons. If ye should love each other, no one can blame ye. And with that the damsels left them together, and nothing more shall be here related, for these and such like things which are neither conformable to good conscience nor virtue, man ought in reason lightly to pass over, holding them in as little estimation as they deserve. The hour being come when it behoved him to depart, the damsels conducted him to the place where overnight he had left his arms, and being armed he went again into the garden, and there he found the dwarf, who cried out, In an ill hour didst thou enter here, for now thou shalt die, and the wretch that led thee here. Then he called out aloud, Come out, knights, come out, for here is a man, come out of the duke's chamber. Galaor lightly got over the wall, and mounted his horse, but the dwarf and his people speedily came out upon him. And when Galaor saw himself so beset, he said within himself, Let me die if I be not revenged upon that villainous dwarf. But he kept behind upon his horse, and the rest compassed the knight on all sides. Galaor laid manfully about him, and slew two before he broke his lance, then fell on them with his sword, and made them so soundly acquainted with its sharp edge, that he who thought himself hardiest was glad to give way. But before he could cut his road through, they killed his horse, and when the dwarf saw him on foot, he attempted to ride over him. Galaor stepped aside and caught his bridle, and gave him such a blow on the breast with his sword hilt that he fell off, and the blood gushed out of his ears and nose. Then he leaped upon his horse, but in springing up he dropped the reins, and the horse rode off some distance before he could recover them. He would then have turned back to revenge himself, but he saw his lady shaking a handkerchief from a tower window, in token that he should depart, and so he rode into the forest. There were some who were of opinion that they should follow him, but others said it was in vain, seeing that he had gotten into the wood, and they were all astonished at what they had done. The dwarf now recovering, cried out, "Carry me to the duke, and I will tell him on whom to take vengeance." They took him in their arms, and he told the duke how he found the damsel in the forest, and wished to bring her back, and all that had followed. The duke then asked him if he knew the damsel, where she was. And all the damsels in the palace were called before him, and as soon as the dwarf beheld her, he said, "This is she by whom your palace is dishonoured." "Ah, traitor," quoth she, "you were beating me in the forest, and that good knight defended me." But the duke was greatly incensed, and said he would force her to confess the truth, and he put her in prison, yet neither evils nor torments made her discover anything, and there she remained in prison, to the great grief of Aldeva, who dearly loved her, and knew not by whom to send tidings to her friend Galaor. End of chapter 13.
Section 7 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 14, 15, and 16. Amadis of Gaul, recording by Amy Graymore. Chapter 14. How Amadis came to the castle of Dardan the Proud, and of the words which he had with him, and of the battle which he had with him in the court of King Lisuarte. Amadis, after he had left Urganda, rode on through the forest till he was benighted. After some time he saw a light above the trees, and rode toward it, thinking to find a lodging. He came at length to a goodly fortress, wherein were the lights that he had seen, which were from the window of a tower, and he heard the voices of men and women singing and making mirth. He called at the gate, but they heard him not. At last those in the tower saw him through the battlements, and a knight asked who was there. A strange knight. So it seems, quoth he, you must be a strange knight to go about in the dark. I believe it is for fear lest you should be obliged to do battle with us by daylight, and now you can meet none but the devils. Amadis answered, if you were good for anything, you would know that many are benighted who cannot help it. Begone, quoth the knight, you shall not enter here. As God shall help me, said Amadis, I think thou hast no man of valour in thy company. Tell me thy name before we part. That shall I do on condition that whensoever we meet thou wilt fight me. To that Amadis, who was in wrath, readily assented. Know then that my name is Dardan, and badly as thou wilt fare this night, thou wilt fare much worse the day that I shall meet thee. Come out, quoth Amadis, and let them light us by those torches to do battle. What? said Dardan, arm myself at this hour to fight with thee? Ill fall the knight who should put on his spurs and harness for such an enemy. And with that he went in. Amadis proceeded through the forest, seeking some bush under which he might shelter himself. Presently he heard voices, and proceeding faster he came up to two damsels on their palfreys, attended by a squire. They saluted courteously, and Amadis recounted his adventure. Know you the knight's name? said they. He told me it was Dardan. True, he is called Dardan the Proud, the haughtiest knight in this country. But, sir, seeing that you are so unprovided of lodging, will you abide this night in our tents, which are pitched near at hand? He, glad of their courtesy, rode with them, and having there alighted, he unarmed, and when the damsels saw how fair he was, they delighted to see him. So they supped cheerfully together, and a tent was spread for him wherein he should sleep. Meantime they asked him whither he was bound. To the court of King Lisuarte. And we are going there also, to see what will happen to a lady, one of the best and noblest in the land. All that she hath in the world is put upon the issue of a combat, which is to be performed within 10 days before King Lisuarte. But we know not who will appear to defend her, for he against whom her champion must fight is the best knight in Great Britain, that very Dardan the Proud, whom you so lately left. And on what cause, said Amadis, ariseth the combat? This Dardan loveth the daughter of a knight, who at his second nuptials married the lady I speak of. Now hath this damsel conceived such hatred against her stepmother, that she hath vowed never to love Dardan, unless he bring her to King Lisuarte's court, and affirm that all her stepmother's goods appertain to her, and maintain it by battle against whomsoever dare gainsay. And the dame, who was not well advised, said she would produce a champion, and this she did for her manifest right, thinking that one would be found to combat for her. But Dardan is so good a knight in arms, that be it for right or wrong, all fear him. These tidings rejoiced Amadis, for the knight was against all pride, and now might he indulge his own anger in a just cause, and that in the presence of Oriana. I pray you, sir, said one of the damsels, for courtesy acquaint with us the reason of your sudden musing. Willingly, if you will promise me, as loyal damsels, not to reveal it. I mean, quoth he, to combat for the lady. Gentle sir, that thought proceedeth from a high resolved mind. God grant it a good issue. So gave they each to the other the good night, and went to rest. In the morning the damsels entreated that he would not leave them, seeing they were bound to one place, and that in the forest kept men of evil behaviour. They rode along with sundry discoursings, and among other talk, they asked the knight, since God had placed them in company, that he would tell them his name. The which he did, but charged them to let none know it. So they proceeded through unfrequented ways, lodging in their tents, and regaling on the food they took with them. At length they saw 2 knights under a tree, armed and on horseback, who seeing them placed themselves in the way, the one saying to his companion, Which of these damsels will you have? This, quoth he, and seized the one as his comrade did the other. What, sirs, quoth Amadis, what manner of behaviour is this? What would ye do with the damsels? Make them our mistresses. So lightly think ye to win them? said he, and took his helm and shield and lance. Now release them. The one knight met him bravely and broke his lance, but Amadis gave him such an attaint that he lay with his heels upwards. The second came on and pierced through his arms and slightly wounded Amadis. He on his part failed with his lance, but shields and horses met, and Amadis seized him and plucked him from the saddle, and dashed him down, and then rode on with the damsels. When at length they came near Windsor, Amadis said, Fair friends, I would remain in secret here till such time as the knight come to the combat, and when the hour is, let your squire bring me hither tidings thereof. Sir, quoth the damsel, if it please you, we will remain with you. So they pitched their tents apart from the road by the river side. Meanwhile Amadis went upon a little eminence to look at the town, and there he sate under a tree, and looked toward the towers and the high walls, and said in his heart, Ah God, the flower of the world is there, and thou city containest now the lady that hath no peer for goodness and beauty, and who is more loved than all others that are loved, and that would I prove upon the best knight in the world. And in these thoughts the tears trilled down his cheeks, and he sat heedless of every thing about him. But Gandalin, who saw a troop of knights and ladies coming up, called to him, and asked if he did not see that company. He neither heard nor answered. With that Gandalin took him by the arm. So help me God, sir, you afflict yourself more than need is. Take courage, as you do in other things. Ah, Gandalin, quoth he, you had better counsel me to die than to endure this hopeless sorrow. Then could not the squire refrain from lamenting. This excessive love is a great misfortune. As God shall help me, I do not think there is any one, how good and beautiful soever she may be, who can equal your worth, or whom you might not have. At this was Amadis greatly enraged. Go, idiot, said he, how dare you talk so madly? If ever you again repeat such thoughts, you shall go no farther with me. Dry your eyes, said Gandalin, and let not them who are coming see you thus. It was the lady coming to her trial, weeping and lamenting as she went, for there was none to defend her right. On the day of the trial the damsels rose at dawn, and told Amadis that they would go before to the town, and send him word when it was time to appear. He rode with them to the edge of the forest, and there awaited. By this it was sunrise, and King Lisuarte with a goodly company went out to the field which was between the city and the forest. And there came Dardan, well armed and on a fair courser, leading the bridle of his lady, who was as richly adorned as she could be. And thus they stopped before King Lisuarte, and Dardan said, Sir, command that this lady have that which is her own delivered to her, or if there be a knight to gainsay it, I am ready to combat him. Lisuarte then called the dame, and asked her if she was provided with a champion. She answered no, and wept, and the king greatly pitied her, for she was a virtuous lady. So Dardan entered the lists to remain there till the hour of tierce, by which time, if no champion appeared, the king was to pronounce judgment in his favour, according to the custom. Then one of the damsels hastened to call Amadis, and he took his arms, and told the damsels and Gandalin that if he sped well he would return to them in the tents, and with that he rode on his white courser. When the king saw the knight approach, how firmly he rode, and his arms how fair they were, and his horse how goodly a one, he marvelled who he might be, and he asked the dame, who was brought to trial, if she knew the knight who came to defend her cause. I never saw him before, quoth she, nor know I who he is. By this Amadis entered the lists, and rode up to his enemy. Dardan, defend your lady's cause, as I shall maintain and acquit the promise which I made thee. And what didst thou promise me? quoth Dardan. To fight thee, and that was when thou toldest me thy name, and hadst dealt with me villainously. I make the less account of thee now, said Dardan. And I, said Amadis, care less for thy words, for I am about to have vengeance. Let the dame then, replied Dardan, accept thee for her champion, and avenge thyself if thou canst. The king then came up. The dame was asked if she would admit the knight for her defender. She replied, Yes, and God reward him. Lisuarte saw that the shield of Amadis was pierced in many places, and that the rim had many sword cuts, and he said, if the knight demanded another shield, he could lawfully give him one. But Amadis was in no temper for delay, for he remembered the insults he had received. They ran their course. Both lances pierced through shield and armour and shivered, but without wounding. Their horses and shields met, and Dardan was thrown, but he held the rein fast, and sprung readily upon the horse again, and drew his sword, and they attacked each other so fiercely that all who beheld them were astonished. The townspeople were on the towers and on the wall, and wherever else they could see the combat, and the windows of the queen's palace, which were above the wall, were full of dames and damsels, all marvelling at the valour of the combatants, for the fire flew from their helmets as if they were all ablaze, and plates and splinters fell on all sides from their shields and mail, and neither a whit abated of his courage. King Lisuarte had been himself in many a hard conflict, and seen many a one, but all appeared nothing to this. This is the bravest combat, said he, that ever man hath seen, and I will have the conqueror's image placed over my palace gate, that all who are desirous to gain honour may behold it. But before the hour of tierce, it was evident that Dardan's force failed. Though Amadis was nothing abated of his strength, only his horse was faint, and Dardan's also stumbled, and he, thinking to have the advantage on foot, said to Amadis, Knight, our horses fail us for fatigue. If we were on foot, I should soon conquer thee. This he said so loud that the king and all with him could hear. And Amadis, somewhat ashamed at the threat, answered, Alight then, though a knight should never leave his horse while he can sit on it. Then alighting they both took what of their shields remained, and assailed each other more fiercely than before. But Amadis now pressed on him, and Dardan retreated and staggered, and sometimes bent his knees, so that all the beholders said he had committed a great folly in proposing to fight on foot. And he, still giving back from the sword of Amadis, came under the queen's window, and there was a cry there, Holy Mary, Dardan is slain! And Amadis heard among them the voice of the damsel of Denmark. Then he looked up and saw his lady Oriana at the window, and the damsel by her. That sight so overcame him that the sword hung loose in his hand, and he continued looking up regardless of his situation. Dardan, recovering by this respite, noticed his confusion and took heart again, and lifting the sword with both hands smote him on the helmet so that it was twisted on his head. Amadis did not return the blow, he only placed his helmet right again, and with that Dardan laid on him at all parts, and he feebly defended himself, and Dardan's courage increased. Then cried the damsel of Denmark, In an ill minute did that knight look up and see one here who made him forget himself, when his enemy was at the point of death. Certes, such a knight ought not to fail in such a time. At these words Amadis had such shame that willingly would he have been dead, lest his lady should suspect there was any cowardice in him, and he struck a blow at Dardan that brought him down, and plucked his helmet off, and held the sword to his face. Dardan, you are dead, unless you yield the cause. Mercy, knight, quoth he, and I yield it. Then the king came up, but Amadis, for the shame of what had befallen him, would make no tarriance, but sprung to his horse, and rode the fastest that he could into the forest. The mistress of Dardan, who saw him so rudely handled, came up to him now, and said, Seek now, Dardan, some other mistress, for I will neither love thee nor any other than that good knight who overcame thee. What, said Dardan, have I been so wounded and conquered in your quarrel, and now you forsake me for the very enemy? God, thou art a right woman to say this, and I will give thee thy reward. And he took his sword, and in a moment smote her head from her body. Then after a minute's thought he cried, Ah, wretch, I have slain the thing in the world that I loved best, and he ran himself through before any one could stop his hand. In the uproar that this occasioned none thought of following Amadis, and though Dardan was so brave a knight, yet most who were present now rejoiced at his death, for his strength had always been unjustly and tyrannically employed. Chapter 15. Of the funeral which King Lisuarte gave Dardan and his mistress, and what Amadis did meanwhile. King Lisuarte then commanded 2 monuments to be placed upon lions of stone there, in the place where the battle was fought, and Dardan and his mistress were interred therein, and their names were inscribed on the monument, and all that had been chanced, and afterwards when the king knew the name of the conqueror, that also was written there. But now the rumour being appeased, Lisuarte asked where was the stranger. None could give tidings of him, save only that he had ridden full speed toward the forest. Well were he, quoth the king, who should have such a man in his company, for strong as he is right gentle. Ye all heard the insolence of Dardan, yet he would not slay him when he was in his power, though Dardan would have shewn no mercy if the conquest had been his. Amadis meantime had entered the forest. It was late when he reached the tents, where he found Gandalin and the damsels who had made their meal ready. And when the clothes were removed, he took Gandalin apart, and bade him go to the town and secretly speak with the damsel of Denmark, and learn from her how he should proceed. Gandalin, that he might go more privately, went on foot, and entering the town made toward the palace, where he had not awaited long when he saw the damsel, who was watchful for him. Follow me, said she, and if you are questioned, say you bring a message from this Queen of Scotland to Oriana, and that you are come to join Amadis in this country, for so shall you appear in his company without suspicion. They then entered the queen's palace, where Oriana then was, to whom the damsel came, and speaking somewhat loud, said, Here is a squire sent to you from the Queen of Scotland. Oriana rejoiced thereat, but greater was her joy when she saw it was Gandalin, who knelt before her and said, Madam, the queen salutes you as one who loves and prizes you, and whom your welfare will make glad. May the queen have a fair fortune, replied Oriana. I thank her kindness. Come with me to this window and tell me the rest. Then they retired, and she made him sit by her, and asked him, Friend, where did you leave your master? In the forest whither he went after the battle. Tell me how he fareth, so may God prosper you. Even so, quoth Gandalin, as the man that is altogether yours and dies for you, and his soul suffers so as never knight endured. And then he wept. Lady, he will not break your command for good nor for ill that may befall him. For God's sake, have compassion on him, for if he lives, he will be the best knight that ever bore arms. But good fortune failed him when he saw you, and he will die before his time. And better had he died on the sea, where he was thrown before his parents knew him, for now they see him perish and can give him no relief. Oriana wept, and clasping her hands and interlacing her fingers one with the other, she cried, For God's sake, Gandalin, say no more. You blame me, because you know his feelings and do not know mine. She then showed him the garden under the window. Go to your master, and tell him to come secretly tonight into this garden. The chamber wherein I and Mabilia sleep is underneath this, and it has a grated window near the ground. There can we speak to each other, for Mabilia knows my heart. And she took a ring from her finger, and bade him give it to Amadis, as the jewel which he most prized. Then she called Mabilia to see the squire who brought tidings from her mother, and Mabilia, seeing Gandalin, understood how it was. Oriana went to the queen, who asked her when the squire would return, for she would send presents by him to the Queen of Scotland. He is come, said the princess, to seek for Amadis, son of the King of Gaul, the good knight of whom there is so much talk. He saith it is more than 10 months since he heard that knight was coming here, and marvels that he finds him not. Now trust me, replied the queen, right glad would I be to see such a knight in the king my husband's company, great aid would he prove to him, and I tell you that if he come, he shall not depart for want of any thing that he can ask and the King Lisuarte can give. So Gandalin returned to Amadis with his tidings, and after the hour of rest they took their arms and rode to town. They tied their horses in a tuft of trees adjoining the garden, and entering through a way made by a watercourse, came to the window, and Gandalin called in a low voice. Oriana, who did not sleep, heard him, and rose and called Mabilia, for here, said she, is your cousin. My cousin? quoth Mabilia. That indeed he is, but you have a nearer interest in him than all his lineage. Then they both went to the window and placed candles there that gave a great light, and opened it. By that light Amadis saw his lady, and she appeared more beautiful than man could fancy woman could be. She had on a robe of Indian silk, thickly wrought with flowers of gold. Her hair was so beautiful that it was a wonder, and she had covered it only with a garland. Amadis trembled all over with the great delight of seeing her. There they conversed till daybreak, and Oriana bade him remain with her father, if he should entreat him, and at dawn Amadis returned to the tents. When it was morning, Amadis sent Gandalin into the town, and he remained in the tent with one of the damsels, for the other had gone to the town. Soon she returned in haste upon her palfrey, weeping aloud. Sir knight, said she, the lady for whom you did battle is detained by the king, who will not let her depart till her champion appears. He is wrath with her, thinking that she has concealed you, and he has sent to seek you in all parts. Tell her, said Amadis, that if the king will demand of me nothing against my will, I will appear before him to morrow at the hour of tierce. With this bidding she returned. The news spread through the palace and the town, and all greatly rejoiced that they should see the good knight who had subdued Dardan. Chapter 16. How Amadis made himself known to King Lisuarte and the other knights of his court. That day Amadis made cheer with the damsels. The next morning they rode with him to the apartment of the dame their cousin, who seeing her champion knelt to him and said, Sir, all that I possess you have given me. Lady, said he, let us go to the king, that he may discharge you, and I may go my way. Then he took off his helm, and they all went to the palace, and there was a great cry, Here is the knight who conquered Dardan. The king heard it and came out to him, and said, Welcome, friend, for you have been greatly desired here. And Amadis knelt down and said, Sir, God give you joy. The king took him by the hand. So help me God, you are a good knight. That praise Amadis heard thankfully, and he asked if the dame was free, and assured Lisuarte that she knew not till now who had been her champion. And when he saw her at liberty, he requested the king's leave to depart. Ah, friend, said Lisuarte, not so soon, unless you would do me great displeasure. That God forbid, quoth he. I have it rather at heart to do you service, if I were worthy. Then I beseech you remain here, said the king. Whereto Amadis assented, but he made no semblance that it pleased him. So the king led him to an apartment, and all the knights of renown who were there came to disarm him. For this was the king who most honoured good knights, and had the greatest number in his house. And Lisuarte gave him a robe to cover himself withal, and calling King Arban of North Wales and the Duke of Gloucester, bade them keep company with that knight, for he was a worthy companion for good men. He then went to the queen, and told her how he had in his house the good knight who won the battle. Know you his name? quoth she. Peradventure he is the son of King Perion, for yon squire who was talking with Mabilia came in search of him. And the king called to Gandalin, Come with me, and see if you know a knight who is in my palace. Gandalin followed him as one who knew what he should do, and as soon as he saw Amadis, he knelt to him and cried, Ah, Sir Amadis, great travail have I endured to find you. Then, replied the knight, Gandalin, my good friend, right heartily art thou welcome. What news from the King of Scotland? Good tidings, sir, of him and of all your friends. With that Lisuarte embraced him. Now, sir, you need no longer conceal yourself. for you are that Amadis, the son of King Perion, who slew in battle the valiant King Abies of Ireland. All that approached to gaze at him the more, knowing that he had performed such feats in arms as none other could have achieved. Much honour was there done him all that day, and when night came, King Arban of North Wales lodged him. Lisuarte meantime took counsel with his wife how he might detain Amadis in his court. Sir, quoth she, it would be an evil report of so great a man as you, if such a knight should leave his house, and had not received all that he asked. He asks me nothing, said Lisuarte, for I would grant him anything. I will tell you how it must be. Let some one ask him to remain on your part, and if he will not consent, bid him come see me before he departs, and I and Oriana and his cousin Mabilia will entreat him, for they know him well, ever since he was a child and served them. You say well, said Lisuarte, and doubtless he will stay. If not, we may say of him with reason that he hath more lack of courtesy than courage. King Arban of North Wales spoke with Amadis that night, but could obtain no hope of his stay. In the morning they heard mass with the king, and that over, Amadis went to take leave of him. Certes, friend, said Lisuarte, I am loath at your departure, yet for the promise I made must not entreat your stay, but the queen requests to see you before you go. Amadis went to her, and would have kissed her hand. She made him be seated near her, and conversed with him, and Mabilia came and embraced him, as though she had not seen him before. Brisena called to her daughter, receive this knight, who served you when he was a child, and shall serve you now he is a knight if he fail not in courtesy. Help me all to persuade him to what I shall ask. Sir knight, the king my husband hath wished you to remain with him, and he could not prevail. Now shall I see if women have more power than men with a knight. I pray you remain and be my knight, and my daughter's, and theirs whom you see here. In this shall you show your courtesy, and you will save us from the need of asking the king to give us a knight for our service, since having you we can dispense with all his. Then they all came and besought him, and Oriana made a sign with her looks that he should consent. Well, sir knight, said Brisena, what will you do? What can I do, lady, but remain at your command, who are the noblest queen in the world? I am at your service and your daughter's, and afterward at the service of all these, but I am only yours, and if I shall ever do service to the king, it shall be as your knight and not as his. As such I receive you, said the queen. Thus Amadis, by his lady's command, abode in the house of King Lisuarte. Galaor, after he had left the Duke of Bristol's castle, where the dwarf had so annoyed him, rode on through the forest of Anegada, till the hour of vespers, without finding any habitation, or knowing whither he went, and at that time he met a squire on a right goodly steed. Galaor had received a bad wound from one of the 3 knights who assailed him by the river, and his last night's dalliance had inflamed it. So he saluted the squire, and asked him where he could go to be healed. I know a place, said the squire, but such as you dare not go there. Shall I find one there who will cure my wounds? You will find those who will give thee others. Show me the place. That I may choose. Show me, or I will make thee, quoth Galaor, for thou art such a villain that thou deservest all I can do to thee. You can do nothing that shall make me please such a worthless knight. Then Galaor laid hand upon his sword. Show me the place, or I will take off thy head. I will show thee, said he, where thou shalt pay for thy folly, and I shall have my revenge. Herewith he rode before, leaving the straight way. Galaor followed, and by the time they had ridden the length of a league, they came to a fortress seated in a pleasant valley, brave environed about with trees. Here, quoth the squire, is the place. Now let me go. Galaor answered, Go thy way, for I little like thy company. You will like what you find here less, said the squire, wherewith he turned bridle and away. Then Galaor went to the fortress, which he saw was newly edified, and at the gate he saw an armed knight on horseback, and with him 5 halberdas. And they asked Galaor if it was he who brought their squire there against his will. I know not, quoth he, if he be your squire, but he who led me here was the worst varlet that ever I knew. That, said the knight, may be well, but what would you have here? Sir, I am sore wounded, and seek for one to give me help. Enter then, said the knight. Galaor went in, and then the halberders attacked him on one side and the knight on the other. He snatched an axe from one, and turned to the knight and smote him, so that he had no need of a surgeon. Then fell upon the halberders and slew 3 of them. The other 2 fled into the castle, and he was following. But his squire cried out, Take your arms, sir, for I hear a great stir in the castle. This Galaor did, and the squire took shield and axe from one of the dead men, and said, Sir, I will aid you against the villains, but against a knight I must not lift hand, lest I should lose thereby all title to be knighted. If I find the good knight whom I seek, said Galaor, that shalt thou soon be. Presently they saw 2 other knights, and 10 men on foot, and they heard the squire crying out from one of the windows, kill him, but save his horse for me. When Galaor heard that, he was greatly enraged, and he fiercely ran to meet the new assailants. Their lances brake, but he made him whom he encountered sure enough from ever bearing arms afterwards. Then setting hand to sword advanced himself to the others, and felled him, and turned among the halberders. The squire had already slain 2. Kill them all, said he, let not such traitors live. When the squire of the castle saw this, he ran up a ladder into a high tower, exclaiming, Arm yourself, sir, unless you mean to be slain. Then Galaor dismounted, because he could not ride through the portal, and went towards the tower. But before he reached it, there came out a knight all armed, and his horse was brought him. But Galaor caught the bridle, and said, Knight, thou shalt not mount, for I distrust thee. Is it you, quoth the knight, who have slain my nephews and my people? I know not whom you ask for, but this I can assure ye, how I found here the most disloyal and bad-minded people that ever I dealt withal. They whom thou hast slain were better than thou art, and dearly shalt thou pay for them. Then afoot as they were, they began a cruel battle, for the knight of the castle was a right good knight and a strong. Yet in the end he could not endure the heavy and hard blows of Galaor, and flying from him under a portal, he thought to leap from a window to the gallery, but with the weight of his arms he fell short, and falling a great depth upon stones he was dashed to pieces. When Galaor saw this he turned away, cursing the castle and its dwellers. But then he heard a voice from one of the rooms, saying, Ah, my lord, for mercy leave me not here. Open the door then, quoth he. I cannot, sir, I am chained. He then placed a foot against the door so strongly that it flew open, and entering he found a fair lady chained by the neck. She asked him what was become of the lord of the castle and his company, and when she heard how they were all dead, and how they set upon Galaor, who came to have his wound healed, she said, Release me, and I will heal the wound. Presently he broke the chain, and she took 2 little boxes from a coffer, and other things for his wounds, and they departed from the castle. In the gateway Galaor found the first knight whom he had smote down, who was yet breathing and struggling. He trampled him under his horse's feet, and then rode away. That night they lodged in a forest in the tent of some hunters whom they found. The damsel was a fair damsel, and what passed between them is not to be written. She told him that she was the daughter of Teloys the Fleming, to whom King Lisuarte had given the country of Clara, and of a lady who was his leman. The lord of that castle had seized her because she would not accept of him for a husband. Where shall I conduct you? said Galaor, for I have far to travel. To the monastery where my mother dwells. So she guided Galaor there, and right gladly was he welcomed, and the more when they heard what feats of arms he had wrought. And there, at the request of the ladies of the convent, Galaor remained. End of chapters 14, 15, and 16. Section 8. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 17 and 18. Amadis of Gaul. Chapter 17. Of the things which happened to Agrayes after the war of Gaul. After Agrayes had returned from the war of Gaul, he prepared to cross to Norway, where was his lady Olinda. One day when he was hunting he came to a high rock upon the sea shore, and there arose a sudden storm, and he saw a ship in great peril, wherewith he being moved to pity, kindled up great fires as the night came on, that the light might direct them, and there he himself awaited to see the end. At last by the skill of the mariners, and above all by the mercy of the true God, the ship that was so often at the point of perishing took safe harbour. There landed from it some damsels. Agrayes sent his huntsmen to assist them, and lodged them in his hunting huts. The mariners meantime took their suppers around the fires that he had kindled, and there fell asleep. The prince after some time went to the apartment where the damsels were, and coming to the door he saw them seated round a fire, and among them the fair princess, his lady Olinda, daughter of the King of Norway. Amazed at seeing her, he exclaimed, Holy Mary help me, the lady of my heart! Great joy was there at that meeting, and full happily did those lovers, thus unexpectedly met, pass the night together. 6 days they remained there, concealing their love so well, that none save her damsels knew what passed. At the end of that time the weather abated. Olinda told him she was on her way to Great Britain, to live with Queen Brisena, and there Agrayes promised to follow, since he had no reason to visit Norway, and at Lisuarte's court he should find his cousin Amadis, and enjoy his lady's company. So they parted, and Olinda took ship again, and arrived safely at the island of Windsor. Now remained Agrayes on the shore giving many a long look after the ship, till having lost sight of it, he returned to Briantes, where the king his father sojourned, and finding there his uncle Galvanes, who was called Lackland, he proposed to him to visit King Lisuarte's court, for there, said he, we may gain honour and fame, which cannot be done in this land. To this Galvanes willingly assented, for he had no lordship to detain him, and they took leave of Languines, and embarked with their squires and horses, and sailed prosperously till they reached the town called Bristol. There they landed, and proceeded on through a forest till they met a damsel, who enquired if that way led to the rock of Galtares. They told her no, and asked why she went thither. To seek a good knight, who will remedy the trouble I endure. Damsel, said Agrayes, you go wrong, for at that rock you will only find the great giant Albadan, and if you take sorrow to him he will double it. But, said she, the knight whom I seek hath slain Albadan in single fight. Certes, damsel, you tell us a wonder. How? quoth Galvanes, for never knight fought singly with a giant, save only King Abies of Ireland, who fought with one, himself being armed and the giant naked, by which advantage he slew him. Yet was this undertaking thought a madness. Your speeches then sound not to any likelihood, for this Albadan is the fiercest giant in all the islands of the sea. Sirs, said the damsel, this knight hath slain him. And then she related how the battle had been, and that the knight's name was Don Galaor, son of the King of Gaul. Ah, damsel, quoth Agrayes, you tell me the news in the world that rejoices me most, to hear of my cousin, whom I held as rather dead than alive. But what would you have with him? Sir, I seek his aid in behalf of a damsel who was imprisoned on his account, by the accusation of a dwarf, the most villainous creature that ever was born. And then she told him what had passed with Galaor and the dwarf, but concerning Aldiva's love she said nothing. And because the damsel will not confess what the dwarf hath avouched, the Duke of Bristol hath sworn that within 10 days she shall be burnt alive. And this is a great grief to the other ladies, lest the damsel for fear of death should accuse any of them, that for her sake Galaor came into the castle, and 4 days of the 10 are now past. Agrayes answered, Since it is so, you need travel no farther, guide us thither, and we will perform what Galaor should do, if not in strength, yet in good will. So she turned back, and they arrived at the duke's castle the day before the execution should be. The duke was then at table. They dismounted and entered the hall where he was, armed as they were, and he saluted them and bade them eat. Sir, said they, we must first declare the cause of our coming. And Don Galvanes then proceeded. Duke, you detain a damsel prisoner upon the false and wicked accusation of a dwarf. We beseech you to deliver her, because she hath no way misdone. And if it be needful to prove her innocence, let come 2 others to maintain his quarrel, for we are ready as her defenders. You say much, quoth the duke, and with that called for the dwarf, and asked him what reply he would make. Sir, said he, I have a champion who will prove the truth of what I say, and he called a knight who was his nephew, but so strong and large of limb that he did not look to be of the same kin, and he presented himself to do battle for the accuser. The duke rose from his meal to see the fight. I shall not, said he, determine the damsel's fate by the issue of this battle. Sir, said Agrayes, you have imprisoned her upon the dwarf's accusation, and if I defeat his champion you are bound in right to acquit her. I have told you my mind, replied the duke. Agrayes, tarrying for no more words, turned his horse, running a brave career against the dwarf's knight. They brake their staves gallantly in the encounter, meeting likewise so furiously with their bodies, that they were both laid along the ground, yet quickly they recovered, and unsheathed their swords, and delivered fierce and cruel strokes to each other. Their swords were sharp, and the knights valiant and haughtily disposed, by means whereof their armour, helmets, and shields were in a short time made of slender resistance. At length the dwarf's nephew gave back and said, we have combated enough, and it appears to me that neither the knight whose cause you have undertaken is guilty, nor yet the dwarf my uncle to blame, for otherwise the battle could not have lasted so long. If it please you then, let them both be held as loyal. Certes, quoth the prince, the knight is a loyal knight, but the dwarf is a false dwarf and a wicked, and I will not leave you till your own mouth confess him so. The battle was then renewed, but the dwarf's nephew was now so sorely pressed, that the duke returned, lest he should see his death, and said aloud as he went, henceforth I swear to take vengeance upon all knights errant. A foolish war hast thou denounced, quoth Galvanes, against errant knights, who go about to redress wrong. But this time his antagonist was at the feet of Agrayes, who plucked off his helmet and struck at his face with the hilt of his sword, saying, confess the disloyalty of the dwarf towards the knight. Ah, gentle knight, quoth he, do not slay me. I own that he for whom you combat is good and loyal, and I promise to gain the damsel's release ; but for God's sake do not make me say that the dwarf is false, for he is my uncle and he bred me up. At these words all the assistants marvelled, and Agrayes was moved to pity. He replied, let be the dwarf, but for you, who are a good knight, I release you, provided you will do your uttermost to deliver the damsel. Whilst this passed the duke got near the castle, but Galvanes laid hold on his bridle, and pointed where his champion lay at the prince's feet. He is slain or conquered. What say you of the damsel? Knight, you are more than mad if you think I will do otherwise with her than I have resolved and sworn. And what have you sworn? That she shall be burnt to morrow unless she confess for whom she introduced the knight into my palace? What, will you not deliver her? No, quoth the duke, and if you tarry longer in this land, I shall find you also employment here. As he said this, certain of his attendants came up. Galvanes then let loose the bridle. You threaten us, and you will not release the damsel as right is, therefore I defy you on my own behalf, and for all errant knights. And I defy you and all, replied the duke, in an evil hour shall any of you come here. Greatly enraged was Agrayes at hearing what had passed. A man like this, quoth he, from whom no right can be obtained, should not be the lord of a land. Then he cried to the dwarf's nephew, remember what thou hast promised, and with that he and his uncle departed. It was now about vespers, and they entered the forest of Arunda. Nephew, said Galvanes, let us lie in wait here for the duke or some of his people. So they turned aside from the path into a thicket, and dismounted, and sent their squires into the town for what things were needful, and there they remained that night. The duke, meantime, in great wrath, sent for the damsel, and bade her look to her soul, for she should be burnt to morrow unless she confessed. But she would disclose nothing. The dwarf's nephew then knelt down and told the duke what he had promised to Agrayes, and besought him for God's sake to release the damsel. But the duke swore he would rather lose his whole estates than break the vow he had sworn, and the knight was greatly troubled, for he hoped to have discharged himself of this fealty. In the morning the duke called again for the damsel. Choose, said he, the truth or the fire, one or the other. She replied, you must do your will, but against all right. Then he commanded 2 knights and 12 men at arms to take charge of her, and he himself mounted his horse with only a truncheon in his hand, and went with them to burn the damsel at the forest edge. And when they arrived and all was ready, he said, now set fire to her, and let her die in her obstinacy. All this Galvanes and his nephew saw, and as they were already armed they mounted, and commanded one of their squires to attend to nothing but the damsel, but to place her in safety. And then they rode towards the smoke. But now had the damsel so great a fear that she cried out, Sir, I will confess, and the duke came nigh to hear her, when he saw Don Galvanes and Agrayes come galloping up, and they cried out, Deliver the damsel. His 2 knights were lightly dismounted, and his men at arms slain or maimed, and he himself fled full speed towards the town, and Galvanes shouted after him. Stay, sir duke, and make proof of the enemies whom you have defied. The duke speedily armed himself and collected all his company, and sallied out to pursue them. And coming to the forest, he divided them into parties of 5, and sent them different ways. He himself with his 5 companions had the lot to find whom he sought. Now, nephew, quoth Galvanes, show your worth. In the combat the duke encountered Agrayes. Agrayes made a blow at him that only struck his visor, and it went through and sheared his nose clean away, and the duke, who thought he had been slain, turned bridle and galloped away. The prince then turned to his uncle's assistance, and soon forced the 2 knights, who kept still their saddles, to make the best use of their horses in flight. This battle won, they asked the damsel if there was any place of lodging near. Yes, said she, I know the dwelling of a knight hard by, named Olivas, a mortal enemy to the duke, and she guided them there, where Olivas gave them the better welcome for what had happened. The morrow morning, as they were about to depart, Olivas said to them, Sirs, the duke slew my cousin treacherously, and I shall accuse him for this death before King Lisuarte, and for this I beseech your advice, and your aid as errant knights, who redress wrong, if need should be. That did the knights readily promise, and Olivas accompanied them to Windsor. Chapter 18. Of the news which Amadis had of Don Galaor his brother, and how he departed from the court of King Lisuarte to go in quest of him. One day when Amadis was talking with Queen Brisena, there came a damsel into the palace, who knelt before her and said, Madam, is there a knight here who bears the lions? The queen, perceiving that she meant Amadis, answered, What would you with him? I bring him tidings of a new knight, who hath made a braver beginning of chivalry than did ever knight before in all the islands. Say you so? said Brisena. Now then tell your tale, for here is the knight whom you seek. Then said the damsel to Amadis, Sir, the fair child whom you knighted before the castle of Bradod, where you conquered the 2 knights of the bridge, and the 3 of the causey, and took the lord of the castle, and delivered by force of arms Urganda's friend, saluteth you by me, as being the man whom he reputeth his lord, and bids me say that he will strive to be a good man, or die in the attempt. And when he shall be such in prowess, he will tell you more of his affairs than you yet know. But if he fail to become such a one as you could esteem, he will still be silent. Then came tears into the eyes of Amadis, so that all the dames and damsels saw he was weeping, for he remembered his brother. Meanwhile the queen, desirous to hear what deeds of prowess the new knight had performed, said to the damsel, I pray you continue your message, and tell us that brave beginning of chivalry you speak of. The damsel then related what she had seen at the rock of Galtares, which when she had done, the queen asked Amadis if he knew who the knight was, and Amadis told her it was his brother. But Oriana, who sat too far off to hear what was said, was greatly displeased to see Amadis in tears, and she said to Mabilia, Call your cousin that we may know what hath happened. And when he came to them she asked him angrily from whom the damsel could bring him news that should draw tears. But when he told her, she cried, Pardon me, my lord, that I suspected where there was no cause. Ah, lady, he replied, how can I pardon you who have never offended? But if it please you, may I go and seek my brother? And this he said because he greatly desired to see him, and because he wished to seek adventures wherein renown might be won. Oriana answered, As God shall help me, I should heartily rejoice to see that knight here, and I freely permit you to seek him, but let it seem as if you went at the queen's command. Amadis then went to the queen and said, I would, lady, that we had that knight in the king's company, yet if he be not sought, it will be long before he will come. In God's name, replied Brisena, seek him then, but when you have found him, forthwith return here. On the morrow Amadis heard mass, and departed with only Gandalin. Towards the close of the 2nd day, as he rode through a forest, he met a lady with 2 damsels and 4 esquires, and there was a litter with them, and they were all loudly lamenting. Lady, said Amadis, what have you in this litter? I have all my care and my sorrow, said she, a knight, my husband, who is wounded I fear to death. Then he approached the litter, and lifting a cloth that covered him, beheld a goodly knight, but his face was all bruised and swollen, and it had many wounds. Sir knight, said he, from whom have you received this injury? But the knight turned his head a little and made no reply. The lady answered, From a knight who keeps a bridge upon this road, and who hath thus wounded him in hatred to King Lisuarte, upon whom and all his companions he hath vowed revenge for the death of Dardan. Lady, said Amadis, lend me one of your squires to guide me to him, for since for my sake your husband has been so wronged, it behoves me to avenge him. Ah, good knight, said she, God prosper you. So they each went their way, and Amadis rode on till he came to the bridge, and he saw the knight playing at tables with another, but quickly leaving his pastime, he mounted on horseback and rode toward Amadis, and cried, Stay, sir knight, you pass not the bridge till you have sworn. Sworn what? quoth Amadis. Whether you are of Lisuarte's household, if so you shall lose your head. That, said Amadis, is not quite so certain. I am of the household, the knight of the queen his wife, and have been so since I won the battle for a disinherited lady. By my head, replied he of the bridge, thou shalt lose thine, for thou hast slain the best of my lineage. Hereupon they gave the spurs to their horses, and breaking their lances met so furiously that the knight of the bridge was thrown to the ground. But by reason the helmet of Amadis was displaced in the encounter, he had leisure to mount again, and to give his enemy 3 blows with the sword, before Amadis had adjusted the lacings. That done, he of Gaul requited him with one blow on the side of his neck, that sent his head dangling upon his breast. Now, said he to the squire, go tell your lady what you have seen. Then Amadis rode on till he came to the end of the forest, and entered a fair plain and wide, and he was delighted with the green herbs that he saw on all sides. Presently there came up an ugly dwarf upon a palfrey, whom he asked whence he came. From the house of the court of Clara. Have you seen there a young knight called Galaor? No, said the dwarf, but in 3 days I will show you the best knight in this land. Ah, dwarf, lead me then to him. That shall I do, if you will grant me a boon, and go with me where I shall appoint. This Amadis granted, hoping that the knight of whom he spake might be his brother. So they rode on together. The following day about noon they saw 2 knights fighting against one, and Amadis approached and said, Sirs, may it please ye stay a while, and tell me on what occasion your quarrel ariseth. At these words they ceased, and one of them replied, Because this knight maintaineth that he alone is able to atchieve as great an enterprise as we 2 together. Certes, said Amadis, a slight cause, for the goodness of the one diminisheth no jot of the other. They saw that he spake with good reason, and so ended their strife. And they then asked him if he knew the knight who conquered Dardan. Why ask ye? quoth Amadis. Because we would gladly meet with him. I know not, he replied, whether your meaning be good or bad, but I saw him not long since in the court of King Lisuarte, and he took leave of them and went his way. The 3 knights conferred together a little, and then galloped after him. He no sooner heard them than he turned and took his arms. He had no lance, neither had they, having broken them in their quarrel. Alas, my lord, quoth the dwarf, what will ye do? Do ye not see that they are 3? I shall defend myself if they attack me, replied Amadis, and by this they came up. Knight, said they, we beg a boon of you, and you must grant it if you would get from us. I shall grant it the sooner, replied Amadis, if it be reasonable. Tell us then, as a loyal knight, where we may find him by whom Dardan was slain. He, who was now compelled to avow himself, answered, I am he. They exclaimed at once, Ah, traitor, thou diest! and all fell upon him, but Amadis so bestirred himself, that only one of them escaped with life from the adventure. Ah, quoth the dwarf, I take a better with me for my boon than I had thought. That night they lodged with a hermit, and had poor fare for their supper. In the morning, about the hour of tierce, the dwarf showed him in a pleasant valley 2 tall pine trees, and under them sat a knight all armed upon a lusty courser, and 2 knights, whom he had just dismounted, were endeavouring to catch their horses, and in the same shade another knight lay leaning on his helmet, having his shield by him, and there were 20 lances ready against the tree, and 2 horses ready caparisoned. There, said the dwarf, he who leans on his helmet is the good knight of whom I spake, Angriote of Estravaus, the best knight that I have heard report of. Why keepeth he there so many lances? The dwarf answered, I can resolve ye, he loveth a lady of this country, who hateth him above all others; nevertheless he hath prevailed so much in fight, that her parents were constrained to give her to him. After he had gotten her into his power, he thought himself the happiest man in the world, but she told him it was no courtesy to take a damsel against her will, and that she never willingly would be his till he had performed one thing for her, which was that he and his brother should keep this vale of pines for a year against all errant knights, and force them to go to King Lisuarte's court, and confess there that she is more beautiful than their mistresses. And this she devised in her great hatred to him, hoping that he would either be slain or provoke many enemies who might protect her against him. For this cause they depart not hence all the day time, and at night retire to the castle upon yonder brow. 3 months have passed, in which time Angriote hath never set hand to spear against any knight, because his brother hath still been conqueror. At the entrance of the valley a squire met them, and said, Sir knight, you pass not on unless you confess the mistress of yonder knight to be fairer than your own. That lie shall I never utter, answered Amadis, and rode on. End of chapter 18. End of chapters 17 and 18.
Book 1, Chapters 19 through 21 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a Liverbox recording. All Liverbox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit liverbox.org. Recording by Nick Vega. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, Chapter 19. How Amadis fought with Agriote of Estravaus and his brother, and conquered them. When the brother of Agriote saw him coming, he took his arms and met him, saying, Certes, knight, great folly have you committed in not granting our demand. Wherewith they gave the career against each other. The shield of Amadis was pierced, but the lance broke against his corslet. His antagonist was thrown back, yet held he fast the reins till they broke, and he fell upon his neck in such plight that he knew nothing of himself. Hereon Amadis alighted and took off his helmet, and perceiving that he was in a swoon, drew him by the arm towards him. The knight then opened his eyes, and, fearing death, yielded. Amadis mounted again, for Agriote was already horsed, and had taken his arms and sent a lance to him. Soon they encountered so gallantly that the stave shivered, and both passed on, for they were good knights. When Amadis seized his sword, but Agriote cried, We may have the sword battle anon, and to your cost. Let us joust till yonder lances fail us, or till one be sent to the earth. And this he said, deeming that there was no knight in the world who could wield the sword better than himself. Sir, said Amadis, I have what to do elsewhere, and cannot so long tarry. What? Would you escape so lightly? I pray thee, one course more. They chose fresh spears, and met in the course so strongly that Agriote fell, and his horse upon him, and Amadis passing on fell over the horse of Agriote, and part of the spear which had gone through his shield was driven by the fall through his harness and into the flesh, though but a little depth. But he rose lightly as of one who would brook no shame for himself and in his lady's cause, and plucked the truncheon out, and went to his antagonist sword in hand. Knight, said Agriote, thou art a brave youth. I beseech thee, confess my lady is fairer than thine, before it be worse with thee. Such lie, quoth Amadis, shall my lips never utter. Then began a strife which could not long endure, for rather would Amadis have died than failed one jot in this quarrel, and he laid on so fiercely that neither the great strength nor skill of Agriote availed him, for the sword came now upon his head, now upon his body, that the blood sprang from more than 20 wounds. He, as he could, drew back. Of a truth, knight, there is more worth in thee than a man can think. Yield, quoth Amadis, else if we end the combat thy life also will be ended, and that should I repent, for I esteem thee better than thou winnest. This he said for his great goodness in arms, and for the courtesy which he had used towards his mistress, having her in his power. Agriote, who could not choose, gave himself up for vanquished, saying, Believe me, I not so much sorrow for my foil as for the wreckful chance that I this day lose the thing which I love best. That shall you not, said Amadis, if I can help you, and the lady will be ungrateful if she acknowledge not your honourable pains in her defence. I promise you to employ my endeavours in your behalf so soon as I return from a quest. Where, sir, shall I find you? In the court of King Lisuarte, answered Amadis. So took he leave, and Agriote passed on with the dwarf. 5 days they rode together. Then the dwarf showed him a castle marvellously strong and pleasant. There is Castle Valderin. Within that hold you must perform the promise made to me. Take your arms, for they suffer none lightly to go out who enter there. Amadis buckled on his helm and rode on first. The dwarf and Gandalin followed. They passed through the gate and looked round, and could see no creature. The place is deserted, quoth Amadis. So, said the dwarf, it seems. Why then hast thou brought me here? Sir, said the dwarf, there was here the fiercest knight that ever I saw, and the strongest in arms, who in that porch slew 2 knights. The one was my master, and him he slew cruelly, a man in whom there was no pity. The head of that traitor is the boon which I required. I have led here many knights to obtain vengeance, but for their sins they have either been slain or thrown into cruel prison. Thou dost the part of a loyal servant, said Amadis. Yet oughtst thou not bring no knight here without telling him against whom he should fight? Sir, he answered, he is so known for one of the fierce, that if I named him, none would venture to accompany me. It is Arcalos, the enchanter. Again Amadis looked round about if he might see anybody. He lighted and waited till vespers, then asked the dwarf what they should do. Sir, said he, the darkness is at hand. It is not good to tarry here. Nay, trust me, answered Amadis, I will not budge hence till he come, or someone who can tell me tidings of him. I, said the dwarf, will not stay, lest he should see me and know me. Yet shalt thou stay, quoth Amadis, for I will not excuse myself from the promise, if I may perform it. And thus they communed. Amadis espied a court somewhat farther on, wherein he entered and found no one, but he saw a dark place with steps that went underground. Let us see what is here, said he. For God's sake, mercy, cried the dwarf. I would not for the world go down. But Gandalin caught him as he would have run away. Fear not, tall fellow, said he. And Amadis said, You shall not go till I have performed my promise, or till you see how it fares with me. Let me go, quoth the little wretch. I acquit the promise, for God's sakes let me go. Said Amadis, Thou shalt not say hereafter I have failed in my promise. I desire thee not to discharge me of it. By my faith I discharge you, said the dwarf, and I will wait for you in the road to see if you come. Go then, and good luck with thee, quoth the knight. I shall remain till morning. So the dwarf fled in haste. Amadis went down the steps so far as he could see nothing. He came to a plain ground. It was utterly dark, yet he proceeded, and groping along a wall felt a bar of iron, whereto there hung a key, and he opened the padlock of the gate. Heard he a voice say, Ah, God, how long shall this misery continue? Ah, death, why delayest thou to come when thou art so needed? He listened a while, but heard no one. He then entered the vault, having his shield about his neck and the helmet laced, and the sword in his hand, and passing further he found himself in a great hall, where was a lamp burning, and he saw 6 armed men sleeping in one bed, and by them laying their shields and hatchets. One hatchet he took and advanced. Anon more than 100 voices were heard crying aloud, Lord God, send us death and deliver us. Thereat was Amadis greatly astonished, and the men who were asleep awoke. And then one said to the other, Take a scourge and make those wretches silent who disturb us in our sleep. I marry will, said the other. And taking a scourge he rose, but seeing Amadis he stopped and cried, Who goes there? A strange knight. The man turned back and fastened the grate and roused his comrades. Leave him to me, said the jailer, and I will place him among the rest. This man was great and strong of limb, and taking his shield and hatchet he advanced toward Amadis. If you fear death, lay down your arms, and if not, expect what my hatchet will give thee. Both raised their hatchets at once, and at once both blows fell. The jailers entered far into the knight's helmet. The knights pierced through the shield of his enemy, who drew back, and so plucked the hatchet from his hand. Then Amadis drew his sword. The other grappled with him, confiding in his strength, but Amadis with the pommel of his sword drove at his face and broke his jaw, and shook him off. Then followed that stroke with such another that he never needed a surgeon. Then sheathing his sword, he recovered the hatchet from the shield, and so played his part with the other 5, that only 2 escaped death by falling at his feet for mercy. Show me the prisoners, said Amadis. They led the way. Who lies here? Said he, hearing a lamentable voice from a cell. A lady, said they, in great torments, and taking 2 keys from the jailer's girdle, he unlocked the door. But she, who believed it was her old tormentor, exclaimed, Kill me, man, and do not inflict so many martyrdoms. O king, in an evil day was I beloved by you. Since that love has cost me so dear, the tears came over the eyes of Amadis for great pity. Lady, said he, I am not he whom you think, but one who will, if he can, deliver you. And he called for light, and when the soldier brought it, he beheld a lady chained round the neck with a great chain, and her garments fretted and worn through to the skin. Wretched as you behold me, said she, yet I am the daughter of a king, and thus tortured for a king's sake. So he caused the chain to be taken off, and commanded garments to be brought to her. And she covered herself with the scarlet mantle of the jailer, and he led her from the prison. There met them one at the gate, who called out to the soldier with the light, Archelaus demandeth where the knight is that entered, whether he be dead or taken. At these words the man let fall the torch with exceeding fear, and could make no reply. Villain, quoth Amadis, what fearest thou, being under my guard? Go on. Then they ascended the stairs, and came into the open court. The night was far spent, and the moon was clear above. But that poor lady, beholding the heavens, and feeling the air, fell on her knees, and cried, O gentle knight, God protect thee, and give thee thy reward. Then Amadis, raising her, looked around for Gandalin, and finding him not, he feared, and exclaimed, If the best squire in the world be slain, I will take such vengeance as never has been heard of. Presently he heard a cry, and following it, found the dwarf hanging by one leg from a beam over a fire of stinking smoke, and near him Gandalin tied to a post. Him he was about to untie, but the squire cried, The dwarf first, for he is in worse case. And Amadis, holding him in one hand while he cut the cord, set him on his feet. Then set Gandalin at liberty, and said to him, In sooth, my friend, he who placed thee here did not love thee as I do. He went toward the castle, and found the portcullis down. Gandalin showed him the place where his horse was stabled. He burst the door, and took him out. Then seated him on a stone bench in the wall with the lady. For though he wished to deliver the other prisoners, yet durst he not leave her. So there he awaited daylight. Meantime he asked the lady for what king's sake she had suffered. Sir, said she, Archelaus mortally hates him, and therefore he revenged himself upon me. He seized me in the presence of many friends, and covering me with dark cloud carried me away, and from that time till now I have never seen daylight. And this he did as the worst evil he could do to my lover, King Arban of North Wales. It is he, quoth Amadis. Now God be thanked, for dearly do I love that knight. But now do I not so much pity you as before, since you have suffered for the sake of one of the best men in the world. When it was day, a knight looked from a window, and asked Amadis, Art thou he who has slain my jailer and my servants? Art thou he, answered the Amadis, who so treacherously murderest knights and imprisonest dams and damsels? Thou art the worst, disloyal, and cruelest knight in the world. As yet you know not all my cruelty, Archelaus replied, and left the window, and soon they saw him enter the court, well armed, upon a lusty courser. Now this was one of the largest knights in the world who were not giants, and Amadis looked at him with admiration, thinking that he must needs be a great strength. Why lookest thou at me so earnestly? Quoth the castellan. Because thou wouldst be so good a knight, were it not for thy foul disloyalty. I come in good time, quoth Archelaus, to be preached at by one like thee. As with that he laid lance in rest and ran the charge. Their spears broke, horses and bodies met, and both horses were driven to the ground. Quickly the knights arose, and began a fierce combat which lasted long. At length the Castilian drew back. Knight, said he, thou art in the chance of death, and I know not who thou art. Tell me that I may know, for I think rather to slay than to take thee. My death, Amadis replied, is in the will of God, whom I fear, and thine is in the will of the devil, who is weary of helping thee, and will now let thy soul and body perish together. You ask my name, I am Amadis of Gaul, the knight of Queen Brisena. Then renewed they their combat with fresh fury till about the hour of tierce. Then Arcalaus waxed faint, and Amadis smote him down, and as he rose, staggered him with another blow on the helmet, so that seeing himself near to die, he fled into the place, and Amadis followed. But he running into a little chamber, and the door whereof stood a lady beholding the battle, took up a sword, for he had dropped his own in the court, and called to Amadis, Come in and finish the fight. This hall is larger, answered Amadis. Let it be here. I will not come out, quoth the Castilian. What? Quoth the Gaul. Thinkest thou to save thyself? And placing his shield before him, he entered the chamber. His sword being raised to strike, immediately the strength of all his limbs was gone, and he lost his senses, and fell to the ground like a dead man. Thou shalt die by no other death than this, said Arcalaus. What say you, my lady? Have I well avenged myself? And with that he disarmed Amadis, who knew nothing of what was doing, and put on the armour himself, and said to his lady, As you regard yourself, let none remove this knight till his soul shall have forsaken his body. Then he descended into the court, and said to her whom Amadis had delivered, Seek for some other to rescue you, for this champion is dispatched. And when Gandalin heard these words, he fell down senseless. Arcalaus took the lady, and led her where Amadis lay in that deadly trance. And she, seeing him in such flight, wanted no tears to express the abundance of her grief. As soon as he is dead, said Arcalaus to the other lady, who was his wife, place this woman again in her prison. I will go to the court of King Lisuarte, and there relate how I performed this battle, upon condition that he who conquered should cut off his enemy's head, and within 15 days publish his victory at that court. By these means none shall challenge me about his death, and I shall obtain the greatest glory in the world, having overcome him who conquered every one. Then he went into the court, and ordered Gandalin and the dwarf to prison. But Gandalin reviled him with the names of traitor and villain, and provoked him to kill him, desiring death. Arcalaus made his men drag him by the leg to a dungeon. If I killed thee, said he, thou wouldst endure no farther pain, and there thou shalt have worse than death. He then mounted upon the horse of Amadis, and accompanied by 3 squires, set forth for the court. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Amadis of Gaul. Of the battle which Amadis had with Arcalaus the enchanter, and how he escaped from his enchantment. Grindalaya, the lady whom Amadis had delivered, made such dole over him, and was pitiful to hear. The wife of Arcalaus comforted her so well as she could, for she was of disposition clean contrary to her husband, and always besought God in her prayers to turn his heart. As they were thus together, they saw 2 damsels enter the hall, each bearing in her hands many lighted candles, which they placed along the sides of the chamber wherein Amadis lay. The ladies who beheld them this, while being neither able to speak nor move, one of the 2 damsels took a book from a casket which she brought under her arm, and read from it aloud, and at times a voice answered her. And presently the answers were made by many voices together, as though 100 and all in the chamber. Then there came another book through the floor of the chamber, whirling as if driven by the wind, as if stopped at the feet of her who read. And she took and broke it into 4 parts, and burnt them at the sides of the chamber where the candles stood. Then she went to Amadis and took him by the hand. Arise, sir, for you lie uneasily. And Amadis arose and cried, Holy Mary, what is this? I was well nigh dead. Certes, sir knight, replied the damsel, such a man as you should not perish in this sort, for by your hand must others die who better deserve it. And with that, without more words, both damsels returned thither from whence they came. Then Amadis asked what had passed, and Grindalaya told him all. I felt him disarm me, said he, but all seemed as in a dream. Then arming himself, and in the harness of Arcalaus, he said to his wife, Look to this lady well till I return. And he went to deliver Gandalin. The men of Arcalaus, seeing him thus armed, ran all ways, but he descended the steps, and through the hall where he had slain the jailor, and so to the dungeon. A dreadful place it was for the captives, in length 100 times as far as a man's spread arms can reach. One only and a half of that span wide, dark, for neither light nor air could enter, and so full that it was crowded. Amadis came to the door and called, Gandalin! But he, who was like one dead, hearing the voice, was greatly terrified, and made no answer, for he believed that his master was slain, and he himself enchanted. Gandalin, where art thou? Again cried Amadis. O God, will he not answer? And he said to the prisoners, Tell me, for God's sake, is the squire living whom they have just now cast here? But then the dwarf knew his voice, and answered, Here we are. Thereat, greatly rejoicing, Amadis went to the lamp in the hall, and kindled torches, and took them to the dungeon, and loosed Gandalin's chain, for he lay nearest the door, and bade him deliver his comrades. They came from the dungeon, 115 men in all, of whom 30 were knights, and they followed Amadis, exclaiming, O fortunate knight! Ever so did our Saviour go out from hell, leading away his servants from whom he had delivered. Christ give thee thy reward. And when they came to the sunlight and open sky, they fell upon their knees, and with lifted hands blessed God, who had given that night strength to their deliverance. Amadis, seeing their faces so pale and overspent that they seemed like dead rather than living creatures, was moved to exceeding compassion. One amongst them he remarked for his better shape and stature, who came forward and asked what they should call their deliverer. And hearing it was Amadis, replied that he also was a knight of Lisuarte's court, being by name Brandoyuas. Right glad was Amadis thereof, for he had often heard his good report, and the sorrow that there was for his loss. The other prisoners then confessed their bounden duty to him, and desired him to appoint what they should do, and he willed them each to do as he thought best. They telling him that they, wherever they might be, they should be at his command, departed. Brandoyuas and 2 squires only remaining with Amadis. They now went to the wife of Arcalaus. Lady, said Amadis, for your sake, and the sake of these women, I forbear to set the castle on fire. She answered him, weeping, God is witness of the trouble and grief I endure for my husband's evil ways, but I must obey him, and pray for his amendment. Now I am at your mercy. Then Amadis requested arms for Brandoyuas, and fit garments for Grindalaya. Give them, said he, if it please you, at your free will. The horse and arms of Arcalaus I must take, for he hath taken mine, and with them a sword of more value than all this. This the dame willingly accorded, and she besought them to take food before they departed. And the best viands were brought forth that so short warning could afford. But Grindalaya could not eat, uneasy to be gone, whereat the knight smiled, and still more at the dwarf, who could eat nothing, and scarcely could he speak, and his colour was gone. Dwarf, said Amadis, shall we wait for Arcalaus, that I may give thee the boon which you released? Sir, said he, so dear hast thou cost me that never while I live will I beg another. Let us go before the devil comes back again. I cannot stand upon the leg he hung me by, and my nose is so full of the brimstone smoke of the fire that I can do nothing but sneeze. So after they had repassed, they took leave of the dame, and she, commending Amadis to God, said, I pray that God that there may be peace between my lord and you. Certes, lady, quoth he, however that may be, there will be peace between you and me, for you have deserved it. And the time came when these words greatly profited that lady. They departed together, and on the second day separated, Grindalaya and Brando Yuas going to the court of Lisuarte, Amadis pursuing his search. And where wilt thou go, my friend? Said he to the dwarf. I would remain to be your servant, quoth he, and he kissed the hand of Amadis as his master. Not far have they travelled, when they met one of the damsels who had disenchanted him. She was lamenting loudly, and Amadis inquired, Wherefore? Yonder knight has taken a casket from me, which will not profit him, though with its contents the best knight in the world was delivered from death by me and my companion, whom another knight hath now carried off with design to force her. Now the damsel knew not Amadis, by reason that his bever was closed, but he forthwith galloping on overtook the knight, and soon forced from him the casket, and restored it to the damsel, and then hasted to her friend's deliverance. Her he found struggling with the knight, who seeing him took his arms. In an evil hour dost thou hinder me of my will. God confound such a will, quoth Amadis. If I do not revenge myself, said the knight, I may never carry arms. The world will lose little by that, quoth the Gaul, and meeting him in full career, drove him to the earth with a force that broke his neck, and then trampled him under his horse's feet. Amadis took off his helmet, and immediately the damsels knew him, and he remembered her, for it was she who had led him to deliver Urganda's friend from Castle Bradoyd. By this her companion with Gandalin was come up, and they both embraced him, and thanked him for their deliverance. On my faith, said he, in worse danger was I when you succoured me. How knew ye of my plight? She who had taken him by the hand answered, My aunt Urganda bade me 10 days ago hasten to be there by that hour. So Amadis commended himself to that his true friend, and courteously taking leave of the damsels, they departed each on their way. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. How Arcalaus carried tidings to the court of King Lisuarte that Amadis was slain, and of the lamentations that were made for him. Such speed made Arcalaus in the armour and on the horse for him who he had enchanted, that on the 10th day he met King Lisuarte riding abroad on the morning to take the air, accompanied with a great train. They, seeing the horse and arms of Amadis, were greatly rejoiced, and rode on to welcome him. But coming nearer, they saw that it was not he for whom they looked, for Arcalaus had his head and hands unarmed, and they were greatly amazed. Arcalaus came before the king and said, I come, sir, to acquit a promise wherein I stand bound, to let you understand how I have slain a knight in battle. And albeit I must be content to declare mine own praise, which were more honourable for me being reported by another in mine absence, yet am I constrained to do no less. For the covenant was between me and him whom I have slain, that the conqueror should cut off the other's head, and present himself before you. If he slew me, I told him it was Arcalaus whom he would slay, and much was I grieved when he said that he was the queen's knight, and by name Amadis of Gaul. In this guise came he to his death, and I remained with the honour of the battle. Holy Mary! Exclaimed the king. Is the best knight in the world slain? And with that they all began to lament. But Arcalaus turned back by the way he had came, and all cursed him and besought God that he might speedily die an evil death, which they with their own swords would at once have given him but for his own tale, how Amadis was slain in an accorded battle. Forthwith the king returned in heavy affliction, and the news spread and reached the queen's house, and she and all her ladies lamented, for greatly was Amadis beloved by all. But Oriana, hearing their lamentation, sent the damsel of Denmark to inquire its cause, who presently returned beating her face, and with a wild cry looked at Oriana. Ah, lady, what grief, what a misery! So that Oriana trembled from head to foot, and exclaimed, Holy Virgin, if Amadis should be dead. The damsel answered, Ah me, he is dead. And with that Oriana's heart died away within her, and she fell. Then ran the damsel to Mabilia, tearing her hair, Help, help, for my lady is dying, Mabilia. Though her own grief was so great, the greater none could be, yet not for that did she neglect what remedy might profit. She took the princess in her arms, and poured cold water on her face, and bade the damsel fasten the door of the chamber, that none might see her in that passion. She, recovering her senses, exclaimed, Oh, friend, let me die and be at rest. Why would you make me so faithless that I should lie even an hour after him? What though his dwelling be in cold water, where all love ceaseth? Yet greater shall our loves when in the other world we are united. And then again she swooned, her long hair hanging on the ground, her hands clenched upon her breast, that Mabilia thought that she was indeed dead, and cried, Oh God, let me die also, since they whom I loved best are gone. For God's sake, dear lady, quoth the damsel, let not your good sense fail you now, when it is so needed. Roused by these words, Mabilia recovered herself. They placed Oriana in bed, and poured water again upon her face and upon her breast, so that she revived. Take heart, said Mabilia, and do not so easily believe such tidings. That knight may have borrowed the arms of Amadis, or stolen them. Who shall vouch for his truth? But Oriana had fixed her eyes upon the widow where first she talked with Amadis, and in a faint and feeble voice exclaimed, How bitter is the remembrance that thou existeth! Long as thou shalt last, never will two others discourse in thee with such pure and perfect truth. Think you, said Mabilia, that if I believe his death, I should have power to comfort you? And thus, with such consolation, all that day they strove to cheer her, who would not be comforted, and that the night was worse than the day, and oftentimes they feared that she would never see the morning. But the next day, at the hour when they were about to lay the napkins before the king, Brandoyuas entered the place, leading Grindalaya, and they both went and knelt before the king. He, who greatly esteemed him and had been troubled for his long absence, inquired where he had tarried. Sir, said he, in a dungeon, whence I should never have come out, but for the good knight Amadis, who delivered me and this lady, and many others, doing there such deeds of arms as only he could have achieved. And he would there have been slain by the worst treason that ever was known, but by the traitor Arcalaus, if two damsels had not helped him, who surely must not a little have loved him. Lisuarte at this rose instantly from the table. Tell me, my friend, by the faith which you owe to God and to me, is Amadis alive? By that faith, replied Brandoyuas, I left him alive and well not 10 days ago. Then there was such joy as greater could not be. The king sent Grindalaya to Brisena, and well was she welcome for her tidings. The damsel of Denmark soon heard it, and hastened to Oriana, and restored her from death to life. And Mabilia sent for Grindalaya, that they might hear the whole from her own mouth, and the princess would suffer her to eat nowhere but at their own table, that she might relate it at more length. On her return to the queen's apartment, she found King Arban of North Wales, who dearly loved her. Then was there such joy as cannot be expressed. And King Arban told Brisena how she was daughter of King Android of Ceralis, and Brisena, as well for her high rank as for the good tidings she had brought, besought her to remain in the court, to the which she was nothing loth. Brisena also sent for Grindalaya's sister Aldeva. This was she who was the friend of Galaor, and for whose sake he had been so persecuted by the dwarf. So there were great rejoicings in the court of King Lisuarte. End of chapter 21. This is a Liverbox recording. All Liverbox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit liverbox.org. Recording by Nick Vega, May 2010, in Napa, California.
Section 10 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Chapters 22 through 24. Chapter 22. Of the trick which a knight put upon Don Galaor, and how he revenged himself, and of what happened to Amadis in the castle, where was the fair child Briolania. 15 days Galaor abode in the monastery before his wounds were healed. Then he departed and rode where chance guided him. About midday he came to a fountain in a valley, and by the fountain was an armed knight, having no horse nor other beast. Marvelling thereat, Galaor said to him, Sir knight, how came you thus afoot? The knight answered, In riding towards my castle I fell with the fellows who slew my horse, so that I must walk home, though sorely tired, for my people know not my case. Not so, replied Galaor, you shall have my squire's beast. I thank you, sir, quoth the knight, but before we depart hence, you shall know the virtue of this fountain, which is such that no poison, however strong, hath any force against the water. Beasts that have been poisoned immediately recover by drinking here, and all the people of the district come hither, and find relief for their infirmities. In sooth you tell me wonders, said Galaor, and I will alight and taste it. The knight replied, Good reason you should, being near that which you ought to seek from afar. Galaor dismounted, and bade his squire alight and drink as he did, and he placed his arms against a tree. Go and drink, said the knight, and I will hold your horse. And while they were drinking, he put on Galaor's helmet, took his lance, and mounted and rode away, saying, Farewell, sir knight, you must stay here till you trick another as I have tricked you. Ah, knave, quoth Galaor, thou shalt repent this. You must provide yourself with horse and arms first, said the traitor. Gone is the knight so fast as he could gallop, and Galaor in great wrath followed in the same tract upon the squire's palfrey. At length he came to a double way, and knowing not which to take, stood still in perplexity. Presently there came up a damsel riding more than apace, of whom he demanded if she had seen a knight on a bay horse, bearing a white shield with a vermilion flower. And what would you with him? I would recover my horse and arms which he has stolen. And he told her what had happened. How, said she, would you recover them being disarmed? Only let me find him, quoth Galaor. Well, grant me a boon, and I will bring you to him. So she rode on, and Galaor after her. But the damsel was foremost, for Galaor's palfrey could not keep up with her, carrying both him and his squire, and they rode 3 leagues without seeing her. Then they met her returning, for the false knight was her paramour, and she had been advising with him how he might spoil Galaor of his armour. So she led Galaor to a tent where the knight was ready to kill him without danger. Galaor alighted. The knight stood at the entrance of the tent and exclaimed, Give me now the rest of your armour, or I will slay thee. Certes, quoth Galaor, I cannot fear such a knave as thou art. And avoiding his blow, he smote him so manfully upon the head as made him put knee to earth, and then griped his helmet and plucked it off. And the knight cried aloud to his leman for help. She hastily drawing nigh, called to Galaor to hold, for that was the boon which she required. But she spoke too late, for Galaor in his anger had already made him in a state that needed no surgeon. Wretch that I am, said she, in beguiling another I have deceived myself. An ill death kill thee, knight! I will claim thy boon, so that shalt die for it, and if thou shouldst refuse to grant it, I will every where proclaim thee and shame thee. Damsel, said Galaor, you spoke too late, else would I have spared him, though he well deserved death. Then mounting he rode on. After some time he looked and saw that she was following him. Whither go you? said he. In your company, which I will not leave till I have found opportunity to demand my boon, and make thee die an evil death. Lady, you had better choose some other atonement. Nothing but thy life for his. So they rode on for 3 days, the damsel perpetually reviling him, and then they entered the forest of Angaduza. After Amadis had taken leave of Urganda's damsels, about noon he left the forest, and came out upon a plain, wherein there was a goodly castle, and in the plain there was a chariot, the richest that ever he saw, drawn by 12 palfreys, and covered with crimson satin, so that he could see nothing within. The chariot was guarded by 8 knights on each side, As Amadis approached to see what it might be, one of the knights bade him keep off. I have no ill intent, said Amadis. Be that as it may, quoth the knight, you shall not approach. You are not such that you ought to see what goes there, and if you persist you must do battle with us. Each singly would be enough, how much more all together? Then he of Gaul took his arms and sped so well, that there soon remained only one enemy to deal with. His helmet he smote off, and when Amadis saw under it the face of an old man and the grey hairs, he drew back. Sir knight, quoth he, you should now leave this pursuit, for if you have not before won honour, your age excuses you now. Nay, friend, replied the old knight, the young must fight to obtain renown, and the old to preserve what they have won. Your words, sir knight, are wiser than mine, said Amadis, and he advanced to the chariot and lifted up the hangings. Within it he saw a marble monument, having the figure of a crowned king thereon in royal robes, but the crown was cleft to the head, and the head down to the neck. There was also a dame sitting on a couch, and by her a young maiden of most excellent beauty. I pray ye tell me, madam, said he, what figure is this? Seeing that he was not of her company, replied, Who gave thee permission to look here? None other than my desire thus to do. And my knights, what did they? More harm to me than good, said Amadis. Then the lady in years lifted the curtain and saw her knights, some laying dead, some endeavouring to catch their horses, and she was greatly moved, and said to Amadis, Cursed be the hour in which thou, who hast done such devilries, wert born. Lady, he replied, your knights attacked me. I beseech you tell me the meaning of this. As God shall help me, you shall never learn it from me whom you have so injured. And when Amadis beheld how wroth she was, he departed and went his way. The knights of the lady then placed their dead comrades in the chariot, and went towards the castle with great shame. Amadis meantime rode on, and when he had gone about a league, he saw the old knight riding after him, who called to him to stop. The lady whom you saw, said he, sends to you, and requests you will lodge in her castle tonight, that she may make amends for her discourtesy. Gentle sir, quoth Amadis, she was so moved that meseems my presence should cause her more wrath than pleasure. Believe me, answered the knight, she will rejoice in your return. Amadis, seeing the knight was of an age that should not lie, and won by his manner, turned back with him. On the way he asked the meaning of the figure, but the knight would not resolve him, and when they drew near the castle, the old man rode on to inform his lady of her guest. Amadis slowly followed to the gate, over which there was a tower, and he saw the lady and the young damsel at one of the tower windows, and the lady said to him, Enter, sir knight, for we greatly rejoice at your coming. He answered, Lady, I rejoice to obey rather than displease you, and entered the castle. Presently there was a great stir within, and many knights and armed men came out and beset him, crying, Yield or thou art dead. Certes, quoth he, I will not willingly enter the prison of such false ones, and with that he laced his helm. But his shield he could not take, because of the press there was upon him. They struck at him on all sides. He nevertheless worthily defended himself, so long as his horse could stand, felling at his feet all whom he could reach with a fair blow. But his horse being slain, and he himself sorely pressed, he made toward a shed which was in the court, and there by the wall defended himself to better advantage. Gandalin and the dwarf were taken in his sight, which the more inflamed him. But his enemies were so many, and laid on such heavy load, that sometimes he was upon his knees, and he saw no way of escaping death, and they would have shown him no mercy, because he had slain and grievously wounded so many. But God in his own worth succoured him in this peril. The young damsel beheld the battle, and seeing his brave behaviour, she was moved to pity, and calling to one of her women, she said, I had rather all my people were slain than that good knight should perish. Follow me. Lady, said the woman, what would you do? Let my lions loose upon his enemies, said she, and I command you, being my vassal, to release them, for you can do it because they know you. Upon this the woman loosed the chain of the lions, who were 2 in number and very fierce, and then she cried out, Save yourselves, for the lions have broke loose. They who were besetting Amadis forthwith fled, yet not so lightly, but that many of them were torn to pieces by the beasts. But Amadis immediately made for the gate as well as he could, and going out closed it behind him, and fastened the lions in the court. Then he seated himself upon a stone. sore, wearied as one who had fought hardly, still holding in his hand his sword which was broken. The lions meantime, having scoured the court, ran here and there, and would fain have escaped through the grate. The people of the castle dared not descend to them, nor she who had let them loose, for they were too fierce to be controlled. In this distress, not knowing how to help themselves, they agreed that their mistress should ask Amadis to open the gate, which perhaps he might do at a lady's request. Full loth was she to ask, considering how little she had deserved such favour at his hands, yet knowing it was her last refuge, she looked from the window and said, Sir knight, however hardly we have dealt with you, let your courtesy exceed our demerit. Open the gate, that the lions may go out, and we may be safe. We will make what amends we can for the past, and on my faith I assure you my intent was only to hold you as my prisoner, till you would consent to be my knight. Amadis mildly answered, that should have been gained in another guise. I would willingly have become your knight to do you service, as I am the knight of all dames and damsels who need it. And will you not open the gate? No, as God shall help me, you shall not receive that courtesy from me. With that she went from the window lamenting, and the fair young maiden said to him, Sir knight, there are those here who had no part in the wrong which has been done you, and who deserve some favour at your hands. Then Amadis, greatly admiring her, answered, Fair friend, do you wish me to open the gate? I should thank you earnestly, said she. And seeing Amadis rise to do it, she stopped him, saying, Stay a moment while I make the lady secure your safety. So that he marvelled at her discretion. The lady then warranted him that he should be safe from her people, and promised to release to him Gandalin and the dwarf, and the old knight bade him take a mace and shield to kill the lions as they came out. Give me the arms, said Amadis, but God forsake me if I do harm to those who have aided me so well. Certes, sir knight, quoth the old man, you will not fail in your faith to man, since you keep it so to beasts. Then they threw to him the mace and the shield, and Amadis took them, and sheathed the little of his sword that was left, and opened the gate, being ready with the mace in his own defence. Immediately the lions ran by him into the open country. He entered the court, and presently the lady and her people came to receive him, and they brought him Gandalin and the dwarf. I have lost my horse here, said Amadis. If it please you, lady, give me another, else I must depart on foot. That, quoth she, were shame for a knight like you, but remain here this night, and on the morrow we shall provide you a horse. Then they disarmed him, and brought him a costly mantle, and led him to the apartment where the lady and the young damsel expected him, and they seeing him so young and beautiful, being so brave a knight, were greatly amazed. He on his part no less wondered at the damsel, how fair she was. But addressing the lady, he said, If it please you, tell me what the figure meant which I saw in the chariot. She replied, Promise me to do what you ought after having heard it, and I will tell you, otherwise I pray you hold me excused. It were no reason, madam, quoth Amadis, to promise lightly, I know not what. If it be to do what befits a knight, I shall not fail you. You say well, sir, said she, and then dismissing all her attendants, she began. Sir knight, that figure of stone is made in remembrance of the father of this fair maiden, who lies in the monument which you saw in the chariot. He was a crowned king, and being upon his throne on a festival day, his brother came up, and drawing a sword from under his cloak, smote him on the head and cleft it, as you saw in the statue. This was a concerted treason. He had brought with him many adherents, and seized the kingdom which he still holds. This child, the only one of the murdered king, was then under the care of that old knight whom you have seen, who fled with her to me, being her aunt. I procured my brother's body, and entombed it as you have seen, and every day it is laid in the chariot and carried forth. And I have sworn that none should see the monument but those who attain the sight by arms, nor having seen it learn the meaning without promising to take vengeance for so wicked a treason. Now if you be a noble knight bound to prosecute virtue, and on so just an occasion, you will employ the forces God hath lent ye in this right cause, and I will continue this course, being sure of you, till I have found 2 champions more to fight with the traitor and his 2 sons, for they will not undertake the battle except they be together. Let them come one by one, said Amadis, and I will singly cope with them. That, quoth she, they will never consent to, but do you return here at a year's end, and I will have the other 2 champions ready. I will not fail, answered Amadis, and do not you trouble yourself in that search, for I will bring those with me who shall well maintain your right. This he said, trusting in that time to meet his brother Galaor and Agrayes. They heartily thanking him, bade him be sure they were good knights, for that wicked king and his sons were some of the strongest knights in the world. If I find but one of those whom I look for, said he, I shall not care for a third, however strong they may be. Tell us then, gentle sir, of what country you are, and where we may find you. I am of the house of Lisuarte, Queen Brisena's knight. Now then let us go eat, said she, with the better appetite after this agreement. Then went they into a spacious hall, where such cheer and honour was made him as might be desired till the hour of rest came. The good knight being given on all sides, he was conducted to his chamber by the damsel who had loosed the lions. Sir knight, said she, there is one in this castle who helped you when you knew it not. And when was that? When I set the lions loose to save you, by my young lady's order, for she pitied you. If she live, she will be without peer for wisdom as well as beauty. Of a truth, quoth Amadis, I believe so, but tell her I truly thank her, and bid her think me her knight. She will gladly hear me say so, replied the damsel, and with that she departed, leaving Amadis in bed. All this Gandalin and the dwarf heard, who lay in another bed at his feet, and the dwarf, who knew not of the loves of Amadis and Oriana, thought that he loved the young maiden, and had therefore called himself her knight, and sorely did Amadis suffer afterwards for this error. In the morning after mass, Amadis asked the names of those with whom he was to do battle. The father, said the lady, is called Abiseos, the sons Darazion and Dramis, all three of great prowess. And where do they reign? In Sobradisa, which borders upon Serolis, and on the other side is bounded by the sea. He then armed himself and mounted, and was about to take his leave, when the young damsel came to him bringing a rich sword which had been her father's. Sir knight, said she, use this sword while it may last you, for my sake, and God prosper you therewith. Amadis received it with a smile. Hold me, lady, for your knight. Certes, lady, quoth the dwarf, you gain not a little in gaining such a knight. Chapter 23. Of the cruel and hard battle between Amadis and Don Galaor, and how they knew each other. Amadis rode on without any adventure till he entered the forest of Angaduza, where he met a knight and a damsel, and the knight coming near drew his sword, and ran at the dwarf to cut off his head. The dwarf fell from his horse with fear, and cried lustily for help. Amadis with all speed went to protect him. Why would you slay my dwarf? quoth he. Trust me, it is but poor manhood to lay hands on so poor a wretch. He is mine, and I shall defend him. For that, replied the other, I am sorry, but at any rate I must have his head. Do battle first, quoth Amadis. They took their shields and ran at each other. Both shields were pierced and both breastplates. Their horses shocked together, and their bodies, and both were driven to the ground. But the sword battle that ensued none could have seen without affright, for never before had either warrior found himself so matched nor in such peril. Their shields were shivered, their helmets hacked and bruised, their mail sliced away, and every where free openings for the sword. Both at length drew back to breathe. Knight, said the stranger, do not suffer this any longer for the sake of a dwarf. Let me cut off his head, and I will make amends to you for the wrong hereafter. Talk not to me of that, said Amadis, the dwarf shall not be harmed. I must either perish, said the knight, or give his head to that damsel. Said Amadis, one of us shall perish first, and resuming his shield and sword, he renewed the combat more freely, provoked at the knight's unreasonable will. But if he was strong, the other was not weak, and the battle continued till each expected nothing but death, though neither of them a whit abated of his courage. When they were in this plight a knight came up, who crossed himself to see so desperate a combat, and asked the damsel how it began. I set them on, said she, and end as it will, it must be to my joy. I shall be glad if either of them be killed, much more if both. That, quoth the knight, is an evil disposition. Wherefore do you so hate them? I will tell you. He who hath most of his shield left is the man whose death my uncle Arcalaus most desires, and his name is Amadis. The other is called Galaor, and he slew the man whom I loved best. I obtained a boon from him, and have asked him one which will cost him his life, for because that other knight is the best in the world, I have demanded the head of his dwarf. Both are brought near death hereby to my great pleasure. A curse upon thee, woman, cried the knight, and he drew his sword and smote her head from her shoulders. Take this for the sake of thy uncle Arcalaus in his prison, from whence that knight released me. And with that he galloped to the combatants. Hold, Sir Amadis, for it is your brother Galaor. Then Amadis threw down his shield and sword, and the brethren embraced, and Galaor knelt down and besought his pardon. Brother, quoth Amadis, the danger through which I have passed is well requited, since it has proved to me your great prowess. And then they unlaced their helmets, for they had need of air, and the knight told them how he had served the damsel for her wickedness. Good fortune befall you for doing it, quoth Galaor, for now I am clear of my boon. And indeed, sir knight, said the dwarf, I am better pleased that you are quit by these means than in the way you first designed. Now, said the stranger, come with me to my castle. I am the happiest man in the world, Sir Amadis, to have requited you with this service for delivering me from the cruellest dungeon in which ever wretch lay. Where was that? In the castle of Arcalaus. My name is Balays of Carsante. So they went to that good knight's castle, where they were laid in bed, and their wounds dressed, and Amadis despatched his dwarf to inform Queen Brisena that he had found Galaor, and would bring him to Windsor as soon as they were able to travel. Chapter 24. How Agrayes and Don Galvanes and Olivas arrived at the court of King Lisuarte. King Lisuarte, as he was a great hunter, when affairs of more consequence to his state did not occupy him, went frequently to hunt in a forest near Windsor. The forest being well kept, was stored with beasts of chase, and he always went out in his hunting apparel, provided with all things needful for the sport. In this equipage, going one day near the great road, he saw 3 armed knights and a damsel on their way, and sent a squire to call them. When they came near, the king knew Don Galvanes, and embraced him and bade him welcome. The other knights also he courteously received, for he was the man in the world who with the best good will receive all errant knights. Sir, quoth Galvanes, you see here my nephew Agrayes, and I present him to you as one of the best knights in the world. Certes, gentle sir, said Lisuarte, I am grateful beholden to you for this coming, and with that he embraced the prince. Then recollecting the third, Sir Olivas, it is a long time since we have seen you, and I do not willingly let so good a knight be absent. Sir, quoth Olivas, mine own troubles have kept me from your sight and service, nor am I yet free from them. And then he told the knight how the Duke of Bristol had slain his cousin. Thereat was Lisuarte moved to sorrow, for he who was slain had been a good knight. Make your appeal in my court, said he, and the duke shall answer it. Then they proceeded toward Windsor, relating as they went how they had saved the damsel from the fire, wherein she should have been burned for Galaor's sake. The news of their arrival soon reached the queen's palace, to the joy of all, but chiefly of Olinda, for she instantly leaving the chamber went to Mabilia. Are you not rejoiced at your brother's coming? Oh yes, quoth Mabilia, for I love him dearly. Then ask the queen to send for him, that you may see him, and that those who love you may take part in your pleasure. Brisena at this entreaty sent for the new come knights. Right glad was Agrayes of this summons, and leaving the queen's converse as soon as might be, he seated himself between his sister and his mistress. But his eyes were so fixed upon Olinda, and his answers to Mabilia so vague and from the purpose, that she soon saw her brother's case, and to give him opportunity of talk, called to her uncle Galvanes. Come, said she, I would talk with you in yonder window, that Agrayes may not hear our secrets. Be sure the lovers lost not their time, and it was accorded between them that Agrayes should remain in this court with Amadis, if his cousin so advised him. By this time the knights were summoned to table. They found the board spread with choice food, and Lisuarte bade them be seated with other knights of great worship. While they were placing the napkins, 2 knights entered the hall and knelt before the king, and the one asked, Sir, is Amadis of Gaul here? I would he were, replied Lisuarte. So also would I, quoth the knight, who need his assistance. Who are ye? Angriote of Estravaus, and this is my brother. When King Arban of North Wales heard that, he rose from the table, and taking Angriote, who was still kneeling, by the hand, raised him up, and said, Sir, do you know Angriote? No, quoth Lisuarte, I never till now saw him. Certes, sir, they who know him hold him for one of the best knights in your land. Gentle sir, quoth Lisuarte, pardon me if I have not honoured you to your desert. It was because I knew you not. Be sure you are welcome, and that with heart. Where knew you Amadis? Angriote then related what had passed between them, and his own overthrow. No sooner had he made an end, than Ardian the dwarf arrived, and saluted the king in the name of his master Amadis. Where did you leave him? Alive and well. But if you would learn more, let me see the queen, for to her is my bidding. We will not remain ignorant for that, quoth Lisuarte, and forthwith he sent to call Brisena, who came with 15 of her ladies into the hall, and there were those present who blessed the dwarf for this sight of their mistresses. Lady, then said the dwarf, your knight humbly saluteth you, and sends to say that he has found his brother. Then told he the whole chance, and that they would set forth as soon as their wounds were healed. So glad was the king thereof, that he requested and commanded all who were there not to depart before their arrival, for he would hold the most honourable court that might be. They willingly assented, and praised him much for the design. And Lisuarte also desired the queen to collect about her the fairest and noblest damsels, that for their sake the more good knights might be drawn to Windsor. Chapter 25.
Section 11 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Saudi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Fernando Miramontes. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Saudi. Chapters 25 to 29. Chapter 25. How Amadis and Galaor and Balaís of Garsante determined to go to King Lisuarte, and of the great adventures which befell them on the road. When Amadis and Galaor were well recovered, they and their host, Sir Balaís, departed for Windsor. After they had travelled 5 days, they came to a cross road, and where the road crossed, there was a great tree, and under it there was a dead knight, lying on a costly bed. One taper was burning at his feet, and another at his head, and those tapers were so made that no wind could extinguish them. The knight was armed, but no covering over him. There were many wounds in his head, and the truncheon of a lance was in his throat, the iron appearing through, and he, with both hands, held the truncheon, as if striving to draw it out. They were greatly amazed thereat. Be sure, quoth Amadis, this knight is not thus laid here without great cause. If we tarry here a while, some adventure will ensue. Then said Galaor, I swear by my face of knighthood, not to leave the place till I know who the knight was, and why he was slain, and to revenge him if justice demand it. Brother, answered Amadis, this vow somewhat displeased me. I fear it will detain you long. And this he said thinking of Oriana, from whose sight he would not willingly be hindered. Galaor replied, I have sworn. And he alighted and seated himself by the bed, and his comrades did the same, for they would not leave him alone. This was between nones and vespers. Presently they spied a knight and 2 esquires, the one of whom carried the damsel before him, she giving many shrieks and outcries, because the knight often smote her with the end of his lance. As they passed by the bed, the damsel saw the 3 companions, and she cried out, Ah, thou good knight that there lies dead, wert thou living thou wouldst not suffer this villainy. At these words the knight smote her so cruelly that the blood ran down her face, and then they galloped away. So villainous a knight saw I never till now, quoth Amadis. I will not suffer this, brother. If I tarry long, proceed you and Balays to Windsor. Then he mounted and took his arms, and calling Gandalin to follow him, rode full speed in pursuit. Galaor and Balays remained till the night closed. There then came up an armed knight along the road which Amadis had taken, and he was groaning. What knight was he, quoth he, who went full speed along the road? They replied, Why ask you? A new death be his lot, quoth he, for he is as fierce as if all the devils were with him. What fierceness has he shown to you? Because he would not tell me whither he went so fast, I caught his bridle, and told him should either tell or fight. Fighting will take less time, said he, and in the encounter he drove me and my horse to earth, and hurt me as you see. At this, Galaor and Balays laughed, saying, You are taught not to be over curious another time. Do you laugh at me? Quoth he. You shall have no cause to laugh. Then, coming near Galaor's horse, he gave him a blow in the face, and made him rear, and broke his bridle, and run away. He would have done the same to the other, but they caught up their spears and prevented him. If I have paid for my discourtesy to the other knight, said he, so have you for your laughter. And he rode off. God never help me in my need, said Balays, if I make thee not give thy horse for the one thou hast sent ranging. So, telling Galaor he would be with him the next day, unless fortune failed, he galloped away. Galaor remained alone with the dead knight, for his squire was gone after the horse. 5 hours of the night he remained watching. Then, overcome with heaviness, he placed his shield against his helmet as a pillow, and lay down and slept. When he awoke, there was no light of the tapers to be seen, and the dead knight was gone. Shame on me, said he, that I could not watch, but I will take penance by seeking him on foot. As he was doubtful which way to go, he heard the neighing of horses, and shaped his course towards the sound. After he had proceeded some way, the morning broke, and he saw 2 knights, the one of whom had dismounted to read certain letters graven on a stone. They sent me here vainly, said the one, for this is a foolish errand. And he mounted again, and they rode off together. Galaor called out to them, Know you, sirs, who has carried the dead knight from under the tree in the crossway? The one answered, We do not know. But after midnight we saw 3 damsels and 10 squires with a litter. Which way did they take? He followed the road which they pointed, and met a damsel of whom he had asked the same question. She replied, Promise to revenge his death, and I will resolve you. That I shall do if, as I believe, it may be done justly. Then mount my palfrey, and I will ride behind. But Galaor would by no means take the saddle. So he rode behind her for 2 leagues, and came to a fair castle. Here, said she, you will find what you seek. Tell me where to find you, and for whom to ask. For Don Galaor, in the court of King Lisuarte. Then the damsel left him, and he went in. In the middle of the court the dead knight was laid, and they were making great dole over him. Galaor drew nigh and asked of an old knight who the dead was, such a one as the world might with no reason lament, Antebon, a knight of Gaul. How came he by his death? He had a fair daughter by that lady whom you see bewailing him. A neighbouring knight loved her, and carried her off by force, who greatly disliked him, while her father was gone to the tree in the crossways, to wait, as was his wont, for adventures. But she did nothing but weep, and she told the knight that she had sworn to her mother never to marry any knight who had not as great renown in arms as her father. You shall not for that refuse me, said he. Before 3 days you shall know that I am as doughty as he. And he took his arms and rode to the tree, and finding Antebon on foot, and without his shield and helmet, which were lying by him, smote him through the neck with his spear, and after he had fallen dead, mangled his head, as you behold. We therefore have laid him in the same place, being a continual passage for knight-errant, to try if any would be so honourably provoked as to revenge him, when they had heard how treacherously he was slain. But why was he left alone? said Galaor. The murderer had set to threaten the 4 squires who always remained by him, and for this cause they had forsaken the body, and we afterwards removed it. It has cost me much that I did not see you, quoth Galaor. Are you he then, who we saw sleeping upon his shield? The same. And why were you tarrying there? To revenge the dead, if his dead rightfully demanded. Ah, good knight, God in his mercy prospered the attempt. And the old man led him to the bed, and bade them all cease their lamentations. For here, said he to the dame, is a knight who will avenge us. And she fell at his feet to kiss them. God reward thee, thou good knight, for he is a stranger in this land, and has no king to take vengeance. For that, said Galaor, I am the more eager, seeing I am of the same country. But he is a peerless knight, said she. Fear not, quoth Galaor, let me be shown the place, and, if it please you, provide me a horse. That, answered the lady, I shall do on the condition that, if you revenge me, the horse be returned. Galaor replied, so let it be. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. How Don Galaor completed his adventure. Galaor was then conducted by 2 damsels to a castle in the forest, seated upon a rock, where the murderer Palingues dwelt. He called at the gate, and a knight appeared above it, demanding what he wanted. To enter the castle. This gate is only used to let those out who are within. I will show you how to enter, but I fear my labour will be lost, for you will not have courage. So help me God, as I will go in, quoth Galaor. Alight then, and go to the foot of the tower. Presently that knight appeared again upon the tower, and another greater than himself completely armed, and they two, winding a winch about, let down a basket by a cord, saying, This is the way in. Will you promise to draw me up in safety? said Galaor. Yea, truly, but afterwards we will not warrant you. Wind up then, quoth he, I take your word. And he placed himself in the basket. God protect thee, thou gentle knight, cried the damsels, for thou hast a good heart. They drew him safely up, and he leapt from the basket. Then said they, Knight, you must swear to defend the lord of this castle against those who challenge him for Antebon's death, else you shall never depart. What? quoth Galaor. Did one of you twain kill him? Why demand you? That I may make him know the great treason he hath therein committed. The knights answered, How canst thou be such a fool to threaten us? Being in our power. And then, drawing their swords, they laid upon him furiously. He, seeing himself in peril, for they were 2 peerless knights, made no trifling. Ah, God, quoth the damsels below, hark, what a battle! What will become of our champion? Presently the 2 knights were thrown from the tower, and Galaor called to them, Look, if either of these be Palingues. You have so handled them, sir, quoth they, that is not easy to know, but we believe neither of these is he. Then Galaor descended the tower, and entering in a large hall, beheld a fair damsel, and she was exclaiming, Palingues, why fliest thou? Art thou so brave in arms as to slay my father in battle? And wilt thou not meet this knight? At these words Galaor looked round, and spied a knight well armed, endeavouring to open the door of another tower. He ran to him. Palingues, fly or fight. You shall not escape. The traitor, seeing no choice, turned to battle, and fiercely smote at Galaor, his sword entering so deep into the shield that he could not draw it back. But Galaor, with one blow cut off his arm, and overtaking him with a second as he fled, cleft him to the teeth. Take this for thy treason to Antebon. When the damsel heard her father's name, and saw the vengeance, she came and blessed the knight for what he had done. On my face, fair friend, quoth he deserves shame, who would wrong one like you. But tell me, are there any more to combat? None but servants are left, who are ready to obey you. Let the gate be opened then for your mother's damsel, who led me here. Great joy did they make when they saw their young mistress for her deliverance. When Galaor had laid aside his shield and helmet, they were astonished to see one so young and beautiful, and Brandueta ran to her deliverer and embraced him. My honourable lord and friend, more cause have I to love you than any other living. Tell me who you are. They call me Galaor. God be thanked that Antebon is revenged by such a knight. My father often rejoiced in your fame, and in that of your brother Amadis, for he said you were the sons of King Perion, his liege lord. And it was for fear of ya, as Antebon countryman, that Palingues so fearfully kept his castle. That night they returned to her mother's castle, and Brandueta so requited his services, that Galaor did not regret the Duke of Bristol's niece. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. How Amadis delivered the damsel from the knight who mistreated her, and how afterwards, when he was sleeping, another knight carried her away. Such speed made Amadis that, having overthrown the knight who would have known whither he went, he overtook him who misused the damsel, and cried to him, Sir Knight, you have been committing great wrong. I pray you do so no more. What wrong? The shamefullest that could be devised in striking that damsel. And you are coming to chastise me? Not so, but to counsel you for your own good. It will be more for yours to turn back as you came, said the knight. Thereat was Amadis angered, and he went to the squire and said, Let go the damsel, or thou diest. And the squire, in fear, put her down. Sir knight, you shall dearly abide this, quoth his master. Amadis answered, We shall see, and ran his career, and drove him from his saddle, and was about to ride over him, but he cried out for mercy. Swear then never to wrong dame or damsel. And, as he approached to receive the oath, the traitor stabbed his horse. Amadis recovered from the fall, and with one blow paid him for the treason. The damsel then besought him to complete his courtesy by accompanying her to a castle whither she was going. He took the horse of the slain, and they went together, and by the way he learned from her the history of Antebon. About midnight they came to a river side, and, because the damsel would fain sleep, they stopped. Amadis spread Gandalin's cloak for her bed, and he laid his head upon his helmet, and they all slept. There came up a knight as they were sleeping, and he seeing the damsel gently wakened her with the end of his lance. She seeing an armed knight, thought it was Amadis, and said, Do you wish us to depart? He answered, It is time. In God's name then, quoth she, and, being still drowsy, she suffered the stranger to place her before him, but then recollecting, What is this? she cried. The squire should have carried me. And when she saw it was a stranger, she shrieked out and called to Amadis, Let not a stranger carry me off. But the knight clapped spurs to his horse and galloped away. Amadis awoke at her voice, and called out to Gandalin for his horse, and pursued full speed till he entered a thicket and lost the track. Then, albeit he were the mildest knight in the world, he was sorely wroth against himself. The damsel may well report, thought he, that I have done her as much wrong as succor. For, if I save her from one ravisher, I have suffered her to be stolen by another. So he rode about, rearing his horse, till at length he heard a horn, and followed the sound, and came to a strong castle set upon a hill, walled high, and with strong towers, and the gate was shut. The watchman saw him, and called out to know what man was there at such an hour, and what he sought. A knight, quoth Amadis, who has stolen a damsel from me. We have seen none such. Then Amadis went round the castle, and in another part he found an open postern, and saw the knight on foot, and his men unsaddling the horse, who could not else pass through. Stop, sir knight, quoth Amadis, and tell me if you have taken my damsel. You took no care to keep her. You stole her from me in a way neither courteous or knightly. Friend, quoth the knight, she came with me by her own will. I offered her no force, and here I have her. Shew me the damsel, said Amadis, and, if she says the same, I will rest contented. Tomorrow you shall see her here within, if you will enter upon the custom of the castle. What is the custom? I will not now tell you, for it is night. If you wait till morning, you may know. And he then shut the postern. So Amadis passed the remainder of the night under the trees. When the sun was up, he saw the gate open, and riding up to it, saw an armed knight in the gateway, and the porter with him, who asked Amadis if he would enter. Why have I tarried here else? Answered Amadis. First then, said the porter, you must hear our custom, that you may not complain of it hereafter. If you enter here, you must do combat with this knight, and if he get the victory, you must swear to obey the command of the lady of this castle, otherwise you will be cast into a miserable prison. If the victory be yours, you will find 2 other knights at the next gate, and farther in 3 more. With all this you must fight under the same condition. But, if you bear away the honor in these attempts, not only will it be great renown of prowess, but right shall be done in whatsoever you demand. Dear terms, cried Amadis, but I must see the damsel. The first champion encountered him to his cost. Amadis held his lance to him as he lay on the ground. Yield or die. The knight cried mercy, and shewed a broken arm. Then he of Gaul rode on. The 2 who kept the next pass ran at him. The one missed his blow, the other he drove down, all stunned, breaking his lance and his shield. Then, with the truncheon of his lance, he smote the one who was on horseback, so that the helmet came off. Both drew their swords. Knight, quoth Amadis, it is folly to continue the combat bareheaded. Look to thine own head, was the answer. But Amadis staggered him with one stroke, then, with the side of the sword, struck his head as he was reeling. Knight, it had been gone if I had laid on with the edge. And, after this victory, he passed on. There within he saw dames and damsels on the wall, and heard them say, if this knight passed the bridge, in despite of the tree, he would have done a most rare feat of chivalry. Presently there came out 3 knights, well armed on goodly horses. Yield, said they, or swear to perform our lady's will. I am not yet won, quoth Amadis, and for the lady's will I know not what it may be. With that there began a fierce battle, for the 3 of the castle were hardy knights, practised in arms, and he whom they encountered was not one that would leave off with shame. Amadis so displayed himself that his antagonist, no longer able for many wounds and great loss of blood to sustain him, took to flight. The one he overtook and made him yield, the other twain he followed into the hall. There stood at the door thereof about 20 dames and damsels, and the fairest of them all said to him, Hold, sir knight, you have done enough. Lady, let them own themselves vanquished. Wherefore? How have they wronged you? I was told to slay or conquer them before I could obtain my demand. They told you if you could penetrate here by force, you should obtain it. Say then what you would have. A damsel, whom one knight stole from me while I slept, and has brought hither. I pray you, sir, replied the lady, rest while I send for the knight to answer you. Then he alighted, and the lady sat down by him, and asked him if he knew a knight called Amadis. Why ask you? Because all the guard you found in this castle was appointed for his sake. If he entered here, he should never depart till he revoke the promise which he has made. What might it have been? I will tell you, if you promise by arms or otherwise to make him revoke it, for it is an injustice. Lady, whatever Amadis has so promised, I will with my utmost power to make him discharge. Sir knight, quoth she, this Amadis promised Angriote of Estravals to procure his lady's liking to him. This was ill done, for love should be of liking, not of force. Certes, lady, you say true. And that promise will I make him release, said Amadis. No less glad for what had passed than the lady sought for another cause. Belike then you are that lady whom Angriote so loved? The same. Of a truth, I hold him for one of the best knights living, and methinks there is no lady, however honourable, who might not pride herself to have such a servant as he. I do not say this to recall the word which I have given you, but because he is a better knight than he who gave him that promise. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. How Amadis fought with the knight who had stolen the damsel and conquered him. While they were thus devising, there came in another knight, large-limbed and strong, completely armed, except his head and hands. Sir knight, quoth he to Amadis, they tell me you claim a damsel whom I brought here. I did not force her from you. She chose to come with me rather than remain with you. Therefore, it is no reason that I should resign her. Shew me then the damsel. I have no reason that I should. If you say otherwise, I am ready to do battle. Now, the name of this knight was Gasinan, uncle to Grovenessa, the lady of the castle, and she, who loved him the best of all his kin, and was altogether governed by his counsel, for he was the best knight of his race, said to him, I pray you, uncle, forbear this difference, for if ill befall either of you, it will be to my loss. You are my best friend, and he has sworn to make Amadis revoke his promise to Angriote. Nis, quoth Gasinan, neither he nor any other can make the best knight in the world revoke his promise. And for this quarrel, so help me God, as I will not give up the damsel. They gave spurs to their horses and met. Their spears brake, their shields and breasts encountered, and Gasinan fell. Yet he arose quickly, and drawing his sword, stood by a strong pillar in the midst of the court, thinking Amadis could little damage him, while he was on horseback, and as Amadis drew nigh, he struck at the head of his horse, but he of Gaul, moved to anger thereby, made a blow at him with his sword, which fell upon the pillar, and cut away a fragment thereof, though the stone was very hard, but the sword brake in 3 pieces. Seeing in what danger he was, he leaped from his horse, and Gasinan came at him, saying, Confess the damsel to be mine, or thou art but dead. That, quoth Amadis, shall I never do, till she tell me it be with her good will. And with his shield he warily received the blows that fell fast upon him, and, at times, smote Gasinan with his broken sword, so that he twisted the helmet on his head and made him often give back. The battle lasted long, to the great peril of Amadis, for his shield was cut away, and his harness laid open on sundry places. He, knowing his danger, ran suddenly upon Gasinan, and grappled with him, and dashed him against the pillar, so as for a moment to stun him and make him drop his sword, which Amadis quickly seized, and cut the laces of his helmet, saying, Sir Knight, you have handled me hardly and wrongfully, now will I be revenged. And he lifted his sword as if to slay him. Seeing that, Grovenesa cried aloud, Mercy, good knight, and she ran toward him. But he, seeing her fear, made a more semblance of anger, saying, He has so wronged me that I must have his head. For God's sake, quoth she, ask anything else that he may live. Give me my damsel, then, said he, and swear that you'll go to the first court, which King Lisuarte shall hold, and there grant me what I shall ask. Swear it, Nis, cried Gasinan, who had now recovered speech, and suffer me not to be slain. And upon that Grovenesa made the oath. Lady, then, quoth Amadis, I shall faithfully observe my promise to you. Hold you yours, and fear not that I shall ask aught against your honour. Then was the damsel sent for, and she kneeling to Amadis said, Truly, sir, great pains have you taken for my sake. And Gasinan, thought he stole me, must love me well, since he preferred to fight rather than deliver me. As God shall help me, fair damsel, cried Gasinan, if you think so, you think rightly. I beseech you stay with me. That I will do willingly, she answered, if it please this good knight. Amadis replied, Certes, you have chosen one of the best knights in the world. But, if this be not with your free will, speak now, that I may not be blamed hereafter. She answered, I thank you truly that you let me remain. In God's name, quoth he. Then, albeit he was greatly entreated to abide there that night, he would depart to rejoin Galaor, and mounting his horse, he bade Gandalin take with him the pieces of his sword. Hearing that, Gasinan besought him to accept his weapon, which, having thankfully accepted, and a lance also from Grovenesa, he rode away. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. How Balaís achieved his adventure. Balaís of Carsante followed the knight who had driven Galaor's horse astray, so fast as he possibly could. The darkness overtook him, nevertheless he rode on till midnight, when he heard voices by a river side, and shaping his course, thither he found 5 thieves dragging a damsel by the hair, with design to force her, and they were all armed in corslets and with hatchets. Balaís, crying out upon their villainy, ran at them, and broke his spear in the body of one, so that he fell down dead. Then the other 4 beset him sharply, and slew his horse. But he, lightly clearing himself, cleft one to the neck with a sword stroke, and, suffering his sword to hang by the chain, caught at the fellow's hatchet, and pursued the others, who fled before him along a narrow path into a quagmire where they had a great fire, and there they turned upon him, for they could fly no farther. He drove his hatchet through the ribs of one, and with another blow made the fourth fall into the fire. The other one fell upon his knees. Mercy, for God's sake, and do not destroy me body and soul. Since thou seest thy crime, repent it, and amend thy life, said Balaís. And the thief performed his promise, for from that time he was a good man, and led a good life, and became a hermit. Balaís then returned to the damsel, and when he saw how fair she was, he said to her, Certes, fair lady, had your beauty so taken these fellows as it hath me, they would never have suffered you to depart. Sir knight, replied the damsel, had those thieves forced me to their desires, both God and the world might hold me excused. Contrariwise, if I should willingly grant your honourable request, I neither could nor ought to be pardoned. Hitherto you have shown yourself a good knight. Let me entreat you to accompany prowess in arms with continence and virtue, as by duty you are bound. My good lady, Balaís answered, think no more of what I said. It becomes knights to serve damsels, and to woo their love, and it becomes them to deny as you have done. And albeit at the first we think it much to obtain of them what we desire, yet, when wisely and discreetly they resist our inordinate appetites, keeping that, without which they are worthy of no praise, they be even of ourselves more reverenced and commended. She kissed his hand, and answered, For this reason I thank you more for saving my honour than my life. Then they left that place where the dead man lay, and coming to a pleasant meadow rested there till it was day. And then Balaís armed himself, and mounted the damsel's palfrey, because his own horse was slain, and taking her behind him, rode on, for she had desired him to leave her in some habitation, as he could by no means abandon his quest. As thus they rode on communing together, they saw a knight coming towards them, having one leg upon the horse's neck, but drawing nearer he put the foot in stirrup, and couched his lance against Balaís, and threw him and the damsel from the palfrey. Mistress, said he to the damsel, I am sorry for your fall, but I will take you where amends shall be made. This fellow is not worthy to carry you. By this Balaís had risen, and recognized the knight, and making at him shield and sword in hand, he cried, Don Cavalier, you rode on more than space after driving my horse astray. By God's help you shall pay by daylight for your night knavery. What? Quoth the other, you are one of those who laughed at me? It is my turn now. And he drove at him with his spear so fiercely that the shield was pierced. But Balaís with one blow cut the spear from his hand. The knight then drew his sword, and struck upon his helmet, and the sword went in 2 fingers' depth. Balaís took the occasion, and caught his enemy's shield, and drew him with such force toward him that the saddle came round, and he fell. And he cut the laces of his helmet, and buffeted his head with the sword hilt till he stunned him, and taking his sword, broke it against a stone. Then he placed the damsel on her palfrey, and mounted the knight's horse, and rode toward the tree at the crossway. That night they were lodged by 2 women of holy life, who gave them such poor cheers as they could, and blessed Sir Balaís for ridding the country of the thieves who had long infested it. Thence they proceeded to the crossway, where they found Amadis, and had not tarried long before Galaor came up. So having conducted the damsel to her father's castle, where they were honorably entreated, they continued their way to Windsor. End of chapter 29.
Section 12 of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapters 30 through 33 of Amadis of Gaul. Chapter 30. How King Lisuarte held a Cortes and of what happened there. King Lisuarte was so content with the tidings of Amadis and Galaor which the dwarf had brought him, that he determined to hold the most honourable court that ever had been held in Great Britain. At this time Olivas made his appeal of treason against the Duke of Bristol, for the death of his cousin, and the king, with the advice of those who were best versed in these forms, summoned the duke to answer within a month, and if he would justify his cause with 2 knights beside himself, Olivas should produce the other 2, their equals, to maintain his accusation. This done, the court was proclaimed for the day of Our Lady in September. One day, when they were all assembled in the palace, and devising together of the festival, a strange damsel, well attired and accompanied by a gentle page, entered and dismounted from her palfrey, and asked which was the king. Lisuarte answered, he was the man. In sooth, my lord, she replied, you seem like a king in your port and countenance, but I know not whether you be so in your heart.
Damsel, quoth he, you see the one, and shall be satisfied when you prove the other.
She answered, you speak as I desire. Remember, therefore, what you have promised before so many great persons, for when you hold your court in London on St. Mary's day, I shall put you to the proof. So took she leave of him, returning the way she came. All present were much troubled at the rash promise which he had made to a strange damsel, knowing that for no fear would he leave to perform it, and doubting that some ill was designed him. Presently 3 knights came through the gate, 2 of them armed at all points, the third unarmed, and of good stature and well proportioned, his hair grey, but of a green and comely old age. He held in his hand a coffer, and having enquired which was the king, dismounted from his palfrey and knelt before him, saying,
God preserve you, sir, for you have made the noblest promise that ever king did, if you hold it. What promise was that? quoth Lisuarte. To maintain chivalry in its highest honour and degree. Few princes now a days labour to that end, therefore are you to be commended above all other. Certes, knight, that promise shall I hold while I live. God grant you life to complete it, quoth the old man, and because you have summoned a great court to London, I have brought something here which becomes such a person for such an occasion. Then he opened the coffer and took out a crown of gold, so curiously wrought and set with pearls and gems, that all were amazed at its beauty, and it well appeared that it was only fit for the brow of some mighty lord. Is it not a work which the most cunning artists would wonder at? said the old knight. Lisuarte answered, in truth it is.
Yet, said the knight, it hath a virtue more to be esteemed than its rare work and riches. Whatever king hath it on his head shall always increase his honour. This it did for him for whom it was made till the day of his death. Since then no king hath worn it. I will give it to you, sir, for one boon, which will save my head that is now in danger to be lost. The queen hearing this exclaimed, truly, my lord, such a jewel well becomes you. Give anything for it that the knight may ask.
You also, lady, said the knight, should purchase a rich mantle that I bring.
And he took from the coffer the richest and most beautiful mantle that ever was seen. For besides the pearls and precious stones wherewith it was beautified, there was figured upon it all the birds and beasts in nature, so that it looked like a miracle. On my faith, exclaimed the queen, this cloth can only have been made by that Lord who can do every thing.
It is the work of man, said the old knight, but rarely will one be found to make its fellow. It should belong to a wife rather than maiden, for she that weareth it shall never have dispute with her husband.
Brisena answered, if that be true, it is above all price. I will give you for it whatever you ask. And Lisuarte bade him demand what he would for the mantle and the crown.
The old man answered, I must go to my sorrow, to him whose prisoner I am, and have now no time to stay nor to consider what their worth should be, but I will be with you at your court in London. Till then keep you the crown, and you, my lady, the mantle. If you do not accept my terms, you shall restore them. but having proved their virtue, you will be ready to pay me more than now. Lisuarte replied, we will either give you what you ask, or restore the crown and mantle. Knights and ladies all, quoth the old man, you hear what the king and queen promise, that they will restore to me my crown and mantle, or give me what I shall ask. They answered, we all hear. The old man then took his leave, saying, I go to the worst prison that ever man made. One of the armed knights took off his helmet while he was there, and appeared young and sufficiently comely. The other would not unhelm himself, but held down his head, and he was of such over great stature, that no knight in the court could equal him by a foot. So they three departed, and the crown and mantle were left with the king. Chapter 31. How Amadis and Don Galaor and Bailes of Casarte arrived at the palace of King Lisuarte, and Galaor remained as the king's knight. Amadis, Galaor, and Bailes continued their course till they reached the house of King Lisuarte, and so great was the general desire to see them, that scarcely could they make their way through the thronged streets or enter the palace. They were soon disarmed, and when the two brethren were seen how fair they were, and of what young years, all who beheld them cursed Arcalaus for the heart he had to devise their deaths. Forthwith the king led them to Brisena's chamber. When Amadis passed the door and beheld Oriana, his heart leaped, and she who, albeit the tidings of his safety had reached her, still feared he was dead because of her exceeding love, could not now refrain from tears, and lingered behind her mother to control that passionate feeling. But Amadis, taking his brother by the hand, knelt before Brisena and said, here, lady, is the knight whom you bade me seek. She answered, and he is right welcome, and then embraced the brethren. Madam, quoth Lisuarte, you should divide them with me. As Amadis is your knight, give me Galaor for mine. She answered, never yet was so great a boon granted in Britain, but you deserve it, being the noblest of all her kings. What say you, Sir Galaor, will you be the king's knight? Galaor replied, methinks whatever so great a king demandeth should be granted. You have me here to obey you in this and every other respect, so far as it be with the will of my lord and brother Amadis, for I will do nothing against his command. I am well pleased, quoth she, that you will obey him, for he is mine. I beseech you, brother, then, said Amadis, do what the queen desires. And Galaor then bade her dispose of him as she would. My lord, quoth she, I give you Don Galaor, and I beseech you love him as he deserves. The king then seated himself by Brisena, and they talked with Galaor. Mabilia, who was apart with Oriana and Olinda, because they three were the noblest damsels, seeing Amadis with Agrayes, called to her brother, and bade him bring that knight nearer, for they greatly desired to see him. They then came up, and she knowing what remedies their hearts required, placed Agrayes beside Olinda, and Amadis by Oriana, and being herself in the middle, said, now I am between the four persons in the world whom I love best. When Amadis saw himself near his lady, his heart leapt. She welcomed him, and putting out her hands between the lace of her mantle, took his hands and pressed them as if she would have embraced him, and said, my friend, what agony that traitor made me endure ! Never was woman in such danger, and certes never with such reason, for never had any one so great a loss as I should suffer in losing you, for as I am better beloved than all others, so is it my good fortune to be beloved by him who excels all others. Amadis, who heard himself thus praised, could make no reply, for so beautiful did she appear that the words died upon his lips; but she, whose eyes were fixed upon him, said, dear friend, how should I not love you above all others? For all love and esteem you, and you love me. Reason it is then, that better than all others I should love you. Lady, then replied Amadis, I beseech you rather pity the death which I daily endure for your sake. That which they told you had befallen me would be my consolation and rest. Were it not for the strong desire my heart has to serve you, that heart could not resist its sorrows, but would sink under them. Not that I fail to confess that one thought from you repays my pain, but something more is required, and without which it will soon bring me to my end. And then the tears started in his eyes. Dear friend, said Oriana, for God's sake talk not of your death, it makes my heart sink, for I could not live an hour after you, and only desire to live for you. What you say I well believe, loving as much as you do, and let come what will, I promise you, that if fortune offers us no means of rest, my weak courage shall find one.
though the displeasure of my father and mother should follow, which would be more endurable than these fears and this suspense?" Amadis could not answer, but he sighed from his heart. She took his hand. "Friend, I will perform this promise. Meantime do not quit the court." At this time the queen called Amadis and made him sit near Galaor. The dames and damsels of the court meantime talked only of the two brethren, how God had made them as surpassing in beauty as in deeds of arms and all goodness. They thought Galaor of the fairer complexion, but Amadis had crisp auburn locks, and more colour in his face, and was the larger limbed. When the tables were ready, Amadis and Galaor were placed at one table by the king's command, with Galvanes, Lackland, and Agrayes, and no others. And as these four knights had sat at the same board, so afterwards did they partake of many the same dangers. And although Don Galvanes was akin to none of them except Agrayes, yet Amadis and Galaor always called him uncle, and he called them his nephews, whereby his honour was afterwards greatly increased. Chapter 32. How King Lisuarte ordained his Cortes to be held in London. As it had pleased God to make Lisuarte, of a prince who had no heritage, king of Great Britain, and to give him the greatest glory and prosperity that man could wish, so now, lest his heart should wax proud and be corrupted, his peace was to be disturbed. He sent forth his summons to hold the court on the 5th day at London, a city which then was like an eagle above all the rest of Christendom, that they might take order for the advancement of chivalry. But there, where he thought all the world would yield him obeisance, began the first change of fortune, and his kingdom and person were put in danger of utter ruin. King Lisuarte with all his chivalry departed from Windsor to the court, and the queen with all her dames and damsels. The assembly was wonderfully great, young kings costly armed and adorned, and infantas who were the king's daughters, and damsels of high degree, for whom their lovers were about to make pastime and pleasure. That they might not lodge in the city, the king ordered pavilions to be pitched in the plain by the brooks and fountains that abound in that land. Here led they the happiest life that could be imagined. To this court there came a great lord, more noble in estate and rank than in the dignity of virtue, Barsinan, lord of Sansuena, not that he was vassal or friend to King Lisuarte, nor even known to him but for this cause. He being in his own land, Arcalaus the enchanter came to him and said, Lord Barsinan, if you like it, I will so contrive that with great difficulty or labour you shall become king of Great Britain. Barsinan answered, I should gladly undergo any labour or difficulty for such a reward. Promise then to make me chief of your household for life, and the thing shall be done. That will I right willingly, but how shall it be done? In this manner, quoth Arcalaus. Go you with a good company of knights to the first court that King Lisuarte shall hold. I will contrive to carry away the king prisoner, so that no person shall be able to succour him, and at the same time I will give you his daughter Oriana to wife. In 5 days' time I will send Lisuarte's head to London. Then do you, having the heiress to the throne in your power, take the occasion and seize the crown. With this design came Barsinan to the court, where he was honourably entertained, and albeit his heart failed him, and he almost repented of the enterprise, seeing the great power of knighthood that was with Lisuarte, yet determined he to abide the end. But Lisuarte, nothing misdoubting him, to do him the greater honour, gave him his own palace, and pitched tents for himself and for the queen in the fields, and consulted with him upon the business of that court, how he might best advance chivalry. To this effect the next day was appointed for council. When morning came, the king clad himself in royal robes, befitting the solemnity, and sent for the crown which the old knight had left him, and desired the queen to attire herself in the mantle. She opened the coffer wherein they were laid, with the key which she always kept herself, and found nothing therein, whereat she was greatly amazed, and crossed herself, and sent to inform the king. He, albeit he was much troubled, dissembled his chagrin, and going to the queen took her apart, and said, How, madam, have you kept so ill a thing of such value? Sir, she replied, I know not what to say, the coffer was locked, and the key, which I have never trusted from me, in my own possession, but I dreamt last night that a damsel came and asked me to show her the coffer, which in my sleep I did, and she demanded the key, and I gave it to her, and she opened the coffer and took out the crown and mantle, then fastened it again and replaced the key, and she clad herself in the mantle and put on the crown, which so well became her that I had great delight in looking at her, and she said to me, He and she whose these shall be, before 5 days' end shall reign in the realm of the mighty one who now labours to defend it, and to conquer the lands of others. I asked her of whom she spake. She answered, you will know at that time. And then she vanished, taking with her the crown and mantle. But I know not whether this happened to me in a dream or in very deed. At this the king marvelled greatly, and charged her that she should tell no one. Then leaving that tent they both went to the other, accompanied by so many knights and dames and damsels, that all who saw them wondered. The king seated himself upon a rich seat, and the queen sat on another somewhat below him, both of which were placed upon carpets of cloth of gold. The knights ranged themselves on the king's side, and the ladies on the side of the queen. The four knights whom the king most esteemed were nearest him, Amadis, Galaor, Galvanes, and Agrayes. At his back was King Arban of North Wales, armed at all points, and holding a drawn sword, and with him were 200 knights. In this order, all being silent, there stood up a lady exceedingly fair and richly garmented, and there arose with her at the same time 12 dames and damsels, attired with like bravery and the same adornments. For this custom had the ladies and chiefs of high degree, to take with them to such solemnities their followers, apparelled like their own proper persons. This lady, with this attendant, stood up before the king and queen, and addressing Lisuarte, she said, Sire, hear me. I have a claim against this knight, stretching forth her hands towards Amadis. She continued and related how Angriote of Estravaus had sought her love, and why he kept the vale of pines, and how Amadis, having forced the pass, had promised to procure for him his mistress's favour. Whereof, quoth she, when I attained knowledge, I withdrew myself to my castle, where I kept such a strong guard and custom, that it was thought no strange knight could enter. Nevertheless this knight entered who was at your feet, pointing to Amadis whom she knew not. He afterward of his good will promised to make Amadis revoke his word to Angriote, but then there chanced a combat between him and mine uncle Garsinan. And all eyes were fixed upon Garsinan, while she related how the battle had been, marvelling that he should have dared to do battle with Amadis. And here, sir, said she, am I come to claim his promise and discharge my own. When she had ended, Amadis arose and said, What the lady hath said is true, and I promise to make Amadis revoke his word to Angriote. Let her also grant the coveted boon. Thereat in great joy she exclaimed, Ask what you will. What I demand is, quoth he, that you marry Angriote, and love him even as he loveth you. Holy Mary, help me, she exclaimed, what is this? Fair lady, replied he, it is that you should wed a knight deserving one of your birth and beauty. But your promise? It is performed. I revoke my word to Angriote, for I am Amadis, but I claim the performance of yours, so give I you to him, and keep my faith with both. Sir, quoth she to the king, is this Amadis indeed? Without a doubt. Ah, wretch, she cried, it is vain for mortal man to avoid what God hath decreed. It was for no dislike nor misesteem that I refused Sir Angriote, but because, being free, I would have preserved my single liberty, and now, when I thought myself safely separated, I am thus put in his power. Then said Lisuarte, As God shall help me, fair lady, you have great reason to rejoice, for as you are fair and of high degree, so is he young and of great prowess, and as you are rich in possessions, so is he in all goodness. Great reason is there then in such a marriage, and so it must appear to all. Grovenesa turned to the queen. You, my lady queen, whom God had made one of the best and wisest princesses in the world, what do you say to me? That Angriote deserves the love of any lady. Trust me, quoth Amadis, my promise to Angriote was made neither by chance, nor for any undue favour to him, but because having to my danger proved his worth in arms, I felt myself bound to remedy as far as I could his extreme passion for you, and your little regard towards him. I must yield, quoth Grovenesa, and after all that has been said, it were folly not to be well pleased. Sir Angriote, quoth Amadis, here is your lady. I perform my word on condition that the marriage be performed without delay. The king commanded the Bishop of Salerno to go with them to his chapel, and give them the blessings of the church. Forthwith Angriote and his bride with all their lineage went into the city, and there was the marriage ceremony with all solemnity performed, and we may say that all this had been so ordered to requite Angriote for his great courtesy and forbearance towards this lady when he had her in his power. Chapter 33. How when the Cortes was assembled, King Lisuarte asked counsel of his knights concerning what he ought to do. King Lisuarte remaining with his chiefs thus bespake them.
Friends, since God hath made me more rich in dominion and in subjects than any of the kings my neighbours, reason it is that for his service I should perform more praiseworthy things than they. Tell me then how I may best promote my honour and advancement together with your own, and what shall seem best, that will I do. Then Barsinan, lord of Sansuena, arose and said, Ye have heard, sirs, the king's charge. I should hold it good that if he pleased he would leave ye, that ye might the more freely deliver each his opinion, and afterwards he may follow that which most accords with his own. The king replied, that he said well, and therewith departed into another tent. Then Sarillus the Fleming, who was Count of Clara, began in this manner: Sirs, it is manifest that men in this world can only become powerful by strengthening themselves with men and money; but the money should be employed in procuring men, for by men must kingdoms be defended and won. Other counsel than that, sirs, the king will not take: to seek good knights from all parts, and love and cherish and honour and reward them with his bounty, so that strangers shall seek him for the fame thereof. They alone have been fortunate and mighty, who have thus strengthened themselves with the aid of famous knights, distributing treasures to them, and acquiring by their aid greater treasures, the spoils of others. This advice was well liked of by all except Barsinan, whom it troubled, because if that were followed he should hardly effect the purpose for which he came. Certes, said he, I never saw many so good men yield so foolishly at a word. If your lord were to do as the Count of Clara hath proposed, before 2 years were at an end, the king would have given to strangers what else would have been given among you, and you would be neglected and of no account, while his favours would naturally be bestowed upon them, being newly come. Look ye well to this, it concerns not me, only that I shall rejoice if my advice should be found profitable. Some there were, envious and greedy men, who were of this mind, so that there arose a contention, and it was agreed that the king should come and decide. But he, seeing the things clearly before his eyes, said thus: Kings are powerful, not for the much, but for the many at their command. With his own person what can he do? Less perhaps than another man. Can he govern his estates with that? You can answer me. Can his treasures lighten him of that care? Not unless they are well expended. It is plain then that human wisdom and human strength are the real treasures. By this liberality have the noblest chiefs been made famous, the great Alexander, the mighty Julius Caesar, the haughty Hannibal. Good friends, therefore, not only do I think it best to seek the service of good knights, but I beseech you all to assist me in the search, and bring them to my court, that I, being the more honoured in foreign parts, your honour may also be the greater. And be ye sure that I shall never forget old friends for new, and let me know the best who are come to my court, that we may have them in our company before they depart. This accordingly was done, and the king having the list, summoned them all before him after his meal, and besought them to enter loyally into his service, and not to quit his court without his permission, and he on his part promised to honour and reward them. To this all who were present agreed, excepting Amadis, for he was the queen's knight. This done, the queen requested them to hear her, for it pleased them she would speak. They all drew near her in silence, and she said to the king, Since you, my lord, have so favoured and honoured your knights, reasonable it is that I should do the like to my dames and damsels, for their sake to all others, wheresoever they be. Therefore I beg a boon of you, and of these good men, for in the festivals like these good boons ought to be asked and granted. Lisuarte looked round his company. Friends, what answer shall we make the queen? They all answered, Grant her what she demand. What else, quoth Galaor, but to obey so excellent a lady? Then said the king, Seeing you are all content, let the boon be granted, how weighty soever it may be to perform. And they all answered, So be it. The boon I ask is this, said Brisena, that ye always defend dames and damsels from all wrong, and if by chance you have made promise of 2 suits, one to a man, the other to a woman, you shall accomplish the woman's request first, as being the weakest person, and who hath most need to be helpen. Thus shall women travel more safely along the highways, and discourteous and cruel men shall fear to offer them force or injury. Greatly were Lisuarte and all his knights contented with that request, and the king commanded that it should be observed, as it long was in Great Britain, never knight breaking it. But how it was at last broken is not to the purpose here to say. Chapter 34.
Book 1, Chapters 34 and 35 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, Chapter 34. How King Lisuarte, being in great pleasure, a damsel covered with mourning humbled herself before him to beg a boon, the which was by him granted. While King Lisuarte was with such company, in such pleasure, there came in a fair damsel clad in mourning, who falling on her knees before him said, All here, sir, have joy but me, and I have grief and wretchedness, and only you can relieve me. Friend, quoth the king, how may that be? My father and uncle are in the prison of a lady, who will never deliver them till they give her 2 knights, each as good in arms as one whom they have slain. Wherefore did they slay him? Because he vaunted that he alone could combat with them both, and defied them with such insolence that they were compelled by shame to enter lists with him, and so he was slain. This was before the castle of Guldenda, who immediately made my father and uncle prisoners, for that knight was engaged to wage a battle for her, and she swore never to release them till they gave her 2 other knights for that service, each as approved in arms. Know you not, said Lisuarte, where the battle is to be fought? She answered, I cannot tell. I only know my father and uncle are unjustly cast into prison, and none of their kin can help them. And with that she began to lament bitterly, so that the king, moved with pity, answered, Is the castle far from hence? You may go and return in 5 days, quoth she. Then said Lisuarte, Choose 2 knights, and take them with you. Sir, quoth she, I am of a strange land, and know none of them. If it please you, I will go to the queen my lady, and ask her counsel. The damsel repeated her tale to Brisena, and asked her to name 2 knights. O damsel, quoth the queen, you ask me what I ought to do, but I am loath to forego the twain. Then she called for Amadis and Galaor. This knight, said she, is mine, the other is the king's. They are the best knights here or elsewhere, Amadis and Galaor. What, quoth the damsel, are you Sir Amadis, the knight that hath no peer? Now shall I of a certainty accomplish what I desire, if you and your brother will accompany me. Lady, for God's sake entreat them for me. The queen used her entreaties, but Amadis looked at Oriana for her permission, and she dropped her gloves in token that he should go, for that sign had been agreed on between them, and she had compassion on the damsel. Then he replied that he would perform the queen's command, but Brisena commanded them to hasten back without delay, let what would happen. Then Amadis approached Mabilia and Oriana as if to take leave of his cousin, and Oriana said, Dear friend, I repent the leave I have given you. My heart misgives me. God grant that it be for good. Lady, quoth Amadis, may he who made you so fair always give you much joy. Wherever I may be, I am still yours to serve you. I commend you to God's good keeping. She replied, May he preserve and give you glory above all other knights. They then armed themselves, and took their leave, and departed with the damsel. She guided them till it was past noon, and they entered a forest which was called the Forest of Ill Fortune, for never errant knight entered it without mishap. Nor did these brethren escape without sore suffering. They ate of what their squires carried, and proceeded on till night. It was broad moonlight, and she still rode on apace. Damsel, quoth Amadis, shall we not rest? We shall find tents farther on, she answered, and those who will greatly rejoice at your coming. Do you keep your pace, and I will ride forward and make them ready to receive you. So she went on. They had not followed far before they saw two tents by the wayside, where several damsels stood ready with her who had been their guide to welcome them. Sirs, said she, dismount here and rest, for you have travelled far. They alighted, and there were servants ready to take their horses and to disarm them, and they took away all the arms. Why do you remove our arms? Quoth Amadis. The damsel answered, They are taking them to the other tent where you will sleep. Then they seated themselves upon the carpet, expecting supper, when on a sudden 15 armed men, knights and others, came upon them, crying, Yield, or you are but dead. They started up thereat, but they had nothing wherewith to defend themselves, and lances were pointed at their breasts, and at their backs, and at their faces. Then was Amadis so enraged that the blood gushed from his nostrils and eyes. Ah, traitors, quoth he, you see how this is. If we had our arms, the business should end in another guise. That, said they, will not avail you. You are our prisoners. Cried Galaor, If we are, it is by great treason, and that I will prove upon the two best of you. Ay, the best three, if you will give me my arms. The knight answered, The proof is not wanted. If you talk more, it will be to your cost. What? Cried Amadis, we will rather die than be thus taken. The knight went to the door of the tent. Madam, they will not yield. Shall we slay them? She answered, Stay a little, and if they will not obey my will, then off with their heads. Then she entered. She was a right fair lady, and in great anger, and she said to the brethren, Yield to me, or ye die. Amadis was silent, but Galaor answered, Brother, we cannot now hesitate, since the lady wills it. Madam, let us have our arms and horses, and if your men cannot then take us, we will surrender ourselves to your pleasure. As we are now, there is no merit in yielding. I shall not trust you this time, she replied, but I counsel you to yield yourselves. And they, seeing they had no remedy, yielded, and were thus made prisoners, the lady not knowing who they were, for the damsel would not tell their names, being assured that if she had named them, they should immediately have been slain, and then would she be the most unhappy person in the world, to have caused the death of two such knights. And she wished herself dead before she had committed so great a treason, but now she could do no more than keep secret their names. The lady then said, Now that ye are my prisoners, I will propose a thing to you, to which if ye consent I will set ye free. Else shall ye be thrown into such a prison that it will be worse than death. Lady, quoth Amadis, it may be that what you require is a thing that we may readily grant, and it may be such that if it is to our shame we shall rather suffer death. Of your shame, said she, I know nothing, but if you will forsake the service of King Lisuarte, and go before him and tell him you do it by command of Madasina, Lady of Gantasi, I will set you free, and tell him that she does this because he keeps the knight in his court who slew the good knight Dardan. Galaor answered, If you do thus, lady, thinking to despite the king, it will not avail, for we are two knights who have as yet nothing but our arms and horses, and as he has in his household so many of great prowess, he will care little for us what we do or whither we go, but to us it would be great dishonour, so that we can in no ways consent. What, will you rather be cast into that prison than forsake the falsest king in the world? Lady, said Galaor, these speeches but ill beseem you. The king is good and loyal, and no knight lives against whom I would not prove that there is no falsehood in him. Certes, quoth she, you utter your love for him in a luckless time. And she ordered her people to tie their hands. That will I do willingly, said one of her knights, and off with their heads too, if you let me. And he took Amadis by the arms, but Amadis caught hold of him and smote him in the breast with such force that he fell at his feet senseless. With that they all fell upon him to kill him, but an old knight drew his sword, and stood between them and drove them off. Yet not till Amadis had received a spear wound in his right shoulder, though it was not deep. Madam, quoth the old knight, you are doing the greatest devilry in the world, to suffer knights and hidalgos who are your prisoners to be slain. She answered, Why should they not slay the most foolish knight living, who at such a time was so rash? Then said Galaor, We will suffer none to tie our hands but you, for you are a fair lady, and we are your prisoners, and it is just that we obey you. Then I will do it, quoth she, and she took their hands and tied them tight with a leathern thong, and she ordered the tents to be struck, and placed her prisoners upon two palfreys that were led by her servants. Gandalin and Galaor's esquire went on foot, tied with a rope, and in this manner they proceeded all night through the forest. And I tell you that Amadis then wished himself dead, not for what he suffered, for he could endure such chances better than any one beside, but because of what the lady demanded. For if he refused, he should be thrown where he could not see Oriana, and if he assented, he must quit her father's court, and so be separated from her. These thoughts greatly troubled him. The old knight saw his trouble, and thought it was for the pain of his wound. Now the damsel who had deceived them was his daughter, and she told him who they were, and besought him for mercy and for God's sake to save their lives if he could. Then he came nigh unto Amadis, and asked him if his wound pained him, and how he fared. Amadis, seeing that it was the old knight who had saved him from death, answered, Sir, my friend, I have no wound to pain me, but I complain of a damsel who brought us here by deceit to give her succour, and has foully betrayed us. You have indeed been deceived, replied the knight. I know you better than you imagine, and would willingly serve you, for if it be discovered who you are but dead. Take my advice. You are a handsome knight, and the lady has heard that you are one of the best in the world. Carry yourself fairly towards her, and woo her in marriage, or elseways, for she is a woman whose heart is to take her pleasure. But lose no time, for she will send from the place where we are to sleep to learn your names, which the damsel who brought you here has concealed. Amadis, who regarded Oriana more than death, answered, My friend, God's will be done. But this never shall be, even though she herself requested my love, and would therefore set me free. Certes, quoth the knight, this is a great marvail, that you are in the point of death, and will not seek to help yourself. Such help, cried Amadis, by God's blessing I will never seek, but talk with that other knight, whom you may with more reason commend than me. When the old knight repeated his advice to Galaor, Galaor was greatly pleased. If you should bring this about, said he, that I can win the lady, we shall always be bound to serve you. The knight then rode on, and coming up to his lady, said, You are leading away your prisoners, and know not whom you have taken. Why do you say this? Because you have taken the best knight that I know, and the most accomplished in all good manners. Is it Amadis, whose life I so much desire to take away? No, I speak of the first. Beside his great courage, he is the handsomest young knight that ever I saw, and you are discourteous to him. You should not do this, for it is great villainy. You have imprisoned him who does not deserve it, because you hate another. It were better to treat him honourably and show favour to him, for by that way should you more readily win his consent to what you demand. I will wait, said she, and see what sort of man he is. You will see the fairest knight that ever you beheld. By this the two brethren had come close to each other. Brother, said Galaor, I see you in danger of death. I beseech you follow my counsel. I will, said Amadis, and God give you more honour than fear. The lady had stopped her palfrey and waited for him. She saw him better than she had done in the night, and thinking him the handsomest man in the world, asked him how he fared. Worse than you should fare, lady, he replied, if you were in my power as I am in yours. For I would do you what service and pleasure possible I could, and I know not why you should do all the contrary to me who have not deserved this treatment. Reason being that I should rather be your knight to serve and love you as my lady, than to be thrown into your prison, which is so little agreeable. Madasima, who was greatly taken with him, replied, Knight, if I should choose you for my friend, and deliver you from prison, would you forsake the company of King Lisuarte for my sake, and tell him wherefore you forsook him? Yes, quoth Galaor, and will make what covenant you please to do it. And so shall my companion, who will not refuse what I shall command him. You shall swear this, said Madasima, before a lady with whom we are going to lodge. Meantime, promise me not to depart from me, and your hands shall be untied. Whereupon they were unbound, and their squires likewise released, to whom a palfrey without a saddle was given that they might ride. All the day Madasima and Galaor went on communing. At sunset they came to Castle Abies, the lady whereof honourably welcomed them, because of the great friendship between her and Madasima. Then before that lady and two knights, her sons, she said, Hear a covenant between us. This knight is my prisoner, and I choose him for my friend. So also is the other, and the covenant is in this manner. They shall both forsake the service of King Lisuarte, telling him how for my sake they do it, and I will set them free on this condition. and you and your sons shall meet them before King Lisuarte, and see that they fulfil their promise, wherein, if they fail, ye shall everywhere publish abroad their falsehood, and 10 days I give them to execute this. Good friend, said the lady of the castle, I am well pleased to do this, if they consent thereto. We will perform it, quoth Galaor. So Galaor that night took his pleasure with Madasima, a lady who was very fair, and of good wealth and high lineage, but not of such great worth as beseemed her. In the morning their arms and horses were restored them, and they departed divers ways, she to her castle Gantasi, the brethren towards London, right glad of their escape, and weening that they should honourably discharge their covenant. That night they were lodged in a hermitage, and had poor fare for their supper. The next day they continued their road. Chapter 35, in which is shown the ruin of King Lisuarte, and all that befell him in consequence of the rash promises which he had made. On the 4th day after the brethren's departure, that old knight who had brought the crown and mantle entered the royal tent, and kneeling before Lisuarte said, How is it, sir, that you wear not the crown which I left you, nor you, madam, the rich mantle? The king was silent. He continued, I am glad you like them not, for now I shall neither lose my head, nor the gift you were to give me for them. Let them therefore be restored to me forthwith, because I may not tarry here. When the king heard this he was troubled, and replied, Knight, I can neither return the crown nor the mantle, for both are lost. It grieves me more for your sake, who stand in such need of them, than for my own, though I so highly valued them. Wretch that I am, quoth the old knight, I am dead, and by the worst death that ever knight undeservedly perished. And then he made great dole, and the tears ran down his beard, which was as white as wool, so that the king said to him in compassion, Fear not for your head, for you shall have whatever is in my power to ransom it. So I have promised, and so will I perform. The knight fell at his feet and would have kissed them, but the king raised him up by the hand. Now then, ask what you will. It is true, sir, quoth he, that you were either to return me my crown and mantle, or give what I should ask for them, and God knows I intended not to ask what I now needs must, and if other things in the world might save me, I would not distress you thus. It will be a great evil to you, but it would be as great if such a man as you should break his faith. It will grieve you to give, and me to receive. Ask what you want, said Lisuarte, for I have nothing so dear that it should be refused. The knight answered, Many thanks for this assurance, but I must be made secure of all who are now in your court, that they offer me no wrong or force because of the boon, and you yourself also must promise me this, for neither will you keep your word, nor shall I be satisfied if you take away from me what you have given. Said the king, This is but reason, and I promise you security. And accordingly it was so proclaimed. Then the old knight said, Sir, I can only be preserved from death by the crown and mantle, or by your daughter Oriana. Now give me which you will, but rather would I have what is my own. Lisuarte exclaimed, Ah, knight, thou hast asked a great thing. And all who were present were greatly grieved. But the king, who was the most loyal man in the world, bade them not trouble themselves. It is better, said he, to lose my daughter than to break my word. The one evil afflicts few, the other would injure all. For how would the people keep faith one with another, if they could not depend upon the king's truth? And he commanded his daughter to be brought. When the queen and her ladies heard that, they made the most sorrowful outcry that ever was heard. But the king ordered them to their chambers, and he forbade all his people to lament on pain of losing his favour. My daughter, cried he, must fare as God hath appointed, but my word shall never wilfully be broken. By this was Oriana come before the king, like one amazed, and falling at his feet she cried, My father and lord, what is it that you would do? I do it, quoth he, that I may not break my word. Then he said to the old knight, You see here the gift you have asked. Will there be other company with her? He replied, Only the 2 knights and the 2 squires who came with me to Windsor. I can take no other company. But this I tell you, there is nothing to fear before I place her in the hands of him to whom I must deliver her. Let a damsel go with her for honour and decency's sake, said Lisuarte, that she may not be among you alone. This the knight granted, but when Oriana heard all this, she fell down senseless, yet did not that avail her, for he took her up in his arms, weeping as if what he did were against his will, and gave her to an esquire, who was mounted on a strong horse and a fast goer, to place her before him, and bade him hold her fast, for she was senseless. God knows, quoth he, there is none in the court more grieved for this than myself. The king had sent for the damsel of Denmark, and making her mount a palfrey, said to her, Go with your lady, and neither for good nor evil that may befall you, ever leave her, so long as you may continue with her. Ah, wretch that I am, quoth she, I never thought to take such a journey as this. Then they moved from before the king, and the great and large-limbed knight, who would not unhelm himself at Windsor, took Oriana's bridle. This was Arcalaus the enchanter. As they went out from the court, Oriana sighed as if her heart was breaking, and said to herself, Dear friend, in a woeful hour the boon was granted, for by it both you and I are dead. And this she said, remembering how she had given Amadis leave to depart with the damsel, but they who heard her thought she spoke of her father. Presently they entered the forest with her, and rode on at a great pace, till they left that road and struck into a deep valley. The king mounted his horse, and with a wand in his hand suffered none to go against them, for so he had promised. Mabilia, who was weeping at the window, saw Ardian, the dwarf of Amadis, near the walls upon a great and swift horse, and she called to him, Friend Ardian, if you love your master, rest neither day nor night till you have found him and told him this unhappy adventure. You are a traitor to him if you will not do this, for he would rather know this at this time than have this whole city as his own. By Holy Mary, cried the dwarf, he shall know it as soon as possible. And giving the scourge to his horse, he galloped along the road which Amadis had taken with the damsel. While King Lisuarte was at the entrance of the forest with 20 knights, making all those turn back who would have gone to his daughter's rescue, he saw the damsel approach to whom he had promised a boon. She came more than a pace upon a palfrey, and had a rich sword hanging from her neck, and a lance whose iron was fairly wrought, and its stave painted. God give you joy, sir, said she to the king, and a heart to fulfil what you have promised me at Windsor before your knights. He replied, Damsel, I have need of joy. Howbeit I remember the promise and will perform it. With that hope, sir, I came to you as the most loyal king in the world. Now then revenge me upon a knight in this forest, who slew my father by treason and forced me. But in such sort is he enchanted that he cannot be done to death, except the most honourable man in the kingdom of London give him a blow with this lance, and another with this sword. These he gave in keeping to a lady, thinking that she loved him, but it was otherwise, for she, mortally hating him, gave me the sword and lance, that I might have my revenge. It must be by your hand, for there is none else so honourable. If you dare undertake this, you must go alone, for I have promised to bring a knight to do combat with him this day, and he is ready, not thinking that I have got the lance and the sword. The covenant between us is, that if he conquers I shall forgive him, but if he is vanquished, he must obey my will. In God's name, quoth the king, let us go. He called for his arms and mounted his good horse, and leaving his own sword, which was the best in the world, girded on that which the damsel gave him. He threw his shield round his neck. The damsel carried his helmet and the painted lance, and he went with her, having commanded that none should follow him. They rode some way along the road, then left it and turned among some trees, the same way that Oriana had been carried, and there the king met an armed knight upon a black horse. He had a green shield hanging from his neck, and his helmet was of the same colour. Take your arms, sir, cried the damsel, there is the knight. He laced on his helmet, and taking the lance called out to the knight to defend himself. They ran at each other, and broke both their lances, but the king's broke so immediately that he felt as though he had missed his stroke. Then they drew their swords and struck at each other's helms. The knight's sword entered halfway into the king's helmet, but the king's broke off at the hilt. Then he knew there was treason, and seeing that the knight was attempting to kill his horse, he caught hold of him, and struggled till they both fell together, and Lisuarte being uppermost, got the sword which his enemy had let fall, and began to smite at him. When the damsel saw that, she cried with a loud voice, Help! help! Arcalaus, or your cousin is slain. Presently the king heard a great noise, and looking round beheld 10 knights riding towards him, and the one who was foremost exclaimed, King Lisuarte, thou art a dead man. Thou shalt never reign another day, nor ever wear crown again. When the king heard this, he verily believed his end was come, but he answered him with that great courage which he always had. That may well be, seeing ye have me at such advantage, but ye shall die for me, like traitors and liars as ye are. The knight then ran at him full force, and smote him so rudely on the shield that he came to the ground, but presently rising, he struck at the horse and cut his leg clean off, so that he fell and the knight under him. By this the others came up and all beset him, and they bruised him with the breasts of their horses, and the 2 who were dismounted closed with him, and forced his sword from his hands. then took away his shield and his helmet, and fastened a great chain round his neck, and they placed him on a palfrey, and taking the ends of the chain, one on each side, led him among the trees to the place where Arcalaus was with Oriana and the damsel of Denmark, and the foremost knight cried to him, Cousin, here is King Lisuarte. Quoth Arcalaus, He is welcome. Henceforth we shall neither fear him nor his household. Ah, villain, quoth the king, wounded as I am, I would make thee confess thy treason if thou wouldst do battle with me. I should not value myself more for conquering such a knight as thou art, Arcalaus answered. Then speaking to one of his people, Go to London with all speed, and tell Barsinan to make himself king, for all is ready, and I will do what I promised him. Take you 10 knights, said he to another, and carry Lisuarte to Daganel, and cast him into the dungeon. I will take Oriana with these 4 knights, and show her my books and things at Mount Aldin. This was one of the strongest castles in the world. So they divided company in this manner, whereby Arcalaus showed that he thought himself equal to 5 knights. Footnote: There follows in the original a column of advice to all emperors and kings upon the mutability of fortune as instanced in King Lisuarte's situation. End of chapter 35. Recording by Martin Gradwell.
Book 1, chapters 36-37 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, chapters 36 and 37. Chapter 36. How Amadis and Galaor knew of this great treason and took counsel to procure, if they could, the liberty of the king and Oriana. Amadis and Galaor were within 2 leagues of London when they saw Ardan the dwarf coming towards them as fast as horse could gallop. Never trust me, quoth Amadis, if he comes not with the news of some great mishap to seek us. Presently the dwarf came up and related all his tidings, and how Oriana was carried away. Holy Mary, help me, cried Amadis. Which way did they take her? By the city is the nearest road. Amadis immediately spurred his horse, and galloped amain towards London, so confounded with the terror of this news, that he never spoke a word to Galaor, who followed him full speed. They passed close by the town without stopping a minute. Only Amadis inquired of all he saw, which way the princess had been taken, but as Gandalin passed under the windows where the queen and her ladies were, the queen called him, and threw the king's sword to him, which was the best sword that ever knight girded on. Take it to your master, quoth she, and God speed him with it. And tell Galaor that the king went from hence with a damsel this morning, and is not yet returned, and we know not where she has led him. Gandalin took the sword and rode as fast as he could after Amadis, who coming to a brook missed the bridge in his hurry, and forcing the horse to leap, the tired animal fell short into the mud. Then Gandalin came up to him and gave him the sword and the horse which he himself rode. Presently they turned aside from the road to follow the track of horsemen, and there they saw some woodmen, who asked them if they came from London. For if a knight and a damsel be missing there, said they, we have seen an adventure. And then they told them what they had beheld. Who is it that has taken them? Quoth Amadis, for he knew it was Lisuarte by the description. They answered, the damsel who led the knight here called loudly for Arcalaus. Lord God, quoth Amadis, let me but find that traitor. The woodman then told them how the party had separated, and said that one of the 5 knights who went with the damsel was the biggest knight they had ever seen. Amadis knew that that was Arcalaus, and bidding Galaor follow where the knight went, he spurred on after Oriana. By sunset the horse could carry him no farther, and he being greatly distressed saw a little to the right of the road a knight lying dead, and a squire by him holding his horse. Who slew that knight? cried Amadis. A traitor that passed by, carrying the fairest damsel in the world by force, and he slew my master only for asking who they were, and here is no one to help me to remove the body. My squire shall help you. Give me your master's horse. I promise to give you 2 better in return. He told Gandalin to follow him after the body was disposed of, and galloped on. Towards daybreak he came to a hermitage in a village, and asked the hermit if he had seen 5 knights pass carrying with them 2 damsels. Do you see yonder castle? He replied, My nephew tells me that Arcalaus the enchanter is lodged there, and with him 2 fair damsels whom he hath taken by violence. By God, the very villain whom I seek! He hath done much evil in this land, replied the hermit. God remove him or mend him. Then Amadis asked him if he had any barley for his horse, and while the horse was feeding, enquired who was the lord of the castle. Grumen, said the good man, cousin to Dardan, who was slain in Lisuarte's court, and therefore the king's enemies put up there. Now God be with you, father, quoth Amadis. I beseech you remember me in your prayers. Which way to the castle? Amadis followed the path which the good man had pointed out, and came up to it, and saw that the wall was high, and the towers strong. He listened and could hear no sound within, and that pleased him, for he knew that Arcalaus was not gone forth, and he rode round and saw that it had only one issue. Then he retired among some crags, and dismounting stood holding the bridle, and with his eyes fixed upon the gate, like one who had no will to sleep. By this the morning broke, and he removed farther across the valley to a hill that was well wooded, for he feared that if those of the castle saw him they would suspect there were others at hand, and therefore not come out. Presently the gate opened, and a knight came out and went to a high eminence and looked all around, then returned into the castle. It was not long before he saw Arcalaus and his 4 companions come out, all well armed, and among them Oriana. Ah God, quoth he, now and forever help me in her defence. They drew near him, and he heard Oriana say, Dear friend, I shall never see thee more, for I go to my death. The tears came into his eyes. He descended the hill as fast as he could, and came after them into a great plain, and then cried, Arcalaus, traitor, it becomes not one like thee to carry away so excellent a lady. Oriana knew the voice and shook all over. But Arcalaus and the other ran at him. He took his aim at Arcalaus and bore him right over the crupper, then turned his horse and smote at Grumen, so that the point and part of the stave of the spear came out at his back, and he fell down dead, and the spear broke in him. Then he drew the king's sword, and laid about with such rage and violence, and felt such strength in himself, that he thought if the whole plain were full of knights they could not stand before him. We are succoured, quoth the damsel of Denmark, it is the fortunate knight, look at the wonders he performeth. Ah, God protect thee, dear friend, cried Oriana, none other in the world can save us. The squire, who had her in his keeping, seeing what had passed, cried out, Certes, I shall not wait till those blows come upon my head which shields and helmets cannot resist. And he put the princess down and rode off full speed. By this Amadis had cut through the arm of another and sent him away howling with the agony of death, and he cleft a third down to the neck. The fourth began to fly, and Amadis was after him when he heard his lady cry, and looking round saw that Arcalaus had mounted again and was dragging her up by the arm. Amadis soon came up to him, and lifting up his sword dared not put forth his strength lest he should slay both, but with a half blow he smote him on the shoulder, and cut away part of the cuirass and the skin. Then Arcalaus let Oriana fall, that he might escape the better. Turn, Arcalaus, cried Amadis, and see if I be dead as thou hast reported. But he in fear of death spurred on, and threw his shield from off his neck for speed. The blow made at him just reached his loins with the sword end, and fell upon the horse's flank and wounded it, so that the beast rode away more furiously. Amadis, albeit he so hated the enchanter, did not pursue him further, lest he should lose his mistress. He turned towards her, and alighted, and knelt before her, and kissed her hand, saying, Now let God do with me what he will. I never thought to see you again. She being among the dead was in great terror, and could not speak, but she embraced him. The damsel of Denmark, going to hold his horse, saw the sword of Arcalaus on the ground, and admiring its beauty gave it to Amadis. But he, seeing it, was right glad thereof, for it was King Perion's sword, which had been placed in his cradle, and which Arcalaus had taken when he enchanted him. Presently Gandalin came up, who had travelled all night long. A joyful man was he, seeing how the quest had ended. Amadis then placed Oriana upon the damsel's palfrey, while Gandalin caught one of the loose horses for the damsel, and taking her bridle they left the place of battle. But Amadis as they went along reminded Oriana how she had promised to be his. Hitherto, said he, I have known that it was not in your power to show me more favour than you did, but now that you are at full liberty, how should I support disappointments without the worst despair that ever destroyed man? Dear friend, quoth she, never for my sake shall you suffer, for I am at your will, though it be an error and a sin now, let it not be so before God. When they had proceeded about 3 leagues, they entered a thick wood, and about a league farther there was a town. Oriana, who had not slept a wink since she left her father's house, complained of fatigue. Let us rest in that valley, said Amadis. There was a brook there and soft herbage. There Amadis took her from her palfrey. The noon, said he, is coming on very hot. Let us sleep here till it be cooler, and meantime Gandalin shall go bring us food from the town. He may go, replied Oriana, but who will give him food? They will give it him for his horse, which he may leave in pledge, and return on foot. No, said Oriana, let him take my ring, which was never before so useful, and she gave it to Gandalin, who, as he went by Amadis, said to him, He who loses a good opportunity, sir, must wait long before he find another. Oriana laid herself down upon the damsel's cloak, while Amadis disarmed, of which he had great need, and the damsel retired farther among the trees to sleep. Then was his lady in his power nothing loth, and the fairest damsel in the world became a woman. Yet was their love increased thereby, as pure and true love always is. When Gandalin returned, the damsel prepared the food, and though they had neither many serving men nor vessels of gold and silver, yet was that a sweet meal upon the green grass in the forest. Chapter 37. How Don Galaor delivered King Lisuarte from the captivity to which they were treacherously leading him away. Galaor rode on after the king so fast as his horse could carry him, still following the track of the horsemen. About vespers he met a knight who cried out to him, Whither so fast? Stop and tell me. I have no time, quoth he. By Saint Mary, you pass not so. Tell me, or fight me. But Galaor still rode on. Certes, knight, cried the stranger, you have committed some villainy that you fly so fast. Defend yourself. Galaor turned as if to meet him in his career, but dexterously moved aside so that the knight's horse and his speed carried him a good way on. Ah, coward, cried the knight, when at last he turned, thou shalt answer me or die, and he ran at him full tilt. Again Galaor avoided the encounter, and rode on as fast as he could. When the knight saw him far before, he said, As God shall help me, he shall not escape so, and knowing the country well he struck across by a nearer way and took possession of a pass. Faint hearted coward, quoth he, choose now of three things, fight, or turn back, or answer me. I like neither, replied Galaor, and you are discourteous. If you want to know why I go so fast, follow me and see. I should lose time in telling you, and you would not believe me, it is for so great an evil. The knight answered, in God's name then go on, and I will follow thee, though for these 3 days. In about half a league's time they saw one knight running after his horse, and another galloping away from him. He who was with Galaor knew him on foot, for he was his cousin, and he caught the horse for him, and asked him, how is this? He replied, I was riding along thinking upon you know what, when that knight yonder gave me such a thrust on my shield, that the horse fell upon his knees and threw me. I drew my sword and called to him to do battle, but he only cried out, remember to answer another time when you're spoken to, and so he rode away. By my faith in God, let us follow him, and see you how I will avenge myself. I cannot, said his cousin, now, for I must keep this knight company for 3 days, and then he related what had befallen him with Galaor. Quoth the other, certes either he is the greatest coward in the world, or he goes upon some great adventure. I will forego my own vengeance to see the end of this. By this Galaor was far before them, for he did not tarry a whit, and they rode after him. It was now drawing towards night. Galaor entered a forest and soon lost the track, for it was dark, so that he knew not which way to take. Then he began to pray to God to guide him, that he might be the first to succour the king, and thinking that those horsemen might have led the king apart from the road to rest themselves, he went along the bottoms, listening everywhere if he might hear them. The knights thinking he had kept the road, rode straight forward about a league, till they came through the forest, and not seeing him there, they imagined he had hidden himself, and they turned aside to lodge in the house of a dame hard by. When Galaor had searched the forest throughout, and found nothing, he resolved to proceed and ascend some eminence the next day to look about. So recovering the road, he went on till he came into the open country, and there he saw before him in a valley a little fire. Thither he went, it was some forgemen, and they seeing him come among them in arms, took up lances and hatchets to defend themselves, but he bidding them not fear, besought them to give him some barley for his horse. The which they did, and he gave the beast his supper. They would have given him also to eat, but he would not, only he lay down to sleep, requesting them to wake him before daybreak. The night was 2 parts gone, and Galaor lay down by the fire completely armed. At dawn he rose, for he had not slept much for pure vexation, and commending them to God he took his leave. His squire had not been able to keep pace with him, and thenceforth he vowed if God prospered him to give his squire the better horse. So he rode to a high hill, and from thence began to look all around him. The 2 cousins had now left the lady's house, and it being now day, they saw Galaor on the eminence, and knowing him by his shield, rode towards him. As they drew nigh, they saw him descend the hill as fast as horse could carry him. Certes, quoth the one, he is flying and concealing himself for some mischief. If I come up with him, God never help me if I do not learn from him what he hath deserved. But Galaor, thinking nothing of them, had just seen 10 knights passing as straight at the entrance of the forest, of whom 5 rode first and 5 behind, and some unarmed men went in the middle. These he thought to be the villains with the king, and went towards them like a man who has devoted his own life to save another. Coming near, he saw Lisuarte with a chain about his neck, and then, with grief and rage that defied danger, he ran at the first 5, exclaiming, Ah, traitors! To your own misfortune have you laid hands upon the best man in the world. The 5 at the once ran at him. He smote the first so sternly that the wood of his lance appeared through his back, and he fell dead. The others smote him with such force that his horse fell upon his knees, and one of them drove his spear between Galaor's shield and breastplate. Galaor forced it from him, and striking at another with it, nailed his leg to the horse, and left the broken lance in them. Then putting hand to sword, the others all came at him, and he defended himself so bravely that every one wondered how he could bear up against such blows. But being in this great press of danger, it pleased God to succour him with the two cousins who were in his pursuit, who seeing his great chivalry exclaimed, Of a truth we wrongly called him coward, let us go help the best knight in the world. With that they ran full tilt to his assistance, like men who knew their business, for they had each been errant knights for 10 years, and the one was called Ladasin, the sword player, and the other Don Guilan, the pensive, the good knight. At this time Galaor had great need of their aid, for his helmet was hacked and battered, his harness open in many places, and his horse tottering with loss of blood. Yet he felt assured that if his horse did not fail him, he should bring it to a good end. But when the two cousins came to his help, then he bestirred himself more hopefully, for he marvelled at their prowess. The load of blows was lightened, and he had room for action. When the cousin of Arcalaus saw how things were going, for his knights were falling on all sides, he ran to Lisuarte to slay him. Those who were with the king had fled, and he got from off the palfrey with the chain about his neck, and cut up his shield and sword from the ground, and received upon the shield the blow that was meant for his death. The sword passed a palm's length through the rim of the shield, and with its point reaching the head made a slant wound to the skull, but the king smote at his enemy's horse in the face, so that the traitor could not repeat the blow, and the horse reared and fell back upon the rider. Galaor, now on foot, for his horse could not move, ran to him to smite off his head, but the king called out not to slay him. By this the two cousins had made an end of their last enemy, and then turning round they knew the king, to their great wonder, for they knew nothing of what had happened, and they took off their helmets and knelt before him. He raised them up, saying, By my God, friends, you have succoured me in time. Great wrong, Don Guilan, hath your mistress done me in withdrawing you from my company, and for your sake I lose Ladasin also. Guilan was ashamed at these words, and his cheeks crimsoned, for he loved the Duchess of Bristol, and she loved him, and the Duke always suspected it was he who had entered his castle when Galaor was there. Galaor had now taken the chain from Lisuarte and fastened it around the cousin of Arcalaus. They took the horses of the dead, one for the king and one for Galaor, and rode towards London. They halted at the dwelling of Ladasin, and there found Galaor's squire and Ardian the dwarf, who thought his master had taken that way. A squire was sent forthwith to inform the queen of Lisuarte's safety. They rested that night, and, as they set forth on the morning, their prisoners confessed how all that had passed had been concerted with Barsinan, that he might make himself king of Great Britain, which when Lisuarte heard, he spurred on in greater haste. End of chapters 36-37. Book 1, chapters 36-37 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, chapters 36 and 37. Chapter 36. How Amadis and Galaor knew of this great treason and took counsel to procure, if they could, the liberty of the king and Oriana. Amadis and Galaor were within 2 leagues of London when they saw Ardan the dwarf coming towards them as fast as horse could gallop. Never trust me, quoth Amadis, if he comes not with the news of some great mishap to seek us. Presently the dwarf came up and related all his tidings, and how Oriana was carried away. Holy Mary, help me, cried Amadis. Which way did they take her? By the city is the nearest road. Amadis immediately spurred his horse, and galloped amain towards London, so confounded with the terror of this news, that he never spoke a word to Galaor, who followed him full speed. They passed close by the town without stopping a minute, only Amadis enquired of all he saw, which way the princess had been taken, but as Gandalin passed under the windows where the queen and her ladies were, the queen called him, and threw the king's sword to him, which was the best sword that ever knight girded on. Take it to your master, quoth she, and God speed him with it. And tell Galaor that the king went from hence with a damsel this morning, and is not yet returned, and we know not where she has led him. Gandalin took the sword and rode as fast as he could after Amadis, who coming to a brook missed the bridge in his hurry, and forcing the horse to leap, the tired animal fell short into the mud. Then Gandalin came up to him and gave him the sword and the horse which he himself rode. Presently they turned aside from the road to follow the track of horsemen, and there they saw some woodmen, who asked them if they came from London. For if a knight and a damsel be missing there, said they, we have seen an adventure, and then they told them what they had beheld. Who is it that has taken them? Quoth Amadis, for he knew it was Lisuarte by the description. They answered, the damsel who led the knight here called loudly for Arcalaus. Lord God, quoth Amadis, let me but find that traitor. The woodman then told them how the party had separated, and said that one of the 5 knights who went with the damsel was the biggest knight they had ever seen. Amadis knew that that was Arcalaus, and bidding Galaor follow where the knight went, he spurred on after Oriana. By sunset the horse could carry him no farther, and he being greatly distressed saw a little to the right of the road a knight lying dead, and a squire by him holding his horse. Who slew that knight? cried Amadis. A traitor that passed by, carrying the fairest damsel in the world by force, and he slew my master only for asking who they were, and here is no one to help me to remove the body. My squire shall help you. Give me your master's horse. I promise to give you 2 better in return. He told Gandalin to follow him after the body was disposed of, and galloped on. Towards daybreak he came to a hermitage in a village, and asked the hermit if he had seen 5 knights pass carrying with them 2 damsels. Do you see yonder castle? He replied, my nephew tells me that Arcalaus the enchanter is lodged there, and with him 2 fair damsels whom he hath taken by violence. By God, the very villain whom I seek! He hath done much evil in this land, replied the hermit. God remove him or mend him. Then Amadis asked him if he had any barley for his horse, and while the horse was feeding, enquired who was the lord of the castle. Grumen, said the good man, cousin to Dardan, who was slain in Lisuarte's court, and therefore the king's enemies put up there. Now God be with you, father, quoth Amadis. I beseech you remember me in your prayers. Which way to the castle? Amadis followed the path which the good man had pointed out, and came up to it, and saw that the wall was high, and the towers strong. He listened and could hear no sound within, and that pleased him, for he knew that Arcalaus was not gone forth, and he rode round and saw that it had only one issue. Then he retired among some crags, and dismounting stood holding the bridle, and with his eyes fixed upon the gate, like one who had no will to sleep. By this the morning broke, and he removed farther across the valley to a hill that was well wooded, for he feared that if those of the castle saw him they would suspect there were others at hand, and therefore not come out. Presently the gate opened, and a knight came out and went to a high eminence and looked all around, then returned into the castle. It was not long before he saw Arcalaus and his 4 companions come out all well armed, and among them Oriana. Ah God, quoth he, now and forever help me in her defence. They drew near him, and he heard Oriana say, Dear friend, I shall never see thee more, for I go to my death. The tears came into his eyes. He descended the hill as fast as he could, and came after them into a great plain, and then cried, Arcalaus, traitor, it becomes not one like thee to carry away so excellent a lady. Oriana knew the voice and shook all over, but Arcalaus and the other ran at him. He took his aim at Arcalaus, and bore him right over the crupper, then turned his horse and smote at Grumman, so that the point and part of the stave of the spear came out at his back, and he fell down dead, and the spear broke in him. Then he drew the king's sword, and laid about with such rage and violence, and felt such strength in himself, that he thought if the whole plain were full of knights they could not stand before him. We are succoured, quoth the damsel of Denmark, it is the fortunate knight, look at the wonders he performeth. Ah, God protect thee, dear friend, cried Oriana, none other in the world can save us. The squire, who had her in his keeping, seeing what had passed, cried out, Certes, I shall not wait till those blows come upon my head which shields and helmets cannot resist. And he put the princess down, and rode off full speed. By this Amadis had cut through the arm of another, and sent him away howling with the agony of death, and he cleft a third down to the neck. The fourth began to fly, and Amadis was after him when he heard his lady cry, and looking round saw that Arcalaus had mounted again and was dragging her up by the arm. Amadis soon came up to him, and lifting up his sword dared not put forth his strength lest he should slay both, but with a half blow he smote him on the shoulder, and cut away part of the cuirass and the skin. Then Arcalaus let Oriana fall, that he might escape the better. Turn, Arcalaus, cried Amadis, and see if I be dead as thou hast reported. But he in fear of death spurred on, and threw his shield from off his neck for speed. The blow made at him just reached his loins with the sword end, and fell upon the horse's flank and wounded it, so that the beast rode away more furiously. Amadis, albeit he so hated the enchanter, did not pursue him further, lest he should lose his mistress. He turned towards her, and alighted and knelt before her, and kissed her hand, saying, Now let God do with me what he will. I never thought to see you again. She being among the dead was in great terror, and could not speak, but she embraced him. The damsel of Denmark, going to hold his horse, saw the sword of Arcalaus on the ground, and admiring its beauty gave it to Amadis. But he, seeing it, was right glad thereof, for it was King Perion's sword, which had been placed in his cradle, and which Arcalaus had taken when he enchanted him. Presently Gandalin came up, who had travelled all night long. A joyful man was he, seeing how the quest had ended. Amadis then placed Oriana upon the damsel's palfrey, while Gandalin caught one of the loose horses for the damsel, and taking her bridle they left the place of battle. But Amadis as they went along reminded Oriana how she had promised to be his. Hitherto, said he, I have known that it was not in your power to show me more favour than you did, but now that you are at full liberty, how should I support disappointments without the worst despair that ever destroyed man? Dear friend, quoth she, never for my sake shall you suffer, for I am at your will, though it be an error and a sin now, let it not be so before God. When they had proceeded about 3 leagues, they entered a thick wood, and about a league farther there was a town. Oriana, who had not slept a wink since she left her father's house, complained of fatigue. Let us rest in that valley, said Amadis. There was a brook there and soft herbage. There Amadis took her from her palfrey. The noon, said he, is coming on very hot. Let us sleep here till it be cooler, and meantime Gandalin shall go bring us food from the town. He may go, replied Oriana, but who will give him food? They will give it him for his horse, which he may leave in pledge, and return on foot. No, said Oriana, Let him take my ring, which was never before so useful, and she gave it to Gandalin, who, as he went by Amadis, said to him, He who loses a good opportunity, sir, must wait long before he find another. Oriana laid herself down upon the damsel's cloak, while Amadis disarmed, of which he had great need, and the damsel retired farther among the trees to sleep. Then was his lady in his power nothing loth, and the fairest damsel in the world became a woman. Yet was their love increased thereby, as pure and true love always is. When Gandalin returned, the damsel prepared the food, and though they had neither many serving men nor vessels of gold and silver, yet was that a sweet meal upon the green grass in the forest. Chapter 37. How Don Galaor delivered King Lisuarte from the captivity to which they were treacherously leading him away. Galaor rode on after the king so fast as his horse could carry him, still following the track of the horsemen. About vespers he met a knight who cried out to him, Whither so fast? Stop and tell me. I have no time, quoth he. By Saint Mary, you pass not so. Tell me, or fight me. But Galaor still rode on. Certes, knight, cried the stranger, you have committed some villainy that you fly so fast. Defend yourself. Galaor turned as if to meet him in his career, but dexterously moved aside so that the knight's horse in his speed carried him a good way on. Ah, coward, cried the knight, when at last he turned, thou shalt answer me or die, and he ran at him full tilt. Again Galaor avoided the encounter, and rode on as fast as he could. When the knight saw him far before, he said, As God shall help me, he shall not escape so, and knowing the country well, he struck across by a nearer way, and took possession of a pass. Faint-hearted coward, quoth he, choose now of three things, fight, or turn back, or answer me. I like neither, replied Galaor, and you are discourteous. If you want to know why I go so fast, follow me and see. I should lose time in telling you, and you would not believe me, it is for so great an evil. The knight answered, In God's name then go on, and I will follow thee, though for these 3 days. In about half a league's time they saw one knight running after his horse, and another galloping away from him. He who was with Galaor knew him on foot, for he was his cousin, and he caught the horse for him, and asked him, How is this? He replied, I was riding along thinking upon you know what, when that knight yonder gave me such a thrust on my shield, that the horse fell upon his knees and threw me. I drew my sword and called to him to do battle, but he only cried out, Remember to answer another time when you're spoken to, and so he rode away. By my faith in God, let us follow him, and see you how I will avenge myself. I cannot, said his cousin, now, for I must keep this knight company for 3 days, and then he related what had befallen him with Galaor. Quoth the other, Certes either he is the greatest coward in the world, or he goes upon some great adventure. I will forego my own vengeance to see the end of this. By this Galaor was far before them, for he did not tarry a whit, and they rode after him. It was now drawing towards night. Galaor entered a forest and soon lost the track, for it was dark, so that he knew not which way to take. Then he began to pray to God to guide him, that he might be the first to succour the king, and thinking that those horsemen might have led the king apart from the road to rest themselves, he went along the bottoms, listening everywhere if he might hear them. The knights, thinking he had kept the road, rode straight forward about a league, till they came through the forest, and not seeing him there, they imagined he had hidden himself, and they turned aside to lodge in the house of a dame hard by. When Galaor had searched the forest throughout, and found nothing, he resolved to proceed and ascend some eminence the next day to look about. So recovering the road, he went on till he came into the open country, and there he saw before him in a valley a little fire. Thither he went. It was some forgemen, and they, seeing him come among them in arms, took up lances and hatchets to defend themselves; but he, bidding them not fear, besought them to give him some barley for his horse. The which they did, and he gave the beast his supper. They would have given him also to eat, but he would not, only he lay down to sleep, requesting them to wake him before daybreak. The night was 2 parts gone, and Galaor lay down by the fire completely armed. At dawn he rose, for he had not slept much for pure vexation, and commending them to God he took his leave. His squire had not been able to keep pace with him, and thenceforth he vowed if God prospered him to give his squire the better horse. So he rode to a high hill, and from thence began to look all around him. The 2 cousins had now left the lady's house, and it being now day, they saw Galaor on the eminence, and knowing him by his shield, rode towards him. As they drew nigh, they saw him descend the hill as fast as horse could carry him. Certes, quoth the one, he is flying and concealing himself for some mischief. If I come up with him, God never help me if I do not learn from him what he hath deserved. But Galaor, thinking nothing of them, had just seen 10 knights passing as straight at the entrance of the forest, of whom 5 rode first and 5 behind, and some unarmed men went in the middle. These he thought to be the villains with the king, and went towards them like a man who has devoted his own life to save another. Coming near, he saw Lisuarte with a chain about his neck, and then, with grief and rage that defied danger, he ran at the first 5, exclaiming, Ah, traitors! To your own misfortune have you laid hands upon the best man in the world. The 5 at the once ran at him. He smote the first so sternly that the wood of his lance appeared through his back, and he fell dead. The others smote him with such force that his horse fell upon his knees, and one of them drove his spear between Galaor's shield and breastplate. Galaor forced it from him, and striking at another with it, nailed his leg to the horse, and left the broken lance in them. Then putting hand to sword, the others all came at him, and he defended himself so bravely that every one wondered how he could bear up against such blows. But being in this great press of danger, it pleased God to succour him with the 2 cousins who were in his pursuit, who seeing his great chivalry exclaimed, Of a truth we wrongly called him coward, let us go help the best knight in the world. With that they ran full tilt to his assistance, like men who knew their business, for they had each been errant knights for 10 years, and the one was called Ladasin, the sword player, and the other Don Guilan, the pensive, the good knight. At this time Galaor had great need of their aid, for his helmet was hacked and battered, his harness open in many places, and his horse tottering with loss of blood. Yet he felt assured that if his horse did not fail him, he should bring it to a good end. But when the 2 cousins came to his help, then he bestirred himself more hopefully, for he marvelled at their prowess. The load of blows was lightened, and he had room for action. When the cousin of Arcalaus saw how things were going, for his knights were falling on all sides, he ran to Lisuarte to slay him. Those who were with the king had fled, and he got from off the palfrey with the chain about his neck, and cut up his shield and sword from the ground, and received upon the shield the blow that was meant for his death. The sword passed a palm's length through the rim of the shield, and with its point reaching the head made a slant wound to the skull, but the king smote at his enemy's horse in the face, so that the traitor could not repeat the blow, and the horse reared and fell back upon the rider. Galaor, now on foot, for his horse could not move, ran to him to smite off his head, but the king called out not to slay him. By this the 2 cousins had made an end of their last enemy, and then turning round they knew the king, to their great wonder, for they knew nothing of what had happened, and they took off their helmets and knelt before him. He raised them up, saying, By my God, friends, you have succoured me in time. Great wrong, Don Guilan, hath your mistress done me in withdrawing you from my company, and for your sake I lose Ladasin also. Guilan was ashamed at these words, and his cheeks crimsoned, for he loved the Duchess of Bristol, and she loved him, and the Duke always suspected it was he who had entered his castle when Galaor was there. Galaor had now taken the chain from Lisuarte and fastened it around the cousin of Arcalaus. They took the horses of the dead, one for the king and one for Galaor, and rode towards London. They halted at the dwelling of Ladasin, and there found Galaor's squire and Ardian the dwarf, who thought his master had taken that way. A squire was sent forthwith to inform the queen of Lisuarte's safety. They rested that night, and, as they set forth on the morning, their prisoners confessed how all that had passed had been concerted with Barsinan, that he might make himself king of Great Britain, which when Lisuarte heard, he spurred on in greater haste. End of chapters 36-37.
Book 1, chapters 38 to 40 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 1, chapter 38. How tidings came to the Queen that King Lisuarte was made prisoner, and how Barsinan executed his treason, and how at last he was overthrown and the king restored to his kingdom. The woodman had carried the news of Lisuarte's imprisonment to London. Immediately there was a great stir in the city. The knights all ran to horse, and galloped to his rescue, so that the whole plain seemed full of them. King Arban of North Wales was talking with the Queen, when his squires brought him horse and arms, and a page said to him, "Arm yourself, sir. What are you doing? There's not a knight of all the king's company, except yourself, who is not gone full speed to the forest." "And why?" quoth Arban. "Because they say 10 knights are carrying away the king prisoner." "Holy Mary!" exclaimed the Queen, "I always feared this," and she fell down in a swoon. Arban left her to the care of her ladies, all making loud lamentation, and armed himself. As he was mounting, he heard a great cry that the tower was taken. "Holy Mary!" quoth he, "we are all betrayed," and then he knew he must not leave the Queen. By this time there was such an uproar in the town, as if all the people of the world were there. Arban drew up his 200 knights before the Queen's palace, and sent 2 of them to discover the cause of the tumult. They went to the tower, and saw that Barsinan had got possession of it, and was killing some and throwing others from the walls, for he had 600 knights with him, besides footmen, and the king's knights, suspecting nothing, had all gone to their master's rescue. The townsmen hearing this, ran all armed as they could in haste to the Queen's palace, and there also Barsinan went that he might take her, and get possession of the crown and throne. When he arrived he found Arban ready for defence. "Arban," quoth he, "you have hitherto been the wisest knight of a young man that has been known. See now that you lose not your wisdom." "Why do you say this?" cried Arban. "Because before 5 days' end Lisuarte's head will be sent me, and there is no other in this land who can and ought to be king except myself, and king I will be. I give you the kingdom of North Wales, which now you hold, because you are a good knight and wise. So retire now, and let me take the crown and throne, for whosoever opposes me shall lose his head." "Villain and traitor!" quoth Arban, and then began a sharp conflict, wherein many were slain, which lasted till night, for the streets being narrow, Barsinan could not avail himself of his numbers, and King Arban so behaved himself that he that day saved the Queen. At night both parties retired. The Queen then sent for Arban. he went to her armed as he was, and wounded in many places, and, when he came before her, took off his battered helmet. There were 5 wounds in his face and neck, and his countenance was all bloody, but it seemed a beautiful face to those who, under God, thought him their protector. But the queen, seeing him, wept aloud with great pity. Ah, good nephew, God defend thee! What will become of the king, and what will become of us? Of him, quoth Arban, we shall have good news. For ourselves, fear nothing from these traitors. Your vassals who are with me can defend themselves in their great loyalty. But nephew, you are not in a state to bear arms, and what can the others do without you? Fear not, lady, so long as life is in me I shall not forsake my arms. Barsinan, who found his people had need of rest, took 20 knights with him in the morning, and went to a post which Arban's high steward kept. They at the barrier took their arms to defend themselves, but Barsinan cried out that he came to speak with them, and make a truce till noon, to which Arban, being advised thereof, assented willingly, for the most part of his company had been so hardly handled that they could not bear arms. Barsinan then went to Arban, and said he would make a truce for 5 days. Agreed, said Arban, but provided that you shall not attempt to take anything in the town, and that if the king comes we immediately act as he may order us. I grant all this, said Barsinan, that there may be no more battling, for I value my own knights, and I value you who will be mine sooner than you think. I will tell you how. The king is dead, and I have his daughter, and will make her my wife. God forsake me then, quoth Arban, if ever thou shalt have truce with me, since thou art a partaker in the treason against my liege lord. Go and do thy worst. And before night Barsinan made 3 attacks upon him, and was repulsed. Chapter 39. How Amadis came to succour the city of London, and what he did there. Meantime Amadis asked Oriana what Arcalaus had said to her. He told me not to grieve, said she, for within 15 days he would make me Queen of London, and give me Barsinan for my husband, to whom he was to give me and my father's head, and be made his high steward in return. Holy Mary, quoth Amadis, Barsinan, who seemed such a friend, I fear lest he do injury to the queen. Dear friend, cried Oriana, hasten on. I must to my sorrow, replied Amadis, for else I should have delighted to pass 4 days here in the forest with you, if it had pleased you. Oriana answered, God knows how willingly. But great evil might happen thereby to this land, which if God pleases will one day be yours and mine. As soon as it was morning Amadis armed himself, and leading his lady's bridle rode on as fast as they could towards London. And everywhere they met the knights, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, as they were seeking the king. More than 1,000 they met, and told them which way the king was gone, and how Galaor was in quest of him. When they came within 5 leagues of London they met Grumedan, the good old knight who had fostered the queen. 20 of his lineage were with him, and they had been all night long scouring the forest. He, seeing Oriana, went towards her weeping. O God, lady, what a good day with your coming! But what tidings of the king? They told him what they knew, and Amadis said to him, Take you charge of Oriana, and bid all the knights that you shall meet turn back, for if numbers can succour him, there are already more than enough gone. I must go with all speed to protect the queen. With that he galloped away. At the entrance of the city he found the squire whom Lisuarte had sent with the news of his deliverance, and learnt also the state of the city. So entering as privately as he could, he went to Arban, who embraced him right joyfully, and asked what news? As good as heart could wish, quoth Amadis, let us go to the queen. He took with him Ladasin's messenger, and kneeling before Brisena, said, Lady, this squire has left Lisuarte safe and well, and I have left Oriana with your fosterer Grumedan. They will soon be here, but I must go to look after Barsinan. He then changed his shield and helmet that he might not be known, and bade Arban throw down the barriers, that the traitors might come freely on, for by God's help they shall pay dearly for their treason. The barriers were thrown down, and Barsinan pressed on at the head of his people, thinking that all would now be his, for his own men were many and his enemies few, and he was eager to seize the queen. The king's party gave back being overpowered. Then Amadis went forth. He had on a rusty helmet, and a plain shield hanging from his neck. But he was soon judged to be a good one, and he went on making his way through the press, and having the good sword of Lisuarte by his side. He forced his way to Barsinan and encountered him, drove his lance through shield and corselet, and left the broken spear in him half way of its iron. Then drew he his sword, and smote off the crest and top of his helmet, and the scalp of his head, for the sword cut so finely that Amadis could scarce feel the blow he gave. With another stroke he sheared through gauntlet and hand, and the sword passing through the bone of the wrist fell on the leg and entered in half through. Then Barsinan fell, and Amadis turned upon the throng, and King Arban so pressed them that they who could escape slaughter ran to the tower and made fast the gates. Amadis, finding he could not force entrance readily, went back to Barsinan, and finding him still alive, ordered that he should be carried to the palace and kept till the king's return. Then the strife being over, he looked at the bloody sword which he held in his hand. Sword, quoth he, in a happy day was the knight born who shall wield you, and certes you are well employed, for being the best in the world, you belong to the noblest king. He then disarmed himself and went to the queen, and Arban was laid in his bed, as there was great need, for he was sorely wounded. At this time King Lisuarte was hastening to London. Of the knights whom he met, some he made turn back, others he sent through the valleys and by all roads to recall their comrades from their search. The first whom he met were Agrayes and Galvanes, and Solinan and Golden, and Dinadaus and Bervas, all six together making great moan, who when they saw him would have kissed his hand, but he joyfully embraced them. Sir, said Dinadaus, the whole city are in quest of you like madmen. Nephew, replied the king, take some of these knights with you, and carry my shield that you may be the sooner obeyed, and turn back all whom you meet. This Dinadaus was one of the best knights of the king's lineage, and well esteemed among all good knights, as well for courteous bearing as for his good chivalry and prowess. When they came into the high road to London, they fell in with Grumedan, the king's so dear friend, who was conducting Oriana home, and I tell you their pleasure was exceeding great, and the old man told him how Amadis was gone to the queen's succour. Presently they heard news what Barsinan had done, and how King Arban had defended the city, and how by the coming of Amadis all had been ended and the traitor taken. By the time the king reached London there were in his company more than 2000 knights. When he came to the palace, who can tell the joy that was made? Immediately he had the tower surrounded, and having made Barsinan and the cousin of Arcalaus confess the whole manner of their treason, they were both burnt in sight of their own people, who, having no provisions, neither any remedy, in 5 days came to the king's mercy, and he executed justice upon some and pardoned others. Thus ended this treason, but it was the cause of much enmity between the countries of Great Britain and Sansuena, for a son of Barsinan, who was a good knight, came afterwards against Lisuarte with a great power. These dangers over, the court proceeded as before, making great pastimes and festivals, as well by night in the town as by day in the fields. On one of those days the lady and her sons arrived, before whom Amadis and Galaor had made their covenant with Madasima. They seeing her went honourably to bid her welcome. Friends, said she, you know wherefore I am come. What will you do in this case? Will you not keep your promise, for to-day is the time? In God's name, replied Galaor, let us go before the king. Let us go, quoth she. Then coming into the presence, the lady made her obeisance, and said, Sir, I come here to see these knights perform a covenant which they have made. And then she repeated what they had promised to Madasima, the lady of Gantassi. Ah, Galaor, cried the king, you have undone me. Galaor answered, better this than to die. If we had been known, all the world could not have saved our lives, and now the remedy is easier than you imagine. Brother, remember you have promised to follow my example. Then Galaor related before the king and all the knights present by what treachery they had been taken. Sir king, said he, I now forsake you and your company for the sake of Madasima, the lady of Castle Gantasi, for it is her will to do you this displeasure, and whatever others she can, for the hatred she bears you. Amadis affirmed what his brother had said. Have we performed our covenant? Then said Galaor to the three witnesses. They answered, yes, truly, you have acquitted your promise. In God's name, quoth Galaor. And now you may return when you please, and tell Madasima that she has not made her terms so cunningly as she thought, as you may see. Sir, we have kept our covenant with Madasima and forsaken your service, but it was not stipulated how long we were to be out of your service, therefore we are free to use our own will, and freely again enter your service as before. At this Lisuarte was greatly pleased, and said to the lady, certes these knights have fairly acquitted themselves of a promise so treacherously obtained, and just it is that they who deceive should be themselves deceived. Tell Madasima that, if she hates me, she had it in her power to do me the greatest ill that could happen, but God, who has preserved them from other perils, would not suffer them to perish by such hands. If it please you, sir, said the lady, tell me who these knights are. Amadis and Don Galaor his brother. What? Was Amadis in her power? cried she. Now God be praised that they are safe, for certes it had been great misadventure if two such good men had so perished. She will be ready for pure vexation to inflict a death upon herself which he designed for them. Truly, quoth the king, that would be more justly done. So the lady went her way. Chap. XL. How King Lisuarte held a cortes which lasted 12 days, at which great feastings were made, and of the many chiefs and knights who came there. 12 days together did King Lisuarte continue his court, and, when it broke up, though many knights departed to their own lands, it was a wonder how many remained, and in like manner many dames and damsels continued to abide with the queen. Among those whom the king received into his company were the cousins Ladasin and Guilan the Pensive, both good knights, but Guilan was the better of the twain, for in the whole kingdom of London there was none who surpassed him in worth. But so absent was he that none could enjoy his conversation or company, and of this love was the cause, and that to a lady who neither loved him nor anything else to such an excess. Her name was Brandalisa, sister to the Queen of Sobradisa, and married to the Duke of Bristol. The day came whereon that duke was summoned to appear and answer the appeal of Olivas. The duke arrived, and was courteously by the king received. Sir, quoth he, you have summoned me to answer an accusation. He who made it lies, and I am ready to acquit myself as you shall judge right. Then uprose Olivas, and with him all the errant knights present. Lisuarte asked why they arose. Grumedan answered, because the duke threatens all knights errant, and therefore we are all concerned. Certes, quoth the king, a mad war hath he undertaken. There is not in the world a king so mighty or so wise that he could bring a war like that to good issue. But retire you at present, and seek not now to avenge yourselves, he shall have full justice. All then withdrew but Olivas, who said, the duke who standeth before you, sir, hath slain my cousin german, who never by word or deed gave him occasion of offence. I therefore accuse him as a traitor for this, and will either make him confess it, or kill him, or force him out of the lists. The duke told him he lied, and that he was ready to acquit himself. The combat was fixed for the next day, for the duke's two nephews who were to fight on his side were not yet arrived. They came that evening. The Duke made such account of them that he thought Olivas could not produce their peers. They went before the king. Olivas defied the Duke, who demanded battle 3 to 3. Then Don Galvanes, who was at the feet of the king, rose and called his nephew Agrayes, and said to Olivas, Friend, we promised to be on your side if need was, now then let the battle be. When the Duke saw them he remembered how they had rescued the damsel whom he would have burned, and he was somewhat abashed. They armed themselves and entered the place appointed for such trials, one party through the one gate, the other on the opposite side. From the queen's window Olinda overlooked the lists, and seeing Agrayes about to fight her heart failed her, and Mabilia and Oriana were greatly grieved for the love they bore to him and Galvanes. The lists were cleared, the king withdrew from them, and the champions ran their encounter. Agrayes and his uncle dismounted their enemies and broke both their lances. Olivas made the Duke fall on his horse's neck, but received a deep wound himself, and the Duke recovered his seat. Agrayes rode at him, and laid on him a heavy load of blows, heartily hating him for his great discourtesy and falsehood. But one of the dismounted knights struck at the prince's horse and buried the sword in his flank. The horse fell, and the Duke and his nephew both assailed Agrayes as he lay upon the ground. Don Galvanes, closely busied with his antagonist, saw nothing of this. At that hour all who loved Agrayes were in great consternation. Amadis yearned to be among them, for he greatly feared his cousin's death. The three damsels above were well nigh desperate, and it was pitiful to behold Olinda what she suffered. Howbeit Agrayes got on his feet, and with the good sword of Amadis which he wielded, laid lustily about him. Ah God, cried Galaor aloud, what is Olivas about this while? Better that he had never borne arms, if he fails at a time like this. But Galaor knew not what sore agony Olivas suffered, for he had such a wound and bled so fast that it was a wonder how he kept his seat. He saw the peril of Agrayes, and heaving a deep sigh, as one whose heart did not fail him, though his strength was failing, he cried, O God, let me help my good friend before my soul depart. And then, feebly as he could, he laid hand to sword, and turned upon the Duke, and his spirit kept him up. Agrayes was now left man to man, and he remembered that his lady saw him, and they laid on so furiously that his friends trembled lest his strength and breath should fail him. But this was his custom, and if his strength had been equal to his great courage, he would have been one of the best knights in the world. But even as it was, he was right good, and of great prowess. Anon he had cut through armour and flesh in sundry places, and left his foe quivering with death. At the same moment, when Olivas, fainting for loss of blood, fell from his horse. The Duke, not seeing how Agrayes had fared, turned upon Galvanes. Agrayes leapt upon Olivas's horse, and rode to his uncle's assistance. He smote the Duke's nephew upon the helmet, so that the sword stuck there, and plucking it away, he burst the lacings, and left him bareheaded to the wrath of Galvanes, while he turned upon the Duke. Presently Galvanes, having finished his enemy, attacked the Duke on the other side, but his horse being wounded fell and bruised him, so that man to man were left. Still were all the beholders right glad, but above all Don Guilan, who hoped to see the Duke slain for the love he bore to his wife. The Duke was flying, Agrayes reached the rim of his shield, the sword went in, the Duke threw off the shield from his neck and still fled. Then turned, while Agrayes was recovering his sword, and struck twice at him. The prince, as soon as his weapon was free, requited him with a blow on the left shoulder that went through harness and flesh and bone down to the ribs. The Duke fell, but hung in the stirrup, and the horse dragged him out of the lists, and when he was picked up, his head was found dashed to pieces by the horse's heels. Agrayes forthwith alighted, and ran to his uncle, and asked how he fared. Bravely, quoth Galvanes, God be thanked, but I am right sorry for Olivas, for methinks he is dead. They then cast the two nephews out of the lists, then went to Olivas, and found that he had just opened his eyes, and was asking to be confessed. Galvanes looked at his wound. Take heart, cried he, it is not in a dangerous place. Sir, replied Olivas, my heart and all my limbs are dying away. I have been sore wounded ere now, but never was in such weakness. They disarmed him, and the fresh air was of service, and the blood somewhat ceased. The king sent a bed whereon to remove him, and skilful surgeons dressed his wound, and said that though it was very deep, by God's help they could heal it. The queens then sent Grumedan to bring Brandalisa to court, and with her her niece Aldeva. Thereat was Don Guilan well pleased, and in a month they arrived, and were honourably welcomed. So the fame of King Lisuarte went abroad, and in half a year it was a marvel how many knights came from foreign parts to serve him, whom he rewarded bountifully, hoping by their aid not only to preserve his own kingdom, but to conquer others, that in old times had been subject and tributary to Great Britain. End of Section 15.